Chapter 330. Fire. Yang Feng and his party had just arrived near a shrub, when a dense rain of arrows suddenly shot towards them from the shrub. Advanced warping force field. Yang Feng grabbed a secret treasure shield forged from divine blood steel in one hand, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the sky. A strange and formidable warping force field suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng. More than 99% of the arrows shot from the shrub were twisted and ricocheted aside. Only one arrow containing terrifying legend rank power hit the secret treasure shield in Yang Feng's hand. Boom! Along with a blare, the secret treasure shield in Yang Feng's hand shook, and a terrifying force transmitted from the shield into the black wildebeest below him. The black demonic wildebeest's body was directly shattered and turned into countless pieces of demonic skin that splattered in all directions. After all, the black wildebeest was just a level 1 alchemical secret treasure. It couldn't withstand the terrifying power of a great warlock rank spell. The center of the shield forged from divine blood steel in Yang Feng's hand caved in slightly, showing how terrifying the legend rank archer in the shrub was. Dark rays. Weakness. Darkness deterrence. Fear. Fireball. A dense rain of spells barreled towards Yang Feng. Most of the spells that slammed into Yang Feng were shattered by the terrifying life force field protecting him. However, the spells were constantly consuming his life force field. Once a warlock condensed a soul seed and became an official warlock, a terrifying life force field would surround the surface of their body. This was one of the basic extraordinary innate abilities of an official warlock. This extraordinary innate ability would strengthen along with the increase in the warlock's strength. Even level 3 spells would find it difficult to destroy the life force field of a great warlock. Only level 4 single-target offensive spells might be able to break the life force field of a great warlock. With the help of the black dragon armor, Yang Feng possessed great warlock rank strength for a short period of time. His life force field was also very powerful and terrifying, and could resist most low-level spells. But releasing his own life force would also be neutralized and consumed by the low-level spell. If Yang Feng was alone, he could rely on the extraordinary Black Dragon's blood meridians to disregard those low-level spells. But behind him were Ezramia and Glystar. If he didn't release his life force field, he would be unscathed, but the 2 women behind him would be blasted into dregs. Yang Feng patted the dimensional badge on his chest, and the mechanical lightning aurora python suddenly flew out. With a light leap, he landed on the back of the mechanical lightning aurora python. Rumble! Countless electric arcs flickered, and the mechanical lightning aurora python flew into the sky at a terrifying speed that surpassed the speed of sound. Virtually all the arrows brushed past the mechanical lightning aurora python. Only a black arrow containing legend rank power pierced through the void, stabbed the force field surrounding the mechanical lightning aurora python, and stabbed the abdomen of the mechanical lightning aurora python, penetrated its scales, and sank into the superalloy deck forged from divine blood steel. Boom! The black arrow exploded, and the frightening power caused the mechanical lightning aurora python to shake slightly. Dark Exploding Arrow was one of the most powerful secret archery arts of the Dark Elves. The arrow contained dark force. Once it pierced an object, it would detonate, and its might was extremely frightening. If Yang Feng hadn't used divine blood steel to comprehensively strengthen the mechanical lightning aurora python, this arrow would have seriously injured it. It's impolite not to reciprocate. I'll let you have a taste of my power. A fierce glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and a vast dragon might spread from him. He opened his mouth and belched a black dragon breath that shot towards the direction from which the dark arrow came from lightning fast. The black dragon breath flew at an astonishing speed. Practically in an instant, it arrived in the mushroom forest and barreled towards a beautiful dark elven beauty with a sexy figure. The pretty face of the dark elven beauty with legend rank cultivation base flickered, and she reached out and grabbed a dark elven beauty beside her to block the black dragon's breath. The dark elven beauty with level 3 warlock rank strength, who was used as a shield, was engulfed by the black dragon's dragon breath. She uttered extremely mournful screams, and then abruptly stopped as she was burned to ashes. The dark elven beauty with legend rank cultivation base rolled on the ground and dodged the terrifying black dragon breath. But her reaction was still a bit slow, and her right hand was grazed by the black dragon breath. As if maggots on a bone, the black dragon breath spread along her right hand and devoured her flesh. The dark elven beauty spun the sword in her hand and decisively cut off the flesh on her right hand that was corroded by the black dragon breath. Blood flowed, revealing ghastly white bones. The dark elven beauty swept her right hand that was corroded by the black dragon breath, and her beautiful eyes flickered with an enigmatic light, as expected of an expert who made the great matriarch eat a loss. Sure enough, this Ian isn't an ordinary archwizard. The might of that dragon breath isn't inferior to that of an adult black dragon. Charity had me and Polly intercept him. It seems that she wants to kill him with a borrowed knife. Framing and killing each other had never stopped among the dark elven race. What the goddess Lolth liked the most was to watch dark elven geniuses kill each other. On the one hand, it was because she was cruel by nature. On the other hand, when dark elven geniuses killed each other, their souls would return to her divine country and become her toys, servants, slaves, and troops. In addition, fratricide could also enhance the strength of dark elves. At the same time, it would cause internal strife, making it impossible for them to unite and contend against her rule. Hannah only blocked it for a moment. After discovering Yang Feng's strength and terror, she gave up on the idea of sniping him with all her might. A dark elven beauty walked up to Hannah and asked, "Lady Hannah, what should we do now?" Hannah's thoughts revolved lightning fast, and she ordered, "Continue the pursuit." The dark elven beauty responded respectfully, "Yes, sir." The 5,000 dark elven warriors riding dark leopards ran out of the mushroom forest and chased after Yang Feng from afar. Hannah, riding a dark leopard, moved unhurriedly among the crowd, showing no intention of pursuing Yang Feng by herself. She was well aware that following a large group was the safest choice. After breaking through Hannah's interception, Yang Feng landed on the ground, switched to another black wildebeest, and rushed towards the entrance of the dark forest day and night. The dark forest was located in the deepest part of the 9th floor of the Feisua Plains underground world. The dark forest was shrouded in a black fog all year round. Shrouded by the black fog, even dark elves with innate night vision could hardly see more than 10 meters away. Moreover, the black fog restrained all kinds of spells. Without the two powerful weapons, archery and magic, dark elves felt as if their hands had been chopped off in the dark forest. There were also countless terrifying demonic plants in the dark forest. Even many legend-rank dark elves who entered the dark forest died. There were even demigod-rank dark elven heroes who entered the dark forest, never to return. In the end, under the divine decree, the dark forest became a forbidden area for dark elves. No dark elves were allowed to enter. After breaking through the obstruction of Hannah and her party, Yang Feng and his party quickly arrived at the real entrance to the dark forest. Yang Feng looked at the dark forest, frowned slightly, and his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. "This is the dark forest." There were countless huge, ancient trees growing in the dark forest. The huge, ancient trees seemed to run through heaven and earth, piercing through the 9th floor of the underground world and growing towards the 8th floor of the underground world. Needles, sawtooth-like leaves, weird tree vines, huge man-eating flowers, and all kinds of branches brimming with dangerous auras and characteristics of dangerous extraordinary plants extended from the huge ancient trees. With his keen eyesight, Yang Feng could vaguely see eerie and strange skeletons hanging on the branches of the ancient tree. By relying on the keen intuition of a level 3 warlock, Yang Feng could feel the waves of dangerous aura coming from the dark forest. Even someone as powerful as him could die in the dark forest if he wasn't careful. Gleistar took a look at the dark forest, frowned slightly, and said solemnly, "Master, kill Ezramia." The dark forest was too dangerous. The dark forest was said to be the dwelling place of an existence of the Tsangji plane, which was even more terrifying than devils and fiends. Even gods were not its opponent. Even deities who entered the dark forest could fall. This is a forbidden area. It's too dangerous for us to enter. A peculiar glint flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he quickly made a judgment. In the Tsangji plane, existences stronger than gods are terrifying existences above the glorious Dawn Warlock rank. No, since this dark forest has not been invaded by anyone. In that case, the strength of this existence should be above that of a great divine power god. In other words, this is a relic site of a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. Chapter 331. Warlock monarchs were fearsome existences of the Tsangji plane that could contend against mighty divine force rank gods. Even in the 8 Warlock dynasties, Warlock monarchs were the pinnacle powerhouses. After the collapse of the 8 Warlock dynasties, Warlock monarchs were the strongest powerhouses of the Tsangji plane for a long period of time. Every Warlock monarch possessed the terrifying power to move mountains and drain seas, pluck stars and grab moons, and destroy a plane. After the collapse of the 8th Warlock dynasty, the Tsangji plane's Warlock civilization declined a lot. It has been more than 10,000 years since the birth of a new Warlock monarch. At present, the strongest known powerhouses of the Tsangji plane were merely Infinity Warlock. Even if some treasures casually leaked out from a relic site of a Warlock monarch rank powerhouse, it would still be able to benefit the little Warlock Yang Feng greatly. Of course, a relic site of a Warlock monarch rank powerhouse was extremely dangerous, and even gods might die inside. Warlock monarch rank powerhouses could completely suppress their terrifying life force field. But that was only when they were alive. But once they were on the verge of death, they could no longer suppress their power, and their terrifying life force field would combine with the surrounding environment and form all kinds of frightening and strange phenomena. The various frightening and strange phenomena formed by the dissipation of life force before the death of a Warlock monarch rank powerhouse could even kill gods. Yang Feng only thought for a moment before dispelling the idea of treasure hunting in the dark forest. He was well aware that this was the dark forest, a place where even god-rank powerhouses could die, and a god-rank powerhouse could squash him to death with a finger. At most, he could only move around in the periphery of the dark forest. If he entered the dark forest, he would undoubtedly die. Ezramia hugged Yang Feng and sighed faintly, saying, "Ian, as Gleistar said, the dark forest is a dangerous forbidden area that even the gods fear. You should just kill me. In this way, I can still be reborn in the divine country of the mighty god." Yang Feng sneered. Reborn in the divine country of the gods? That's when your soul is received into the divine country. Most of your memories and feelings will disappear, and some will even disappear completely. The new memories and feelings were given to you by God. Would you still be the real you if you were reborn like that? Once the soul of a powerhouse like Ezramia returned to the divine country of a god, if there was no special reason, most of her memories would be erased and instilled with all kinds of memories and feelings loyal to the gods, turning her into a tool that could evolve in the hands of the gods. It was not impossible to be reborn in the divine kingdom of the gods and retain the emotions and memories from when they were alive. However, it required a large amount of divine power or the use of treasures with special nomological powers to achieve that. Unless there was a special reason, the gods wouldn't do that. Slightly startled, Ezramia exclaimed, "How do you know this secret?" This secret was only circulated in a small circle of powerhouses, and Ezramia learned of it by chance. She didn't know how Yang Feng knew this secret that could shake the foundation of the gods. Yang Feng smiled and said nothing. This was a secret for the people of the Feisua plain, But for the Tsangji Plains demonic fighting sect and the other 9 great sects, it was just common sense. This was the huge difference in information between the 2 planes. Let's go. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and stepped into the dark forest with Azramia and Glystar on his back. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the entrance of the dark forest, strange ripples rose in the space there, and a twisted black face suddenly appeared in the void, revealing a strange smile. The backs of Yang Feng and his party disappeared. The path leading to the inside of the dark forest covered in rotten leaves was empty, as if no one had entered. Shortly after Yang Feng and his party entered the dark forest, a 5,000-strong dark elven army riding dark leopards, led by a beautiful dark elf with a curvy waist, stopped in front of the entrance of the dark forest. A beautiful dark elven warrior came to the side of the dazzling dark elven powerhouse and respectfully asked, "Lady Polly, what should we do now?" Polly took a deep look at the depths of the dark forest, and her gaze fell on the path full of fallen leaves and exuding the smell of decay, yet devoid of footprints. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with apprehension, and she said solemnly, "Let's wait outside for them to come out." Another beautiful dark elven warrior frowned and said solemnly, "Madam Polly, Commander Charity ordered us to chase after Ian. Ian has escaped inside. We should chase after him." Polly's beautiful eyes flashed with an incomparably cold, murderous intent, but she said with a smile, "That makes sense. In that case, Diana, take your group of people and immediately go inside to track Ian's traces. This is an order, don't disobey." Diana's pretty complexion changed, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with fear. "Madam Polly, this..." The dark forest was a terrifying and perilous place where even divine spirit experts would fall if they entered its depths. Diana only possessed level 3 warlock rank strength. Once she entered the dark forest, she would most likely die. Polly smiled gloomily, her beautiful eyes shimmered with killing intent, and she uttered while stressing each syllable, "Diana, this is an order. Do you want to disobey it?" Diana was a spy planted by Charity in Polly's side, and Polly had been looking for an opportunity to eradicate her for a long time. Now that she got such a good opportunity, Polly naturally wouldn't let her go. Polly's confidants and personal guards surrounded Diana, and their beautiful eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. Diana gritted her teeth and said with a look of helplessness and hatred, "Yes, Madam Polly. I'll take my men inside." Polly said coldly, "Don't dawdle, go inside at once." "Yes, Madam Polly." Under Polly's urging, Diana quickly gathered her troops and entered the dark forest one by one. The dark elven warriors saw strange ripples set off in space, and then Diana and the other dark elven warriors disappeared into the ripples. As if they were swallowed by something, they didn't appear on the other side. When the dark elven warriors saw this scene, a chill welled up in their hearts, and no one proposed to enter the dark forest again. Hannah came from the rear with 5,000 dark elven warriors. When she saw Polly, she asked, "Polly, why didn't you take anyone inside?" Polly said with a sweet smile, "I already sent people inside to track Ian and them. Hannah, since you're here, then I'll give you the credit for hunting down Ian." Hannah took a deep look at the dark forest, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with apprehension. She instinctively felt the great terror lurking inside the dark forest. Hannah suddenly said with a smile, "In that case, I'll stay here and help you, Polly." Polly also smiled slightly. "Okay." The nearly 10,000 dark elven warriors immediately surrounded the entrance to the dark forest, and no one dared to rashly enter the dark forest. "What are you two doing? Didn't I order you to pursue Ian and them? Why are you still here?" Commanding the main force of the Dark Leopard Corps, Charity came from the rear. When she found Hannah and Polly, she berated them sternly. Polly immediately reported, "Great Commander, I've sent people into the dark forest to track Ian and them. As long as there's news of them, I'll send people inside to support them." Charity frowned and said coldly, This is a divine decree from the great goddess Lolth. Ian and the other two must be captured at all costs. I order you two to enter the dark forest and continue to pursue Ian." A cold glint flashed in Hannah's eyes, and she said with a cold smile, "Yes, great commander. However, the dark forest is too dangerous. The two of us and our subordinates are a little understaffed. Great commander, please enter the dark forest with us." Polly also said with a cold smile, "That's right. We're too weak by ourselves. Great commander, please enter the dark forest with us." Anger flashed in Charity's beautiful eyes, and she said coldly, "You take the people inside first, I'll follow." A cold glint flashed in Polly's eyes, and she said aggressively, "That won't do. Even if it's you, great commander, if you violate the divine decree, won't you end up badly? Let's go in together, great commander." "No need to argue. Let's all go in together." Accompanied by a cold yet alluring voice, the charming and coquettish Dolores slowly walked in, a fragrance wafting from her. "Greetings, great matriarch." When Charity and the other two saw Dolores, their pretty faces changed, and they lowered their heads and said respectfully. Dolores was a frightening advanced demigod rank powerhouse. In the era when gods stood high above the stars, she was one of the most powerful people in the Fesua Plains secular world. After Pope Gleistar was declared a traitor, she grasped practically all the power of the Dark Elves. Dolores said in a cold voice, "Have all your subordinates go in. You come with me. This time we must capture Ian and them. No, whether dead or alive, Azramia must not be allowed to leave the underground world alive. Otherwise, you'll all be made into evil spirit dolls." When they heard that, Charity and the other two stiffened, and their beautiful eyes filled with fear. The evil spirit puppet dolls were monsters made from living dark elves using all kinds of evil secret method. The method used to make the evil spirit puppet dolls was cruel, bloody, and terrifying to the extreme. It was one of the most vicious punishments of the dark elven race. Chapter 332. Charity's eyes flashed with unswerving determination, and she said resolutely, "Yes, great matriarch, we'll do our best to prevent Azramia from leaving the underground world alive." Charity would rather die than be made into an evil spirit puppet doll. If she died, she could be reborn in Goddess Loltha's divine country. But once she was made into an evil spirit puppet doll, she would live a life worse than death, living in endless pain and torture. That was the cruelest thing. Hannah's group of two also said resolutely, "Great matriarch, we won't let Azramia leave the underground world alive at all costs." Under the orders of Charity and the other two commanders, the Dark Leopard Corps entered the dark forest. As if a terrifying monster, the dark forest devoured the Dark Leopard Corps. When all the warriors of the Dark Demonic Leopard Corps disappeared into the dark forest, a strange demonic face suddenly appeared and revealed a sinister smile. "A bunch of idiots. This is the place where he once stayed. It's not time yet, so even gods don't dare to enter. What a bunch of uncultured barbarians." A young man with black hair and yellow skin, tied into a ponytail, dressed like an oriental swordsman, unhurriedly walked out of the void, took a deep look at the dark forest, and revealed a contemptuous smile. Then, he revealed a contemplative expression. However, the dark elves really deserve their reputation. Every one of them is a beauty. Compared to us humans, they are much stronger. Since I've come to this plane, I must have a good taste of the legendary dark elves. Someone else is coming. The eyes of the young man dressed like an oriental swordsman congealed, then ripples enveloped him, and he disappeared. A tall and burly man, looking like a bear, trod on two black clouds, ran all the way from the horizon and plunged into the dark forest. Not long after, a golden-haired, blue-eyed man flew over from afar and disappeared into the dark forest. One after another, powerhouses from different places entered the dark forest. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the dark forest, he felt as if he was shrouded in a thick fog. He frowned slightly, keenly sensing that his connection with the weave had been severed. The weave was an existence created by the goddess of the weave by relying on the laws of the plane. It was said that it covered the entire plane and was everywhere. Even the elven race's moonlight tree could borrow the power of the weave. The dense fog of the dark forest cut off the connection between Yang Feng and the weave, indicating that the level of power contained in the dark forest may even surpass that of the goddess of the weave. Fortunately, I'm not a wizard of the Feisua plane, or else I wouldn't be able to use spells. But even so, the power of many spells cast here will be pitifully weak. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and cast the level 0 spell Mage Hand. Shortly after the transparent Mage Hand took shape, it collapsed and disappeared. This phenomenon made Yang Feng crease his eyebrows slightly. Logia and elemental spells used the caster's spirit force as the source of power and the spell model as the core to communicate with the mysterious laws of the plane and mobilize the vigor of heaven and earth to produce all kinds of powerful and miraculous phenomena. It was with the help of the power of heaven and earth that the spells of wizards and warlocks were so powerful that they could easily insta-kill body-tempering martial artists of the same rank. However, in places with abnormal plane laws and abnormal vigor of heaven and earth, the strength of wizards would be weakened to a pitiful extent. Warlocks, on the other hand, had extremely tyrannical fleshly bodies after continuous evolution. They could quickly adapt to any environment, which was one of the strongest aspects of human warlock. He. I am Yang Feng from the Zhangji Plain. I came to the Feisua Plain to hunt demigods. All of a sudden, the faces of babies appeared on a large tree. Strange laughter came from the faces of the babies. How could this be? Yang Feng's heart shook, his body trembled slightly, and fear and killing intent welled up inside him. Entering the Feisua Plain from the Zhangji Plain was one of Yang Feng's greatest secret. No one on the Feisua Plain knew about this secret. Once it was known that Yang Feng came from the Zhangji Plain, everything he had on the Feisua Plain would be destroyed. Gleistar had betrayed her faith and lost all her power. At the same time, Goddess Lolth could no longer see or hear anything through her. Esramia, on the other hand, was a believer of the elven gods. As long as the primary god she believed in looked at her, he would know everything about her with a thought. Only by killing Esramia before the gaze of the primary god she believed in fell on her, and then destroying the memories of her soul, would Yang Feng have a chance at survival. I am Yang Feng, I came from Earth. My greatest reliance is the technology one inherited from the Shizu. The faces of the babies on the trees were grinning and their mouths were constantly opening and closing, revealing the secrets hidden in the depths of Yang Feng's heart that he was most afraid of being discovered by others. Don't say any more. You freaks. Eyes bloodshot, a fierce glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and a bloodthirsty glint shrouded his eyes. He issued a fearsome roar, and wanted to rush over and smash the faces of the babies growing on the trees one by one. The host is being eroded by negative spirit force. Activating stimulation therapy. A sharp pain suddenly came from Yang Feng's sea of knowledge, making him, who was on the verge of erupting, hold his head in pain and gasp for breath. There were no sound fluctuations detected in the surroundings. It was just an illusion, the host. Just now, you were hit by an illusion, which was comparable to a level 5 spell. Because the spirit spell was too strange, the black dragon bloodline inside you could not completely offset the influence of the illusion. A line of information flashed in front of Yang Feng's eyes. Yang Feng was slightly alarmed, and cold sweat flowed down his back. So I was hit by an illusion, how strange. My black dragon bloodline didn't react. This illusion is really terrifying. Ancient black dragons were immune to the vast majority of spirit spells, and Yang Feng, who possessed the ancient black dragon bloodline, was immune to most spirit spells as well. Now, he was actually being eroded by that spiritual spell. The might of that spiritual spell was so strong and its rank was so high that it was simply shocking. When Yang Feng took a closer look at the tree full of baby faces, he saw a thick layer of bones under the tree full of baby faces. Countless skulls piled up on top of the decaying leaves, forming a strange and terrifying scene. Tree vines full of sharp thorns were scattered around the large tree. Once ordinary experts got close to the strange tree, they would be instantly pierced through by the tree vines full of sharp teeth. Yang Feng's complexion became very unsightly. He recognized the origin of the strange tree at a glance. This is a level 5 extraordinary plant baby face evil tree. The spirit spells released by the baby face evil tree can even unwittingly confuse God. I'm sorry. I didn't want to. I really had no choice. I wanted to live. Jenna. Behind Yang Feng, Gleistar sobbed uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face, her body trembled, and she screamed miserably. As Ramia also trembled and struggled behind Yang Feng, a look of pain and fear on her face. If it wasn't for the fact that she was seriously injured and couldn't muster any strength, she would have already seriously injured Yang Feng. With a thought, Yang Feng cast the innate level 4 spell Dragon Breath and belched a fearsome dragon breath that slammed into the strange baby-face evil tree in a flash. When the terrifying dragon breath landed on the baby-faced evil tree, raging flames engulfed the baby-faced evil tree. The baby-face evil tree issued mournful cries, and countless tree vines buried in the ground surged and stabbed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng brandished the sword in his hand, and sword rays shone and turned into sword afterimages that shot towards the tree vines. The vines of the baby-face evil tree were severed, and a copious amount of blood-like sap shot out from the severed parts and scattered on the ground. Almost at the same time, a series of blood-curdling screams from the baby-face ghost tree rang out from within the black demonic mist. The mournful screams of the baby-faced evil trees resounded according to a certain rhythm, forming a strange sound wave that bombarded Yang Feng as well as Gleistar and Ramia on his back. Yang Feng felt a stifling sensation in his chest, a fishy taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth. His complexion turned extremely pale. Blood with a slightly fishy smell flowed down Yang Feng's back and dripped on him. Clearly, Ramia and Gleistar were seriously injured. Yang Feng gritted his teeth and raised his hand, and a 5x5 black magic tent suddenly appeared. He drilled into the magic tent. As soon as he entered the magic tent, the ear-piercing screams of the babies subsided by a lot. Yang Feng went to a corner of the magic tent and kept adding magic stones to it. Only with sufficient magic stones could the magic tent withstand the baby-face ghost tree's soundless mental attack and strange whistling sound. The baby-face ghost tree that was hit by the dragon breath screamed in pain and struggled. In the end, it was completely devoured by the dragon breath and turned into ashes. The spirit attacks of the baby-face evil tree were silent and impossible to guard against. Even God-rank powerhouses could be hit by them if they were careless. However, the baby-face evil tree feared fire the most, and a dragon breath could burn it to ashes. Chapter 333. Many extraordinary life forms had weaknesses. Some transcendent creatures were powerful but stupid. Some transcendent creatures were afraid of fire. Some transcendent creatures were afraid of sunlight. Some transcendent creatures were afraid of water. By finding the weaknesses of those extraordinary life forms, it would be easy for the weak to defeat the strong. The reason why the Tsangji Plains human warlocks conquered countless plains was because the human warlocks absorbed the knowledge of the countless plains and formed a unique warlock cultivation system. No matter what kind of harsh environment they were in, they wouldn't lose their fighting strength. In some special planes, where the vigor of heaven and earth was in disorder, wizards or life forms specializing in magic were extremely weak. However, warlocks could still possess a powerful physique comparable to that of extraordinary life forms. In this fog, the vigor of heaven and earth was blocked by a mysterious force, making it nearly impossible to cast spells. If it was an elemental warlock, they would find it difficult to cast spells, and could only rely on their tyrannical physique to fight. However, for a bloodline warlock like Yang Feng, he could stimulate the power of his bloodline and cast various innate spells. After the babyface evil tree was burned to ashes, Yang Feng heaved a slight sigh of relief and withdrew into the magic tent. Yang Feng looked at Glystar and asked quickly, "The dark forest is very dangerous. We'll stay here for now. After you've fully recovered, we'll find a way to get out. When will you be able to restore your demigod rank cultivation base, Glystar?" A terrifying existence like the baby-face evil tree had already appeared in the periphery of the dark forest. Who knew what terrifying existences were in the deepest part of the dark forest? Yang Feng wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could do better than those gods. Glystar's beautiful eyes dimmed and she sighed faintly. No! The power to break through to the demigod rank came from the goddess Lolth. Now the goddess Lolth deprived me of this power, unless another true god accepts me and gives me enough divine power. Otherwise, even after I recover, I can only fight as a legend rank archer. The more powerful a clergyman was, the closer they were to the gods, and the more serious the divine power erosion. After losing the favor of the goddess Lolth, Glystar was already very lucky not to die. It would be extremely difficult for her to restore her demigod rank cultivation base. Then we'll wait for you to recover your legendary level combat power before we find a way to leave this place. A look of exhaustion in his eyes, Yang Feng took out several vials of elixirs and poured them into his and Glystar's mouths, and then closed his eyes to recuperate and restore his physical strength and spirit force. After drinking the potion, Glystar closed her eyes and urged her power to repair her limbs. As Ramia looked at Yang Feng in a daze, and the bizarre light of the curse on her forehead dimmed a bit. Clearly, the demonic fog had a strong suppressive effect on her curse. Time elapsed, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Feng's group of 3 were holed up inside the small magic tent, as if stones, motionless. On the 3rd day, Yang Feng suddenly opened his eyes and pressed with his hand, and the magic dragon leather ribbons wrapped around Azramia and Glystar and flew onto his back. The magic tent also became transparent, allowing people to see the scene outside from inside the tent. Azramia and Glystar were smart women. When they saw that Yang Feng looked as if he was facing a great enemy, they remained motionless and vaguely guessed the truth of the matter. "Big Sister Azramia, you're actually hiding here. It really took me a lot of effort to find you." A charming, alluring, and enchanting voice came from the side, and the extremely enchanting and sexy dark elven great matriarch Dolores walked over with a smile on her face. Next to Dolores were 3 extremely beautiful dark elves. They were Charity, Hannah, and Polly. Dolores was untainted by even a speck of dust. It was as if she was taking a leisurely stroll in the dangerous dark forest. Charity and the other 2 were in tatters and riddled with scars. Their injuries were not light. The tens of thousands of dark elven warriors of the Dark Leopard Corps had already disappeared. Hiding inside the magic tent, Yang Feng looked outside and saw Dolores's enigmatic expression at a glance. Her gaze had already fallen on the magic tent enchanted with advanced stealth. Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he rushed out of the magic tent. Looking at Dolores in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, countless thoughts revolving in his mind. Dolores showed a bewitching smile, her beautiful eyes full of ridicule and delight. "Big Sister Azramia, the most beautiful and honorable woman on the surface, Your Majesty the great elven monarch. You are in a very miserable state. I heard that you were hit by the curse kiss of Lolth. That's really pitiful. After being hit by the spell kiss of Lolth, even the most chaste goddess will degenerate into the most lowly sow. I feel indescribable delight at the thought of the most honorable great elven monarch Azramia degenerating into the most lowly sow." In the battle in the Moonlight Square, the two demigod-rank powerhouses Dolores and Gleistar besieged Azramia, yet they still weren't her match. That battle filled Dolores with jealousy of Azramia. Now, she felt indescribable delight at the thought that the person she regarded as her greatest enemy and rival was about to degenerate into the lowest rung. As Ramia's pretty face turned extremely pale, she clenched her silver teeth, and her tender body trembled. Dolores revealed an expression of a cat toying with a mouse. She smiled charmingly and said viciously, "Big sister Azramia, don't worry. I won't hurt you. After the kiss of Lolth curse breaks out completely, I'll help you find 100 men. Of course, demonic beasts are fine as well. I'll let them satisfy you, and then send the magic image back to the elves. It must be very interesting." Face pale, Azramia clenched her silver teeth and said, "Dolores, even if we're enemies, it's fine if you just kill me. Why do you have to be so vicious?" A trace of frustration streaked past the abyss of Dolores's beautiful eyes, and her charming face revealed a trace of ridicule. "Because I'm a dark elf. Isn't it the nature of us dark elves to be vicious, cunning, and cruel? Only the most vicious, cunning, and cruel people can win the favor of the great goddess." The competition among dark elves was extremely cruel. In order to rise to the top, they would resort to almost any means. Conspiracies, betrayals, and massacres ran through the history of every upper-class dark elf. In order to ascend to the throne of the great matriarch, Dolores had also piled up corpses beneath her feet. Dolores's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she smiled sweetly like a lover whispering in his ear. "Ian, give me these 2 women. As long as you give them to me, not only will I guarantee your safety, but I'll also let you have fun with them. One is the most outstanding woman of the elves, the great elven monarch, and the other is the former pope of the dark elven church. You can play with them as you please, and it doesn't matter even if you're done with them. As long as you offer them to me, then apart from me, I'll give you any woman of the dark elves you like to have fun with. How about Charity? She's a famous cold beauty among dark elves, and she's also a very rare virgin." Dolores gently grasped with her lily-white hand, and Charity, who was standing beside her, was involuntarily caught by her. She casually tapped Charity with a finger, and Charity's delicate body went limp. Her pretty face blushed, and she revealed an extremely flirtatious expression. She twisted her delicate snake-like body, exuding an astonishing charm. Charity's eyes shimmered with shame, but she couldn't muster any strength to stop Dolores. Yang Feng said unhurriedly, "Your proposal is very tempting." Azramia's beautiful eyes shimmered dimly, and she sighed faintly in her heart. Gleistar's eyes swiveled, her thoughts unknown. Dolores glanced at Yang Feng, and the abyss of her beautiful eyes shimmered with contempt. In the end, men are only at this level. Yang Feng gave an unruly smile. His eyes flickered with a sharp glint, and he moved unscrupulously around Dolores's vitals. "However, I prefer to take the initiative. Pray that I take the initiative to catch makes me more excited. Besides, Dolores, I think it would be very interesting to catch you and make you my pet in the future." Azramia covered her cherry lips and revealed a smile. A cold glint flashed past Dolores's beautiful eyes, and she sighed faintly. "Ian, I thought you were a smart person. Now it seems that you're just an idiot. In that case, go to hell." As Dolores spoke, Yang Feng suddenly burst out and shot towards the baby-face Evil Tree Grove. "It's no use." Dolores smiled sweetly and pointed with her lily-white finger. Strange fluctuations of magic diffused from her fingertips, and then collapsed and disappeared. "I forgot that I can't cast spells in this environment. However, Ian, the gap in strength between you and me is like a moat. No matter how you struggle, I'll crush you to death like an ant." Dolores showed a flirtatious smile, took a step forward, crossed a distance of hundreds of meters, and appeared behind Yang Feng. Her lily-white palm, carrying no trace of smoke or fire, slapped towards Yang Feng's head. Baby faces strangely appeared on the surrounding trees, and a burst of laughter that didn't exist suddenly sounded in the forest. Dolores's beautiful eyes shimmered with confusion, and she stiffened and stopped in place. Chapter 334. The host is being eroded by negative spirit force. Activating stimulation therapy. Just as Yang Feng was about to lose himself in the illusion of the baby-face evil trees, a sharp pain rose in his sea of knowledge. He clenched his teeth and frantically rushed into the distance. During the past few days, Yang Feng didn't do nothing. He released a large number of mechanical insects to find a way out of the baby-face evil trees. Although he would still suffer from the mental attacks of the baby-face evil trees, but he wouldn't suffer from physical attack. There were hundreds of baby-face evil trees in the forest, and Yang Feng didn't have the strength to spew more than 100 breaths of dragon breath. A series of strange laughter rang out from the baby-face ghost tree group. Every time he heard such laughter, Yang Feng felt a stabbing pain in his sea of knowledge. Amid the whirlpool of pain, Yang Feng clenched his teeth and madly dashed along the way. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a series of childlike screams rang out from the baby-face evil trees. Countless terrifying sound waves condensed into one and blasted toward the rear. Yang Feng took a look behind him and mused. Did they make a move? I wonder who will win and who will lose this battle. Dolores was a terrifying high-level demigod powerhouse. If she was in the outside world, she could borrow the world's essence energy to cast all kinds of powerful spells. She could easily use fire spells to destroy the entire baby-face evil tree forest. But in the dark forest, every bit of power she used consumed her own power. Even if it was a demigod-rank powerhouse, without any powerful treasures, it would be difficult to destroy the baby-face evil trees by relying on their own power. As soon as Yang Feng passed through the baby-face evil trees, a wasteland of bones exuding a strong stench of corpses appeared in front of him. Flocks of skeletons were linked together. They had a pair of skeletal wings and were riding a gust of wind. The skeletal crows were constantly flying among the skeletons. Bone demonic crows were undead life forms comparable to level 1 extraordinary life forms. They were strange undead life forms formed from the powerful life energy and death aura emitted by warlocks and the condensation of bones. A single demonic skeleton crow wasn't too terrifying. However, there were countless demonic skeleton crows in the wasteland of bones. It was as though they covered the entire sky. As soon as Yang Feng and his party stepped into the wilderness of bones, as if smelling prey, the dense crowd of bone crows flapped their wings and flew towards them like dark clouds. Yang Feng's complexion changed greatly. He pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, and a 10-meter-tall, remodeled obsidian golem suddenly appeared in front of him. With a light leap, he jumped into the chest of the obsidian golem with Ezramia on his back. The obsidian golem's magic patterns flickered, and it cast advanced aura masking and mimicry. The aura of Yang Feng's group of 3 was completely concealed, and the obsidian golem's external appearance changed into a huge giant skeleton. The dense crowd of bone crows lost their target, and then circled around the obsidian golem transformed into a giant skeleton. Many bone crows landed on the obsidian golem transformed into a giant skeleton, looking like they were resting. The place where Yang Feng's group of 3 previously stood was occupied by countless bone crows. Looking outside through the obsidian golem, Yang Feng's group of 3 could see countless bone crows occupying the surroundings. The dense crowd of bone crows could scare people with trypophobia half to death. When she saw the countless bone crows, Ezramia's scalp couldn't help but turn numb. Even if she was at her peak, she would have no choice but to retreat when she encountered the terrifying flock of skeletal demonic crows. If she went all out and fought to the death, then even someone as tyrannical as her would eventually die of exhaustion. The wasteland of bones suddenly trembled violently. A skeletal demonic crow that was dozens of meters long with a body made of dragon bones and a skull of a giant on top of its head suddenly flew out from the endless skeletons. It was a skeletal demonic crow with a white jade-like luster. The huge bone crow exuded frightening starry sky warlock rank might. The frightening fluctuations of power emitted by the bone crow were even several times stronger than Azramia's. When Yang Feng's group of 3 hiding inside the obsidian golem saw the frightening bone crow, their countenances suddenly changed dramatically, and they fell silent. In the wilderness of bones, even if Azramia came here at her peak, she might not be the opponent of the Starry Sky Warlock rank Bone Crow. Yang Feng looked at the Starry Sky Warlock rank Bone Crow with a dignified glint in his eyes. What a fearsome fellow! How powerful was the former master of the Dark Forest! Just a trace of his life force fluctuations reached the periphery, yet such a fearsome monster was born. Squawk! The Starry Sky Warlock rank Bone Crow suddenly opened its maw, dark soul flames flickered in its skull-like eye sockets, and it issued a strange shriek. Squawk! 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 All of a sudden, the dense flock of skeletal devil crows began to cry out. The cries of countless bone crows reverberated in the wilderness of bones. Combining with the cries of the Starry Sky Warlock rank Bone Crow, they formed a strange soul sound wave that reverberated in the area. When Yang Feng heard the strange cries, his heart suddenly throbbed strangely, his body trembled uncontrollably, and the soul seed in his sea of knowledge shook slightly. The host's soul is shaken. According to the current strength analysis, the host's soul seed will shatter after 10 minutes, and the host's soul will leave the body and die. Immediately cut off the sound transmission. The inside of the obsidian golem quickly formed a vacuum layer, which cut off the soul trill. When the strange sound disappeared completely, Yang Feng felt that he could control his body. A wet feeling came from his face. Yang Feng wiped it with his hand, and his palm was covered in blood. Yang Feng looked at the blood in his hand, frowned, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. How dangerous! I almost died. Furthermore, I died in an unclear manner, without the power to fight back. The Dark Forest is really dangerous. The wilderness of bones was still the outermost part of the Dark Forest, yet the Starry Sky Warlock rank Bone Crow was actually proficient in the level 5 spell Soul Shock sound wave. This greatly exceeded Yang Feng's expectations. If it wasn't for the smart chip implanted in Yang Feng and the Black Dragon armor, he would have died silently to the Soul Shock sound wave cast by the Starry Sky Warlock rank Bone Crow. Suddenly, an incomparably tyrannical aura came from behind. Dolores, covered in wounds, forcibly rushed out of the baby-face Evil Tree Forest. Dolores had just rushed out of the baby-face Evil Tree Grove, when the strange sound wave that could shock people's souls slammed into her. Her soul shook wildly, and she stood in place, a look of pain on her pretty face. Wisps of dark force pervaded her body. On the Feisua plane, the powers that ordinary humans cultivated were called Qi and magic, while experts of other races cultivated different secret methods. The power that dark elves cultivated was called dark force, the power that kindred cultivated was called blood energy, and the power that dragons cultivated was called dragon force. The power that Sangji Plains human warlocks cultivated was called life force. As time passed, blood slowly flowed out from the 7 orifices on Dolores's face. Traces of bright red blood flowed down her beautiful face, making her look like an extremely beautiful female ghost. Her beauty was mixed with great terror. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the earth shook, and a vast and boundless pressure gushed out from the deepest part of the dark forest. The Starry Sky Warlock rank Bone Crow suddenly issued a mournful cry and plunged into the pile of bones. Countless bone crows suddenly flew up, pounced on the Starry Sky Warlock rank Bone Crow, and formed a pile of bones on it. A mysterious gray aura slowly blew out from the dark forest. When the gray aura came into contact with the bone crows immediately collapsed and lost all signs of life. they turned into skeletons that scattered on the ground. Virtually in an instant, the gray aura hit the obsidian golem, and the spells cast on the obsidian golem immediately collapsed. The gray gas ignored the obsidian golem's outer armor, entered the cockpit, and blew towards Yang Feng, and a gloomy and cold feeling swept through him. When the gray aura blew at Azramia, the curse imprint on her forehead flickered, and, as if about to collapse, it eventually dimmed. She suddenly felt her body become a lot more relaxed. Glystar, however, showed no reaction. Yang Feng pushed open the chest of the obsidian golem, rushed out, and pulled the trigger with the super-gravity gun in his hand at Dolores in the distance. One after another, super-gravity spheres shot out and bombarded Dolores's body. Boom! Dolores felt as if she was being pressed down by a mountain. Like a frog being run over by a car, she was pressed to the ground. Yang Feng opened his mouth and unleashed dragon breath. Suddenly, a fearsome dragon breath barreled towards Dolores like a meteor. Even if it was a demigod rank expert, once hit by the dragon breath, they would be seriously injured. Chapter 335. Dolores chanted a magic sentence and spatial power surged out and enveloped her. She activated Blink, instantly disappearing from where she stood and retreating 100 meters away. At this moment, Charity and the other two powerhouses walked out of the babyface ghost tree forest covered in blood. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, Yang Feng blurred into motion, turned into a stream of black light, and rushed into the depths of the dark forest. Although Dolores's injuries weren't light, but she was an advanced demigod rank powerhouse after all. So long as she recovered a bit of her strength, Yang Feng wouldn't be her opponent. Dolores's beautiful eyes flashed with resentment, and she uttered while stressing each syllable, "Ian, how dare you attack me? I'll capture you alive, and let you have a good taste of our Dark Elven clan's 1365 kinds of punishments." In Dolores's eyes, Yang Feng, who only had a level 3 warlock rank cultivation base, was like an ant. The fact that such an ant, who she didn't care about at all, injured her made her feel offended and enraged. Although Dolores was furious, but she still didn't take any risk. She took out a few vials of elixirs and poured them down her throat, operated dark force, and enveloped herself in a layer of black light, restoring her body and the power she consumed. Dolores had always been very cautious, which was one of the reasons why she defeated countless competitors and ascended to the throne of the great matriarch of the Dark Elves. The dark forest was full of dangers. Dolores almost died to the sound wave attack of the bone crows. The depths of the dark forest contained great dangers that could even kill gods. Naturally, Dolores wouldn't enter it while she was in a poor state. After passing through the wasteland of bones, a dense forest without a single passageway appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. All the trees in the forest had strange heads, including dragon heads, human heads, devil heads, and multi-armed trolls' heads. Countless tentacle-like vines extended from the trees, giving people a gloomy, strange, and terrifying feeling. These are extraordinary plants, headhunter trees. These are level 6 extraordinary plants. If they're not careful, even deities will be beheaded by these headhunter magic trees, and their divine power will be sucked dry. When Yang Feng saw the strange trees full of different heads, his scalp turned numb and his eyes flashed with shock and fear. A level 6 transcendent plant like the headhunter devil tree was an extremely dangerous and terrifying devil tree. They were not like ordinary transcendent plants that waited for their prey to take the bait. Once they hunted their prey, they would extract their prey's blood essence and strength, leaving only their heads, which were embedded in the tree trunk. Once the headhunter magic tree had a head, it would gain the ability to move. Furthermore, it would possess a portion of the bloodline power of the prey it devoured. According to legend, the Warlock Emperor of the Second Warlock Dynasty, the Taboo Lord, had studied the evolution system of Blood Meridian Warlocks step by step with reference to this characteristic of the headhunter magic tree. The only weakness of headhunter trees was that they were afraid of fire. However, there were hundreds of headhunter trees forming a demonic tree forest. Yang Feng was afraid that he would be devoured by the headhunter trees as soon as he spat out a dragon breath. That's not right. These headhunter demonic trees don't have any life fluctuations. Is it because of the gray aura? Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred, and he thought of the skeletal crows that collapsed due to the mysterious gray aura. After hesitating for a while, Yang Feng clenched his teeth, rushed into the forest of headhunter trees with his raimia on his back, and frantically fled into the distance. The eyes of the heads embedded in the top of the headhunter trees were lifeless, and there were no fluctuations of life coming from them. They allowed Yang Feng to pass through the strange forest. After passing through the forest of headhunter magic trees, a vast and almost boundless desert appeared before Yang Feng's eyes. Yang Feng took a deep look at the desert made of golden sand. With the keen perception of a level 3 warlock, he perceived a great terror at the bottom of the desert. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment. Then, thinking of Dolores chasing after him, coupled with the mysterious gray aura and the strange headhunter trees, he clenched his teeth and pressed his chest, and the mechanical lightning aurora python flew out at once. Yang Feng jumped lightly onto the back of the mechanical lightning aurora python. Surrounded by countless bolts of lightning, the mechanical lightning aurora python immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and flew towards the depths of the desert. The mechanical lightning aurora python's energy source was the crystal cores and high-energy crystals inside its body. Even if it couldn't use the vigor of heaven and earth, it wouldn't be affected much. After passing through the strange desert, a forest covered with all kinds of terrifying extraordinary plants appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. After passing through the forest covered with all kinds of terrifying extraordinary plants, Yang Feng and company passed through magma, mysterious lakes, weird mountain ranges with human faces, and other peerless danger zones brimming with a sense of danger. When Yang Feng passed through those areas, relying on his extraordinary perception of a level 3 warlock, he could sense some peerless existences hiding in places he couldn't perceive, and gazes full of malice fell on him. Yang Feng pretended that he wasn't aware of those terrifying existences. He braced himself and walked forward quickly, not daring to retreat. After passing through a strange, extraordinary plant forest, a 5-kilometer-wide river exuding wisps of netherworld aura gushed out of a huge cave in midair. After extending for nearly 100 kilometers, the river strangely disappeared and appeared in front of Yang Feng and company, blocking in front of them. The river water was gray, and wisps of mysterious gray aura diffused from it. Above the river, there was a shabby boat made of gray wood quietly floating. When Yang Feng arrived in front of the river, he frowned slightly. He vaguely felt that there was a great terror hidden in the gray river. After hesitating for a while, Yang Feng flicked his wrist, and a piece of dragon bast paper appeared in his hand. He lightly tapped the dragon bast paper, and it immediately flashed with light and transformed into a sparrow. The sparrow flapped its wings and flew towards the gray river in the distance. The alchemical sparrow had just flown above the gray river, when, as if it encountered an irresistible force, it fell into the gray river, completely severing its connection with Yang Feng. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly. He flicked his fingers, and alchemical eagles, alchemical dragonflies, alchemical swans, and many other alchemical treasures flew into the distance. As soon as the alchemical treasures flew above the gray river, under the effect of a mysterious force, they plunged into the gray river, directly severing their connection with Yang Feng. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then took out another stack of dragon bast paper, silently recited an incantation, and tossed it. The dragon bast paper rose into the air, turned into a 10-meter-long alchemical boat, and landed on the gray river. When the alchemical boat landed on the gray river, it was immediately eroded by the gray aura, and sank into the gray river inch by inch. What a strange river! It seems that I can only use that boat to cross it. Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, then he stepped onto the small boat. After carrying Yang Feng's group of 3, the dilapidated gray boat, which looked like it would fall apart at any moment, still floated on the water, showing no signs of sinking. When Yang Feng saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief, then picked up the wooden oar and started rowing. When the oar rowed, the gray boat moved, and a strange and terrifying life force slowly spread from the depths of the gray river. When Yang Feng sensed the terrifying life force, his body immediately became extremely tense. Under the terrifying pressure, he was practically unable to budge. The terrifying existence hidden in the depths of the gray river was a terrifying freak above ordinary gods. When the fierce and terrifying life force was released, the gray wooden oar released gray light and pressed down, and the fierce and terrifying life force disappeared. This thing, I didn't expect it to be a treasure. Yang Feng wiped the cold sweat from his back. He grabbed the gray wooden oar and looked at it for a while, his eyes flashing with a strange light. No matter how he looked at it, Yang Feng couldn't tell what material was used in the gray wooden oar, nor could he see anything strange about it. If it hadn't released the gray light just now, he wouldn't have known that the gray wooden oar contained such terrifying power. After crossing the strange gray river, Yang Feng jumped off the wooden boat, took out a dimensional badge, and activated it, attempting to store the gray wooden boat and the oar inside the dimensional badge. Bang! The dimensional badge collapsed and exploded, sending countless fragments flying in all directions. As if stimulated by something, the gray wooden boat moved on its own despite the lack of wind, and slowly but firmly swam towards the other side of the gray river. Sure enough, such a treasure isn't that easy to collect. Yang Feng looked at the gray wooden boat, and his eyes flashed with regret. He turned around and walked into the distance. After crossing the strange gray river, in the distance, a domineering palace towering into the clouds, as if supporting the entire world, appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. Rays of mystical and resplendent light shrouded the domineering palace, making it seem like a temple where the gods lived in legends. Since there's no retreat, then I can only go in and take a look. Yang Feng looked at the palace that suddenly appeared, his eyebrows creased slightly, and then relaxed. His eyes flashed with determination, and he strode towards the palace. Chapter 336. When he arrived in front of the gate of the palace, Yang Feng looked at the palace with shock in his eyes. He saw the heads of countless formidable, extraordinary life forms embedded outside the huge palace gate. There were heads of primordial dragons, heads of primordial giants, heads of abyssal fiend dukes, heads of strong divine force rank gods, heads of high elven monarchs, heads of 9-headed dragons, heads of primordial earthen beings, and other terrifying existences. Outside the palace, the heads of countless formidable existences merged with the palace. Even after who knows how many tens of thousands of years, they still exuded frightening might. Yang Feng stared at a 50-meter-long primordial dragon head with a peculiar glint in his eyes. The body of a primordial dragon contained the ultimate mysteries of dragons. If he could take out the primordial dragon head for research, then Yang Feng's embodiment might even have a chance to break through the bloodline shackles and possess god-rank battle prowess before ascending to godhood. Primordial dragons were already very rare on many planes. Furthermore, every primordial dragon was a bigwig with a world-shaking cultivation base. It was very difficult to obtain their blood and tissues. If the primordial dragon head was sold in the Tsangji plane, it might even be exchanged for a grade 9 plane. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then took out a piece of dragon bast paper and flicked his finger. The dragon bast paper turned into a demonic eagle, flapped its wings, rose into the sky, and flew towards the primordial dragon head. The demonic eagle had just flown to a distance of about 30 meters from the primordial dragon head, when it was shrouded by yellow light containing frightening power, and quickly exploded. Yang Feng frowned slightly. This is a barrier, a very powerful barrier. This barrier isn't something that I can contend against at the moment. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, pointed at his eyes, and cast the spell Spirit Eye, and a misty cyan light enveloped his eyes. Yang Feng looked at the huge palace with wide eyes, only to see that the palace was surrounded by a frightening barrier. Only the entrance to the palace wasn't covered by the barrier. At the entrance to the palace stood a 6-meter-tall stone statue with a human head, a dragon head, and a devil head. The lower half of the statue was humanoid, and it held a trident in its hand. We've finally arrived. This is the legendary palace where the Tsangji Plains Taboo Lord once lived. With a sigh, a burly, hairy, middle-aged man with strange demonic runes on his face walked over. He looked at the palace with excitement in his eyes. Taboo Lord. The Second Warlock Dynasty's Warlock Emperor. Yang Feng's heart shook greatly. Looking at the palace, tempestuous waves set off in his heart. The Taboo Lord was one of the strongest warlocks in the history of the Tsangji Plain. During his lifetime, all the plains around the Tsangji Plain were his territories. No one dared to resist his order. The bloodline warlock path was opened by the Taboo Lord, and it was still one of the 2 righteous paths leading to the pinnacle of power in the Tsangji Plain. My luck is pretty good. Before entering the Taboo Lord's palace, he would encounter 3 more prey. These 2 prey were the most beautiful elves I had ever seen in my life. How lucky! The gaze of the middle-aged man covered in long hair, looking like a bear, shifted and fell on Yang Feng and company, and his eyes flashed with excitement. The eyes of the bear-like middle-aged man flashed with a fierce glint, the demonic runes on his face lit up, and frightening great warlock rank might spread from him. He suddenly swelled and turned into a 4-meter-tall bear-like man with 1-meter-long claws. Lowly human, when you get to the netherworld, remember that the one who killed you is the Black Radiant Plains Antonia. The eyes of the terrifying bear-like man suddenly flashed with a fierce and sinister glint, and he swung his claws at Yang Feng. Idiot! You'll be the one to die. A cold glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes. The black dragon armor shone, and formidable power poured into him from the black dragon armor. He unleashed the level 4 spell dragon force. As if the embodiment of a frightening humanoid dragon, he suddenly burst out and slammed his fist into the terrifying bear-like claw. Under the frightening dragon force, the bear-like Antonia was blasted away by Yang Feng's fist and violently retreated by dozens of steps. Suddenly, as if the embodiment of a black bolt of lightning, Yang Feng rushed to in front of Adonia, stabbed his claws into Adonia's chest, and tore open a huge hole. Yang Feng opened his mouth, and a dragon breath sprayed on Adonia's body, setting him ablaze. Antonia struggled frantically in the dragon breath. After a while, he turned into a pile of ashes and disappeared. As Ramia's beautiful eyes shimmered with disgust, and she said unhurriedly, "Really, these guests from other planes are really savage." Yang Feng smiled faintly and didn't say much. Powerhouses capable of planar travel were at least great warlock rank powerhouses. These powerhouses didn't come from a higher plane like the Tsangji plane, but rather from a lower plane. After countless fights, they stepped into the pinnacle of power. When such powerhouses went to other planes, they didn't regard the intelligent life forms of other planes as beings of the same level as themselves. In front of great warlock rank powerhouses, Yang Feng's trifling level 3 warlock rank strength wasn't enough. This meant that Yang Feng didn't have the qualifications to be taken seriously by them. Interesting, Ian, you're using the power of a dragon. In other words, you're from the country of dragons. No wonder you can practice magic and martial dual cultivation. A burly, domineering middle-aged man with a Tiger King tattoo on his forehead and a thick golden tail wrapped around his waist walked out from the side, stared at Yang Feng, and uttered with a faint smile. As Ramia's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment, and she uttered unhurriedly, You're the guardian of the tiger men in the secular world, Golden Tiger Monarch. Golden Tiger Monarch swept Ezramia with a glance, a look of disappointment flashed past the abyss of his eyes, and he sighed slowly. Ezramia, this is the first time we've met. However, I've seen you many times in magic images. You're really in a sorry state now, needing the protection of a human with dirty black dragon bloodline flowing through his veins. I'm really disappointed. I thought that in the entire Fesua Plains secular world, only you had the qualifications to be my woman. What a disappointment! I'm really disappointed, Ezramia warned. Ian, Golden Tiger Monarch, is the guardian of the tiger men in the secular world, one of the two royal families of the Beastman Empire. He possesses demigod rank strength, and is one of the strongest lords in the Fesua Plains secular world. Demigod rank powerhouses were the most powerful existences in the Fesua Plains secular world. The entire Dark Elven race originally only had two demigod rank powerhouses, Dolores and Gleistar. Ian, give me Ezramia and then get the hell out of here. I can give you two a chance to live. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground. You might be the bloodline descendant of some old dragon in the country of dragons, but that's not important to me. Golden Tiger Monarch stared coldly at Yang Feng. Shortly after, demigod rank might spread from him and swept towards Yang Feng. The advanced demigod rank might oppress Yang Feng to the point of suffocation. Golden Tiger Monarch, I'm very sorry. Ezramia is my prey. Please let me have her, okay? Of course, I'll offer you the former Pope of the Dark Elven Church, Gleistar, as well as 100 beautiful Dark Elven virgins. Amidst the waves of enchanting and sweet sounds, Dolores wore a flirtatious smile on her face as she swayed with every step she took. Bursts of exotic fragrance drifted from her body along with the wind. When Golden Tiger Monarch saw the enchanting Dolores, his eyes flashed with an intoxicating glint, and he said with a hearty smile, "So beautiful, what a beautiful and coquettish woman! As expected of the great matriarch of the Dark Elves. If you're willing to play with me for a few days, then I promise to give Ezramia to you after I'm tired of playing with her. In any case, you're going to sacrifice her to the gods, so it doesn't matter if I play with her for a few days." Dolores threw Golden Tiger Monarch a coquettish look and said with an enchanting smile, "All right, Golden Tiger Monarch, it's a deal." Yang Feng swept Dolores and Golden Tiger Monarch with a glance, and his eyes shimmered with determination. His figure blurred, and he rushed towards the entrance of the huge palace. Normally, Yang Feng wouldn't be so reckless as to rush towards the entrance of the palace. But with the two advanced demigod rank powerhouses Dolores and Golden Tiger Monarch joining hands, he had no chance of winning. Dolores and Golden Tiger Monarch just looked at Yang Feng with ridicule in their eyes. Then, they glanced at the stone statue guarding the entrance of the palace, and their eyes shimmered with apprehension. They used Yang Feng as a test prop. When Yang Feng was only 10 meters away from the stone statue, a bloody light descended from the palace and shone on the stone statue. Crack! Crack! As a series of crisp cracking sounds rang out, the stone on the surface of the stone statue peeled off inch by inch, revealing a monster with 3 heads. A human head, a dragon head, and a devil head. The lower half of its body was humanoid, and it held a trident in its hand. It was 6 meters tall and exuded a terrifying pressure that surpassed that of a god. As soon as the freak within the stone statue woke up, its scarlet eyes flashed with a touch of killing intent, and 2 blood-colored beams of light shot out from its eyes and shone on Yang Feng. Chapter 337. Yang Feng was brushed by the 2 scarlet radiances practically without any resistance. Under the suppression of a terrifying and peerless power, he was unable to move his body in the slightest. It was as if time had stopped for him, with only his thoughts remaining. Even the connection between Yang Feng and the smart chip implanted in his brain was severed. Like a statue, he stood quietly in place. When Dolores and Golden Tiger Monarch sensed the fluctuations of power emitted by the freak, they spat out a mouthful of blood and suffered minor injuries. Dolores's beautiful eyes were filled with shock and fear. What a terrifying freak! I'm afraid it's even stronger than Goddess Lolth. As soon as the terrifying pressure from the three-headed monster spread out, ripples appeared in the surrounding space. The powerhouses from different planes hiding in various corners were forced to reveal themselves. In this vast plane, there were more than 30 powerhouses from different planes. There was no change in Dolores's pretty face. She just focused her gaze on a young and handsome man dressed in a black traditional aristocratic attire, with a pale complexion, who looks like he hasn't seen the sun for thousands of years, but whose eyes are filled with vicissitudes of life, exuding both an old and a young temperament. The Golden Tiger King's gaze fell on an ugly and ferocious-looking man with a horn carved with strange runes on his head. He was tall and sturdy, and his eyes were crimson as he drooled. Among the more than 30 powerhouses from different planes, only the 2 powerhouses gave Dolores and Golden Tiger Monarch a very dangerous feeling. Amazing, as expected of a gatekeeper of the Taboo Lord. The Asian man with a ponytail and a long saber on his back was also forced to come out of his invisible space. At this time, his appearance had completely changed into that of a Westerner. Looking at the three-headed monster, his eyes flashed with a touch of admiration. "You have Master's aura on you, please come in." The three-headed freak with the trident in hand suddenly knelt in front of Yang Feng. The three heads didn't speak, but a voice reverberated in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. A trace of shock flashed in Dolores's beautiful eyes. Her mind was shaken and her beautiful eyes flashed with disbelief. What's going on? Why would that monster kneel to him? Isn't he an ordinary magic shooter? The Golden Tiger King was also dumbfounded and murmured, "Isn't he just an ordinary dragon? What was going on?" Even if he was the illegitimate son of the dragon god, it was impossible for him to make the gatekeeper of the Taboo Lord kneel. Even if the dragon god himself came, he wouldn't be able to make the gatekeeper of the Taboo Lord kneel. All the experts who came from other planes were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. The experts who had gathered here all had a rough understanding of this place. They naturally knew how terrifying and powerful the master of this palace was. They had expected the gatekeeper chosen by the master of the palace to be powerful, but for such a powerful gatekeeper to kneel in front of Yang Feng was simply appalling. Crack! Crack! The golden gate behind the three-headed monster slowly opened, and a majestic palace slowly emerged. Beams of incomparably powerful treasure light shot out from the palace gate, captivating people's hearts. "TSK, TSK. Get in, you ant." The one-horned and sinister-looking demigod rank expert smiled malevolently, then strangely appeared behind a great warlock rank expert from another plane and extended his hand. A black incantation shot out from his right hand and, as if chains, locked the great warlock rank expert from another plane, and then threw him away. The locked great warlock rank powerhouse turned into a black ray of light and flew towards the gold gate. The black incantation sealed the great warlock rank powerhouse completely, leaving him unable to budge. He could only powerlessly fly towards the gold gate. A scarlet ray ejected from the gatekeeper's trident kneeling on the ground and landed on the great warlock rank powerhouse. The great warlock rank powerhouse from another plane issued a miserable scream, and then turned into ashes that scattered in the air. "Those who attempt to blaspheme Master will die." Among the gatekeeper's three heads, the devil head raised its head and stared at the one-horned demigod powerhouse from another plane. 2 rays of red light shot out of its eyes. The single-horned demigod powerhouse let out an angry roar, and his body suddenly expanded, transforming into a 7-meter-tall, pitch-black Abemi-horned giant demonic ape that resembled a giant gorilla. It was a level 5 extraordinary lifeform, Abemi-horned giant demonic ape, that was 7 meters tall. Abemi-horned giant demonic apes were one-horned giant demonic apes of the grade 3 Abemi plane. Adult Abemi-horned giant demonic apes possessed terrifying starry sky warlock rank strength, and the most powerful demonic apes could even fight gods. They didn't even fear dragons. The two red rays shot out of the gatekeeper's eyes and shone on the Abemi-horned giant demonic ape. In just an instant, the mature Abemi-horned giant demonic ape issued a mournful cry, and then collapsed and turned into ashes that drifted away with the wind. The two scarlet rays immediately retracted and entered the depths of the eyes of the gatekeeper kneeling in front of Yang Feng. Seeing this scene, the complexions of everyone in the vast plain changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with fear and shock. The complexions of Dolores, the golden tiger monarch, and the handsome young man with a pale complexion also changed dramatically, and fear and apprehension shimmered in the abyss of their eyes. The Abemi one-horned giant magic ape was a powerhouse on the same level as Dolores and the others. Even if Dolores wanted to defeat the Abemi one-horned giant magic ape, she would need over 1,000 moves. The gatekeeper turned the Abemi-horned giant demonic ape into ashes with a glance. In its eyes, Dolores and the other experts were just ants that could be killed with a glance. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly, and he used a spell and silently transmitted, "Gatekeeper, can you help me kill a few enemies?" "Respected guest, unless it's the master's personal order. Otherwise, my duty is just to guard the gate and prevent others from entering. Besides, I can only fight back, and can't do anything else. This is the master's order, I can't disobey it." A voice came from the other side of the gatekeeper. Yang Feng sighed with some regret, and then stepped into the gold gate. After Yang Feng stepped into the gold gate closed immediately. In the vast plain, when the experts from different planes saw Yang Feng step into the gold gate, their eyes almost went mad with jealousy, but they were powerless to do anything. "So it's here. I finally found it." A majestic and loud voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Rays of incomparably bright light descended from the sky and pierced into the dark forest, dispersing the demonic mist that shrouded the dark forest. A giant hand formed from pure light, which looked like it could grasp the whole world, extended from the resplendent rays of light and mercilessly grabbed at the gold palace. "Shit!" A god-rank freak intervened. "This isn't something I can get involved in." The complexion of the man with a ponytail, a large blade on his back, and an unruly temperament changed greatly. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a green leaf. The green leaf blossomed with emerald light and enveloped the man with the blade on his back, causing him to disappear from where he stood. As if coming to life, the heads of the countless fearsome beings embedded in the gold palace exuded frightening power beyond the god rank. Beams of power shot out of their mouths, converged, and barreled towards the giant hand in the sky. Boom! Following an earth-shattering blare, fearsome shock waves spread in all directions. Swept by the fearsome shock waves, 6 of the 30-plus experts from other planes turned into ashes. Dolores, the golden tiger monarch, and the pale man retreated briskly, quickly distancing themselves from the gold palace. Under the attack of the fearsome beam of power, large chunks of blood fell from the sky, scattered on the ground, and then were devoured by the gold palace. The fearsome voice echoed in the area. "Taboo Lord," as expected of one of the most powerful experts in history. Even though he is dead, the things he left behind are still so troublesome. Prados, amigo, Mofasareja, Arkath, if you want to reap the benefits from the sidelines, then let's split up and I won't take action. 9 sacred Pegasi with a horn on their head, 4 wings on their ribs, and sacred light exuding pinnacle starry sky warlock rank fluctuations of power pulled a chariot shrouded in sacred light. Looking like a sacred sun, the chariot emerged from the void and floated in the void. Rays of holy and powerful light descended from the sky and scattered on the ground. Zalia Divine System's radiant primary god. Dolores's pretty face fell, and she retreated briskly. Illuminated by the light, the dark force protecting her issued sizzling sounds and was consumed. If a dark force cultivator like Dolores stood next to the radiant primary god Prados, she would be quickly burned and purified into ashes. Chapter 338. A series of terrifying war drums suddenly rang out between the heavens and the earth. When the fearsome war drums sounded, the hearts of the more than 20 experts from other planes throbbed in an instant, and then beat according to a strange rhythm. No matter what secret methods they used, the more than 20 legend-rank experts couldn't control their hearts, and their blood unconsciously boiled according to a strange rhythm. A 50-meter-long 9-headed hydra engraved with strange runes and exuding moonlight warlock-rank fluctuations of power pulled a bone chariot forged from countless god bones through the void. The bone chariot was shrouded in a bloody aura of war, making it impossible to see what was inside the bone chariot. The bone chariot and the radiant chariot faced each other, and the rumbling of war drums and pure radiant light, two completely different frightening forces, reverberated in the area. The more than 20 legend-rank powerhouses from other planes felt their chi and blood boil, and they almost split apart and died. Then, illuminated by the warm radiance, they recovered. Boom! The strange sound of the war drums suddenly stopped, and the bodies of 10 slightly weaker legend-rank powerhouses from other planes swelled up and then exploded. The remaining dozen or so legend-rank powerhouses from the alien planes also turned pale. They looked at the divine bone chariot and radiant carriage in the sky with fear in their eyes. These legend-rank experts who infiltrated the Fesua plane from other planes were cultivation geniuses of their planes. When they entered the Fesua plane, they looked down on the weak aboriginals of the Fesua plane. Now that they saw the bone chariot and the radiant chariot in the sky, they realized how powerful the most terrifying experts of the Fesua plane were. A sacred golden oak leaf, which looked like a ship, drifted out of the void. The golden oak leaf, which was the size of a ship, had countless flowers growing on it, and formed a beautiful and moving flower cottage. The fragrance of flowers wafted out of the flower cottage. A 9-headed lion with several heads pulled a luxurious litter studded with all kinds of precious gems out of the void. Inside the luxurious litter sat a tall and sturdy lionman expert with lion ears and a lion tail wrapped around his waist, exuding a fearsome and domineering aura. The lionman expert was holding 2 beautiful foxy women in his arms and playing with them wantonly, not caring about the surrounding gazes. "Greetings, mighty divine monarch." When the golden tiger monarch saw the tall and sturdy lionman expert, his face fell, and he knelt on the ground and kowtowed respectfully. The lion god Arkuth was not only a god worshipped by the lionmen, but also one of the 2 divine monarchs of the Beastman Empire. He was respected, worshipped, and believed in by the Beastman Empire. "So it's you, Akina. It's very dangerous here. It's not a place for a little guy like you to stay. Get out." Arkuth casually glanced at the Golden Tiger King and casually flicked his finger. A red divine light descended from the sky and landed on the Golden Tiger King. In the blink of an eye, the Golden Tiger King disappeared from where he stood. Seeing the Golden Tiger Monarch disappear, the eyes of the dozen-plus legend-rank powerhouses flashed with envy. They couldn't budge at all. If they made the slightest movement, they would become the battlefield and victims of the battle between the 4 strong divine force-rank gods in the sky. Even Dolores stood at the very edge, prostrating herself on the ground, shivering, full of humility. In front of the gods, mortals must remain humble. This was clearly written in the Treaty of the Gods. Once a mortal provoked or blasphemed the gods had the right to take action and kill the mortal. Ferocious battle intent emanated from the bone chariot. "Prados, let's have a fight. It's been a long time since I fought you, more than 100,000 years. Let me see how much you've improved." Countless war drums rumbled around the bone chariot, and wisps of the aura of war slowly diffused from the bone chariot. The hearts of the dozen-plus legend-rank powerhouses thumped wildly, and their eyes turned bloodshot. A dignified voice came from the sacred radiant chariot. "Amigo, you stupid bull! Mofasaraja and Akina are watching from the sidelines. Besides, they are also watching from the sidelines. None of the gods of the Darkness Pantheon have shown up. If you want to fight me, wait until today's matters are settled, then let's go to the astral boundary to fight." After the Treaty of the Gods was signed, wars between gods generally took place in their respective divine countries or in the astral boundary. If they fought in the secular world, the aftermath of the war between two feeble divine force-rank gods could easily destroy one or two small principalities if they didn't control it a little. Gatekeeper, Taboo Lord died a long time ago. There's no point in you guarding the gate. Step aside and let us in. You're not our match. As long as you step aside, our Xalia divine system is willing to accept you and give you enough believers so that you can ignite the divine fire and ascend to godhood. You will become one of our Xalia divine system's gods. You will be high and mighty and have eternal life. The voice of the Xalia Pantheon's radiant primary god Prados came from the chariot shrouded in radiant light. When he said that, the eyes of the dozen-plus legend-rank powerhouses, including Dolores, flashed with envy. Becoming a god of the Fesua plane was the ultimate goal of powerhouses who didn't hesitate to cross over from other planes to become a god. Once you ascended to godhood, even if it was a human, your life essence would undergo a tremendous transformation, surpass countless extraordinary life forms in one fell swoop, and have a lifespan of millions of years at the very least. Even countless human warlocks of the Tsangji plane, in order to live longer and obtain a longer lifespan, chose to leave the Tsangji plane and go to other lower planes to ascend to godhood. The position of a god was extremely precious, and many powerhouses would even give up everything for a god position. I refuse. Master ordered me to guard this palace. Unless Master gives the order himself, I won't leave this palace. Otherwise, I won't leave this palace. Standing loftily in front of the gold gate with a trident in hand, the three-headed freak looked up at the radiant primary god Prados in the sky with unyielding will in its eyes. The voice of the Xalia Pantheon's radiant primary god Prados came from the chariot shrouded in radiant light. Since you're so stubborn, then go to hell. In the sky, the four strong divine force-rank gods exuded frightening divine might, yet they didn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, they fell into a deadlock with the gatekeeper. After all, the gatekeeper was a terrifying existence left behind by the Taboo Lord. No one knew how powerful it was. The relationship between the four strong divine force-rank gods was extremely complicated. No one was willing to take the initiative and let the others take advantage of it. I'll go first, the four of you follow. If you're not willing to attack, then I won't. The mysterious voice sighed slightly, and another giant hand descended from the sky and mercilessly grabbed at the gold palace. In front of that terrifying giant hand, the majestic golden palace was like a toy, as if it could be grabbed by that terrifying giant hand at any time. How dare you? You dare to offend the Master's palace. You deserve to die 1,000 times over. The gatekeeper's 6 eyes widened, then it roared and suddenly leaped up with the trident in hand and stabbed at the giant hand. A resplendent blood-colored halberd ray burst out of the trident and slashed at the giant hand in the sky. You dare to cut off my arm. I will kill you. Accompanied by an incomparably furious scream, the terrifying giant hand was immediately split into two. It exploded, turning into countless pieces of flesh and blood that rained down from the sky and scattered on the ground. The countless heads embedded in the gold palace opened their bloody maws and devoured the chunks of flesh and blood. Virtually at the same time, the sacred radiant chariot gushed out almost endless light and illuminated the inside of the gold palace. The gold palace suddenly trembled, and countless heads opened their eyes. The eyes of those fearsome existences shimmered with ferocious bloody light, and they ejected bloody light from their mouths that hit the light god's rays and resisted the erosion of the light god's rays. An emerald green arrow containing endless force of nature suddenly shot out from the flower hut on the golden oak leaf. Arrow of nature, this was the strongest archery skill grasped by the elven primary god Mophisaraja. It was by relying on the unpredictable arrow of nature that the elves, who only had the protection of a strong divine force rank god, could become one of the Fesua Plains' 4 empires. No powerhouse of the same rank was willing to face Mophisaraja's arrow of nature head-on. Virtually without a sound, the gatekeeper's chest was pierced, and a large hole appeared. A copious amount of force of nature reverberated in his chest, strange tree vines grew frantically along his body, and 2 tendrils stabbed at his eyes like flood dragons. Awo! The gatekeeper coughed out a mouthful of blood and let out an earth-shattering roar. A blood-red power suddenly erupted from his body, and the vines on his body withered. The remaining dozen or so legendary powerhouses had their heads explode one by one, and only 6 of them barely survived. The gold palace ejected blood-colored rays that entered the gatekeeper's body, causing his power to rise steadily. The gatekeeper's 6 eyes turned and locked on the elven primary god Mophisaraja, hiding inside the flower hut. Chapter 339. Bloody light enveloped the gatekeeper, and he instantly disappeared, reappeared in front of the golden oak leaf, and brandished the bloody trident to stab at the golden oak leaf. Gatekeeper, your opponent is me. Arkath suddenly shot out of the litter and unleashed the god-grade martial skill Lion God's Claw he created. Containing the fearsome might to tear the sky apart, his claw shot towards the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper's devilish head turned 180 degrees, and 2 scarlet rays suddenly shot out, hit Arkath's Lion God's Claw, and blocked it. At that moment, the blood-colored trident pierced into the golden oak leaf. A large amount of golden blood sprinkled on the ground from the golden oak leaf. A peerless beauty with long emerald green hair, a curvaceous waist, twin peaks nearly bursting out of her clothes, skin as translucent as jade, a peerless countenance, and a noble temperament, dressed in an exquisite and luxurious green leaf armor, flew out of the golden oak leaf. There was a huge bloody hole in her abdomen, and a large amount of golden blood sprinkled on the ground from the bloody hole in her abdomen. After seriously injuring the elven primary god Mophisaraja with this strike, the gatekeeper weakened slightly. Arkath's Lion God's Claw grabbed the gatekeeper's right shoulder, and tore a large part of the gatekeeper's right shoulder. With a silver sword in hand, Amigo strangely appeared behind the gatekeeper, and chopped the gatekeeper's left arm in 2. The gatekeeper roared, and fearsome bloody light erupted from him. In an instant, he turned into a 50-meter-long archaic gold dragon covered in golden scales and with 9 dragon heads. Vast and fearsome might came from the archaic gold dragon, and the 9 dragon heads belched 9 archaic dragon breaths barreling towards the 4 powerhouses. Radiant divine light radiated from the holy radiant chariot and swept towards the archaic dragon breath. Purified by the radiant divine light, the archaic dragon breath collapsed and disappeared before it could touch the holy radiant chariot. When Arkath's Lion God's Claw slammed into the archaic dragon breath, it tore through space and banished the archaic dragon breath into a spatial rift. Amigo slashed at the primordial dragon breath with the silver war god sword, shattering it in one strike. The remaining 6 archaic dragon breaths barreled towards Mophisaraja like shooting stars. Mophisaraja's pretty face flickered. She clenched her teeth and waved her lily-white hand, and a green jade plate suddenly appeared in her hand. A stream of green water of nature flew out of the god armament jade plate and swept towards the 6 archaic dragon breaths. When the archaic dragon breaths, which even magic water could not extinguish, were sprinkled by the green water of nature, they issued sizzling sounds and collapsed and dissipated. The bloody trident pierced through the green water of nature, and pierced through Mophisaraja's body like a bolt of lightning, nailing her to the ground. Traces of blood-red corrosive power quickly spread towards Mophisareja. Mophisareja's face flickered and she pointed upwards. In the void, a huge hole suddenly split open, revealing a lush and verdant divine country of nature filled with the aura of nature and countless beautiful elves. Green divine power of nature gushed out of the divine country of nature like a sea and entered Mophisareja. The bloody trident stabbed into Mophisareja's abdomen was sent flying by the frightening divine power of nature. As if sensing something, the countless beautiful elves inside the divine country of nature knelt on the ground and recited prayers. Streams of ocean-like divine power poured into Mophisareja and quickly healed her injuries. The reason why gods were virtually invincible in one-on-one fights against those of the same rank was that they could use the endless divine power of their divine country and the ability to fight a protracted battle. Few existences could compare to god-rank powerhouses. Fool, this is the residence of Taboo Lord. How dare you open a divine country here and draw support from its power? How foolish! The gatekeeper smiled coldly and pointed at the projection of the divine country with the bloody trident in his hand. The grey river in front of the palace suddenly erupted. As if piercing through the world barrier, the grey river water soared into the sky and entered Mophisareja's divine country of nature. Inside Mophisareja's divine country, when the beautiful and powerful elves were swept by the grey river, their pretty faces changed, and they fell from the divine country into the grey river. This is the Styx. You can manipulate the Styx. Mophisareja's complexion changed dramatically, and she cried out involuntarily. At the same time, she pointed with her lily-white finger, and the entrance to the divine country of nature closed completely. The netherworld was the final destination of the dead. Each plane had its own netherworld. Among the planes, there was a Styx with the Tsangji plane as its starting point and running through countless planes. Unless the souls of believers of gods were received into the divine country, the souls of the dead would enter the netherworld through the laws of the nether, and then have their memories washed away by the Styx. Within the divine country, apart from gods, as long as any existences came into contact with the water of the Styx, they would fall directly from the divine country into the netherworld. Mophisareja was a strong divine power rank god. Unless her true body expended a huge amount of divine power, she could only save 1 or 2 elves from the water of the Styx at a time. Once the water of the Styx entered Mophisareja's divine country of nature, the souls of her believers in the divine country would fall into the netherworld. The Styx can only be controlled by the nether gods of each plane who have mastered the laws of the netherworld, or by mighty existences like Master. However, with Master's power, I can control the Styx a bit. The gatekeeper's eyes flashed fiercely, and it slammed its huge dragon claws into Mophisareja, causing her to spit out another mouthful of golden blood. A copious amount of radiant divine light suddenly converged from the chariot filled with sacred light and formed a 30-meter-long sword filled with radiant divine power, and fearsome might condensed on the sword. Radiant Blade of Judgment was one of the most frightening offensive divine spells of the radiant primary god Prados. As soon as the Radiant Blade of Judgment took shape, it entered the void, appeared in front of the gatekeeper in the next moment, and slashed down. A huge golden dragon head fell, and a large amount of red blood spilled from the severed head of the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper's huge dragon claw once again ruthlessly slapped great elven monarch Mophisareja's delicate body, causing her internal organs to rupture and causing her to spit out a mouthful of golden blood. The gatekeeper that has transformed into 8 golden dragon heads spat out balls of primordial dragon breath that blasted towards the 4 powerhouses. 3 archaic dragon breaths were blocked by Prados and the other 2 powerhouses, while the other 5 dragon breaths slammed into Mophisareja and burned her frantically, causing her to scream miserably. In the dark forest, Mophisareja suffered too many restrictions, making her unable to exert her most powerful battle strength. She could not resist the crazy attack of the gatekeeper. The bloody trident pointed at Mophisareja, and grey water of the Styx suddenly flew out and poured towards Mophisareja. Mophisareja's pretty face flickered, and she clenched her teeth and silently recited an incantation. Countless green tree vines suddenly ejected from her leaf armor and bounced off the 8 golden dragon claws. Her figure blurred, and she fled into the distance. Mophisareja was aware of the gatekeeper's strategy, which was to seriously injure or even kill her. Although the gatekeeper was only one of her avatars that descended into the secular world, but it was extremely important. She spent countless divine power and precious treasures to create it. It was more precious than many god armaments. She couldn't let it fall here. A radiant blade of judgment descended from the sky and chopped off another head of the 9-headed golden dragon. Arcatha's lion god's claw slammed into one of the 9 golden dragon's heads. Wherever the might of the lion god's claw reached, the golden dragon's head exploded, and blood splashed everywhere. Amigo slashed down with the sword of the god of war and beheaded another head of the 9 golden dragon in an instant. The gatekeeper's 4 dragon heads were chopped off, but he didn't seem to care at all. He flipped his claws and slammed them onto Amigo's body. Amigo fell from the sky and was pressed onto the ground. The blood trident slashed through the gatekeeper's claws and stabbed into Amigo's body. A stream of Styx water fell from the sky, and under the guidance of the blood trident, it turned into a whirlpool and stabbed into Amigo's body. Ah! Amigo's avatar screamed miserably, and wisps of gray gas pervaded his body. Styx's water was highly toxic to any living intelligent life form. Even avatars of gods would be seriously injured if they came into contact with Styx's water. The radiant blade of judgment slashed down again and beheaded one of the gatekeeper's heads. Arcatha's lion god's claw smashed the other head of the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper didn't care. Its huge claws stabbed into Amigo's embodiment and tore it apart. Amigo's embodiment, eroded by the water of the Styx River, was torn to pieces. Chapter 340. Seeing Amigo perish, Arcath and Pratos were shocked, and their countenances flickered. Although the fallen Amigo was only an avatar, but it was one of his strongest avatars. Now that he died at the hands of the gatekeeper, and the avatar's soul was polluted by the water of the Styx, even Amigo's true body would suffer a lot of damage. At this time, the gatekeeper's avatar of the archaic 9-headed gold dragon only had 3 heads left. An overbearing aura still pervaded his body, and drops of blood slowly dripped from the broken parts of his 6 heads, showing no signs of recovery. The archaic 9-headed gold dragon had a fearsome regenerative ability. However, Arcath and Pratos' attacks, which contained the power of law, completely severed the regenerative ability of the gatekeeper's avatar of the archaic 9-headed gold dragon, making it impossible for him to heal himself. Pratos' majestic voice came from the chariot shrouded in endless light. "Gatekeeper, you only have 3 heads left. If you continue to fight, you will die. As for us, we are merely an avatar here. Even if we have to abandon these 2 avatars, we must go in." "No. I still have countless heads." The gatekeeper shone with scarlet light, and his body changed into a 3-headed freak. Nearly 2/3 of the dragon head was cut off, and blood dripped from it. It was a miserable sight. The gatekeeper stretched out his hand and directly tore off his dragon head, and then casually tossed it onto the wall of the gold palace. He pointed with the trident in his hand, and a giant's head flew down from the wall and connected to his head. Crimson force diffused from the bloody trident and enveloped the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper turned into a 100-meter-tall 100-eyed giant with taut muscles and a fearsome aura of power that looks like it can split the heavens and the earth. As expected of the gatekeeper chosen by the taboo lord. "Unfortunately, my true body isn't here, or I would really like to fight you." A sigh came from the chariot shrouded in endless light, and the 9 sacred Pegasi faced upwards and neighed. Treading on sacred light, they pulled the chariot into the void and disappeared. As expected of the gatekeeper chosen by the Taboo Lord, you're really powerful. It's a pity that my true body can't get away. Otherwise, I would really like to fight you. Arcith shone, and he appeared in the luxurious litter in an instant. The 9-headed lion stepped on beams of incomparably dazzling divine light and pulled the luxurious carriage into the sky, disappearing into the void. The gatekeeper suddenly looked up at the area shrouded in dazzling light in the sky. A bunch of good-for-nothings. A faint sigh came from the dazzling divine light. The dazzling divine light collapsed one by one and disappeared. Scarlet light flickered on the gatekeeper's body, and he returned to his 3-headed freak form. Clenching the bloody trident in his hand, he slowly walked back to in front of the gold gate. Pieces of stones flew up from all directions and entered the gatekeeper's body, turning him into a stone statue again. Dolores and the other legend rank powerhouses who luckily survived took a deep look at the stone statue of the gatekeeper. Fear flashed in the abyss of their eyes, and they blurred into motion and quickly fled. After witnessing the terrifying might of the Fesua Plains gods and the gatekeeper's stone statue, the legend rank powerhouses from other planes were well aware that as long as the gatekeeper didn't die, the relic of the Taboo Lord wouldn't fall into their hands. Inside the gold palace guarded by the gatekeeper. Unlike the extravagant and gorgeous outside, the interior of the gold palace was covered in green vines, on which beautiful flowers bloomed. Bursts of floral fragrance came from the beautiful flowers and formed a special fragrance in the air. Yang Feng just took a whiff of that special fragrance, and his whole body felt as if it was floating. His whole body felt extremely comfortable, warm, and full of strength. Yang Feng praised sincerely, "That's amazing." As expected of one of the strongest powerhouses of the Tsangji Plain, no, of the countless plains, the Taboo Lord. The fragrance of the flowers that permeated the air could quickly strengthen a cultivator's physical quality and raise their cultivation base if they absorbed it for a long period of time. On the Tsangji Plain, there was also a branch of aroma warlock. This branch of warlocks used various fragrances to form a variety of mixed fragrances and promote their cultivation base. Aroma warlocks were the best perfume manufacturers on the Tsangji Plain. The various fragrances and perfumes they produced were also called magic fragrances and possessed all kinds of mystical powers. Reportedly, the progenitor of aroma warlocks was the founder of the second warlock dynasty, the Taboo Lord. Inside the beautiful fairyland-like palace with countless flowers in full bloom, there was a jade table on a dais. On the jade table, there were 2 small jade boxes and a jade book. The 2 small jade boxes and the jade book radiated rays of resplendent light, illuminating the entire palace in an incomparably beautiful manner. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and a scorching glint flashed in the abyss of his eyes. He took a step forward and picked up the jade book. Taboo text. When Yang Feng grabbed the jade book in his hand, a stream of information was transmitted into his sea of knowledge from the jade book, allowing him to understand how to read the jade book. At the same time, all kinds of information from the book entered his sea of knowledge. These are the first 6 volumes of the taboo text. The first volume can let people practice cultivation until the official warlock realm. The second volume can let people practice cultivation until the great warlock realm. The third volume can let people practice cultivation until the starry sky warlock realm. The fourth volume can let people practice cultivation until the moonlight warlock realm. The fifth volume can let people practice cultivation until the glorious dawn warlock realm. The sixth volume can let people practice cultivation until the bright world warlock realm. In addition to the original 6 volumes of the taboo text, there is also a secret method he deduced in his later years, the cultivation method of the primal chaos imperishable body. It needs to be used together with the primal chaos bead he made in order to practice cultivation. There is a primal chaos bead in here. Yang Feng grabbed the 2 small jade boxes, and a scorching glint flashed in his eyes. Inside the two small jade boxes there were two beads. One of the beads was called the Primal Chaos Bead, which was needed to cultivate the Primal Chaos imperishable body. The other jade box contained the Taboo Magic Bead, which was needed to cultivate the original version of the taboo text. The time text, the taboo text, the transcendent text, the star text, the death text, the golem text, and the magic note text were known as the 7 strongest texts created by the humans of the Tsangji plane. These 7 texts condensed the life's blood, sweat, and tears of the 7 strongest warlock emperors of the Tsangji plane. In that long period of time, because the difficulty of cultivating the 7 great grimoires was too harsh, many of them had already been lost. Only bits and pieces of the grimoires were left, and they had all been changed into simplified versions for the benefit of the later generations. For example, the taboo text, a peerless secret method created by the taboo emperor, could not be cultivated without a taboo magic bead. As for the time text, only freakish geniuses who possessed the time body and had an innate affinity with time force were qualified to cultivate it. In the Tsangji plane, only the Time Lord has truly cultivated the time text to the pinnacle. Even the other 6 warlock emperors couldn't cultivate the peerless secret method time text. Yang Feng put away the treasures and then looked around. In addition to the dais, there were 2 passageways. From the taboo text, Yang Feng learned that one of the 2 passageways led outside the dark forest, and the other led to the taboo lord's room. After hesitating for a while, Yang Feng walked towards the taboo lord's room. He was very interested in the taboo lord, the founder of the 2nd warlock dynasty. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the room leading to the taboo lord's room, powerful barrier force erupted in a flash and sent him flying dozens of meters away. Yang Feng smiled bitterly. It seems that although the taboo lord left behind treasures, but he doesn't want others to pry into his residence. Yang Feng put down Gleistar and Azramia on his back. Yang Feng said solemnly, "I'm going to practice cultivation here for a period of time. You should also try to recover your strength during this time." The palace was filled with a mystical fragrance. This was a secret fragrance concocted by the taboo lord, which could enhance a cultivator's physique and cultivation base. It was a peerless treasure. Yang Feng intended to seize this opportunity to stay in the palace and practice cultivation to improve his strength. Okay. Gleistar and Azramia nodded in agreement. They could all feel the mystical fragrance permeating the palace, healing their injuries. Even Azramia, who had been suppressed by the curse, could feel her body rapidly recover under the nourishment of the secret fragrance. Yang Feng took out the taboo bead and pressed it against his forehead. At the same time, according to the records in the taboo text, he started to operate a secret method, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the taboo bead. Pitch-black light shone, and the taboo bead merged into Yang Feng's forehead little by little, and finally entered his sea of knowledge. When the taboo bead entered Yang Feng's sea of knowledge, it hit his soul seed as if a star. Bursts of pain came from Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. His spirit sea shook, and the spell models inside his spirit sea trembled, on the verge of collapse. Chapter 341. Inch by inch, the taboo magic bead merged with Yang Feng's soul seed. A vast and boundless force diffused from the taboo bead and frantically absorbed the spell models inside Yang Feng's spirit sea and poured them into the taboo bead. Due to the power of the taboo bead, the power of the black dragon bloodline inside Yang Feng was extracted inch by inch and entered the taboo bead. After losing the power of the black dragon bloodline, Yang Feng's aura weakened a lot. Before long, the taboo magic bead released formidable black dragon force that spread into Yang Feng's body, nourished and strengthened his fleshly body, and restored his original strength. The taboo lord was a peerless expert who had fused the power of countless bloodlines and finally reached the summit. The original version of the taboo text was a bloodline warlock text that used the power of the taboo magic bead to fuse with the power of countless bloodlines and climb to the summit step by step. Generally speaking, bloodline warlocks could only fuse with one bloodline and possess the power of one extraordinary life form's bloodline. But after cultivating the taboo text, as long as you absorbed the power of countless extraordinary life forms' bloodlines, you could possess the terrifying power of countless extraordinary life forms. Moreover, once you cultivated it to the peak, the power of countless life forms' bloodlines could even be fused into one and turned into taboo magic power, becoming a terrifying power that surpassed divine power. 10 days later, Yang Feng completely fused with the taboo magic bead and adapted to the transformed power. With the help of the mystical fragrance, Yang Feng immediately began to attack the great warlock realm. Time passed, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the palace, Yang Feng opened his eyes, and a vast dragon might slowly diffused from him. As if a newly matured black dragon had opened its eyes and was looking for prey. Yang Feng felt the nearly endless power inside him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I finally promoted to a great warlock. Since Yang Feng obtained the resources of the major forces in the Tyrannid subcontinent, it was only a matter of time before he promoted to a great warlock. Due to his solid foundation, Yang Feng was able to promote to a great warlock with the help of the mystical fragrance in the palace where the taboo lord lived. As Ramia opened her beautiful eyes and took a deep look at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes flickered with admiration. Amazing! In just a few years, he stepped into the legend realm from an ordinary great wizard in one fell swoop. He might even become a god in the future. Godly ascension. When she thought of this word, Ramia sighed inwardly, and her beautiful eyes glimmered gloomily. The gods were high and mighty, overlooking the mortal world. Their status was incomparably majestic. Ramia was one of the most powerful great elven monarchs in the history of elves, and her talent was astonishing. But even so, she did not ignite her divine flame and become a true demigod. Instead, it was a super expert at the peak of the demigod realm. The god positions in the elven divine system were already full, so there were no believers for Ramia to ascend to godhood. After her death, her best outcome would be to enter the divine country of the elven primary god Mophisaraja and become a demigod-ranked disciple serving the primary god. On the Fesua plane, if humans didn't ignite their divine flame, the strongest would only be pinnacle legend rank existences. No one could take that step and reach the demigod realm without the help of external forces. Elves, dragons, fiends, devils, kindred, giants, and other formidable beings could rely on the secret methods passed down in their race to break through the legend boundary and reach the demigod realm. However, on the Fesua plane, if one didn't ascend to godhood, it would be very difficult to possess power comparable to that of a god. Elves, dragons, fiends, devils, kindred, giants, these races came from different planes. On their own planes, it was relatively easy for them to break through and reach the god rank, but on the Fesua plane, it was extremely difficult. That was because different planes had different laws and environments, and different laws and environments were suitable for different races to break through and evolve. As a Grade 1 plane, the Tsangji plane had extremely strong tolerance, adaptability, and rich vigor of heaven and earth. No matter what race it was, they could break through and evolve here. This was why it became the goal of all races. On the Fesua plane, even an elven genius like Ramia, who was rarely seen in 1,000 years, had little hope of breaking through the god-man boundary and becoming a god-rank powerhouse without the help of external forces. Yang Feng came up to the two women and asked, "How are you now?" Gleistar said with a charming smile, "Master, I have recovered my strength to the advanced legend rank. Although I can't use divine spells, but my archery isn't inferior to that of many human legend rank archers." Ramia also showed a smile. The fragrance in the palace can suppress the curse of Kiss of Lolth. I have also recovered my strength to the junior legend rank. Yang Feng said, All right, let's go. It's time to leave. When Yang Feng stepped into the passageway leading to the outside world, a feeling of spatial distortion welled up inside him. His vision blurred, and he appeared on a bright and resplendent land. This is no longer the underground world. Yang Feng looked up at the sun in the sky. His heart relaxed slightly, and he revealed a smile. The advanced demigod rank powerhouse Dolores was still not an existence that Yang Feng could contend against. Even if Yang Feng, Ezramia, and Gleistar joined forces, they still couldn't defeat the advanced demigod rank Dolores. Ezramia looked at the sun in the sky with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng suddenly said, Ezramia, do you still want to go back to the elves? If I'm not mistaken, there should be a mole among the elves, and the status of the mole should be very high. Otherwise, the Moonlight Tree wouldn't have been so easily breached. With your current strength, you'll just be walking into a trap if you go back. The Moonlight Tree was equivalent to the Victory Palace of the Morance Empire, and its defense was extremely strong. Even with the high elven traitor goddess Lolth, it still wouldn't be so easily infiltrated. To be able to let dark elves and abyssal fiends sneak into the Moonlight Tree, the status of the mole had to be extremely high. Ezramia sighed faintly and said with her mind in turmoil, I know. I'll stay with you for the time being. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed at the sky. With a flash of magic light, a huge mage eye suddenly appeared midair and looked in all directions. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly, and he pointed to the west and said solemnly, There's a human city in that direction. Let's go. Yang Feng and his party quickly arrived at the entrance to the city. The city's city wall was more than 20 meters tall and was surrounded by a long moat. The city gate was closed, and teams of soldiers were patrolling above the city wall, looking like they were facing a formidable enemy. The entrance of the city was crowded with refugees from all over the world. However, the city's gates were tightly shut and there was no sign of it opening. Let me in. I beg you, let me in. Let me in. I beg you, let me in. The fiends are coming. Waves of incomparably mournful screams rang out from the crowd of refugees. The sound waves shook the heavens, and it was extremely miserable. I order you to leave at once. Don't stay down there, or I'll release arrows. Atop the city wall, an officer looked down at the refugees with a cold look in his eyes, barked, and raised his hand. The 200 archers on top of the city wall raised their bows and pointed at the refugees below. When the refugees saw the actions of the archers atop the city wall, their complexions changed dramatically, and they rushed to the back. Amidst the pushing and shoving of the refugees, many of the weaker ones were directly pushed into the moat, as they let out miserable screams. Elves and dark elves didn't have a favorable impression of humans. Gleistar watched this cruel scene with relish. Ezramia, on the other hand, couldn't help but turn her head to the side. Although she didn't have a favorable impression of humans, but she still couldn't bear to see humans die senselessly. When Yang Feng saw this, he frowned slightly. Although he didn't consider himself a good person, but seeing such a scene still left him in a bad mood. Release the arrows. A cruel glint in his eyes, the officer atop the city wall revealed a cruel smile, waved his hand, and barked. 200 arrows rained down on the refugees below. Stop! Accompanied by a loud shout, a man draped in a black cloak stretched out a finger, and an extremely powerful distorted force field suddenly appeared, blocking the air above the refugees. When the 200 arrows hit the warping force field, they were immediately ricocheted. Wizard! Quickly go and invite Sir Bishop of the Temple. When he saw this, the officer's complexion suddenly changed dramatically, and he barked at once. Several soldiers quickly ran down the city wall and rushed madly towards the church in the city. Open the gate. Let these people in. A magnetic and commanding voice came from the cloak. The officer looked embarrassed, yet he lowered his posture and said respectfully, "Sir Wizard, this is His Majesty's order. Please don't make things difficult for us nobodies. I have already sent someone to report the situation here to Sir Bishop and His Majesty. Please wait a moment." The wizard in the cloak was silent for a moment, then said faintly, "All right." Before long, a middle-aged man dressed in a gorgeous robe arrived atop the city wall under the escort of a dozen priests. Chapter 342. The man dressed in a gorgeous robe stared at the wizard wrapped in a cloak, and said unhurriedly, "I am Pope Pavon of the Great Church of the God of the Mexican River. Respected wizard, may I ask who you are?" On the Fesua plain, there were many regional gods. The god of the Mexican River was a regional god. The scope of his faith was limited to the places where the Mexican River passed. Most of the regional gods were feeble gods, and they barely became gods. They might not even have their own divine country, and were among the weakest among gods. Regional gods didn't dare to expand their domain at will. If the god of the Mexican River dared to exceed his domain and change his name to the god of rivers, he would be hostile and attacked by the gods of rivers of all divine systems. Many powerhouses who did not have any backing or background would usually only become some regional gods after they became god. Only gods with a divine system as their backer could use a god name that could cover the entire Fesua plain. "I am Princess Chrissy of the Amon Principality." The cloaked person tore off the cloak covering his body, revealing the figure beneath the cloak. Under the cloak was a woman with long, sky-blue hair and beautiful eyes that looked like top-notch sapphires. She was tall and sexy, and her skin sparkled like jade. Her facial features were exquisite, and there was a golden rune engraved on her forehead that looked like a golden beauty mark. She gave off a valiant aura and was incredibly beautiful. Yang Feng was a little surprised when he heard that. He looked at the beautiful woman, Princess Chrissy of the Amon Principality. The Amon Principality was a small principality that was destroyed by Duke Iser using his private troops a few years ago. Countless people in the principality were reduced to slaves and sold by Duke Iser. Reportedly, the fuse of that war was the elder princess of the Amon Principality, Princess Chrissy. After Duke Iser refused to marry Princess Chrissy of the Amon Principality, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Using this as an excuse, he annexed the Amon Principality and took the opportunity to expand the power of the Hansen family. Princess Chrissy's whereabouts were unknown during that war. Yang Feng didn't expect to see the princess of a fallen principality here. Yang Feng's gaze fell on the gold imprint on Princess Chrissy's forehead, and his eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. "That's a divine mark." This was proof that she was blessed by the gods. The Amon Principality believes in Venia, the goddess of the Amon Springs. Venia was a legendary water magician who survived the demonic plague 5,000 years ago. After various fortuitous encounters and countless hardships, she finally took that step and became a god. As she did not have a powerful backer, she could only ascend to godhood as the goddess of the Amon Springs. Her land of faith was the Amon Principality. After the destruction of the Amon Principality, Venia could not help but intervene in the affairs of the mortal world. According to the agreement between the gods could not directly interfere with the mortal world, but they could use various indirect methods. Venia had obviously chosen Princess Chris to shoulder the heavy responsibility of restoring the kingdom. On the Fesua plain, there would often be some small states that had been destroyed, where several powerful heroes would suddenly emerge, overcome numerous difficulties, defeat many enemies that were practically impossible to defeat, and restore the state. During this process there was the shadow of the god. Pavon frowned slightly. He pondered for a while, and then said unhurriedly, "So it's Her Highness Princess Chrissy. You and your subordinates can come in. As for the rest, they have to be detected by a spell before they can enter the city. You should be aware that the demonic plague has already begun. Abyssal fiends shapeshifters can take human form. We have to be careful. Chrissy responded faintly. All right. Pavon silently recited an incantation, pointed down with the scepter in his hand, and cast a spell to detect non-human beings. Beams of resplendent blue divine light descended from the sky, scattering towards the refugees. There was no reaction from the refugees, but 2 red beams of light shot out from Glystar and Ezramia next to Yang Feng. Abyssal fiend. A voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. The eyes of the refugees next to Yang Feng's group of 3 brimmed with horror, and they scrambled to escape in different directions. A large empty space quickly appeared around Yang Feng's group of 3, making them very conspicuous. Chrissy unsheathed a sword from her waist, pointed at Yang Feng's group of 3, and barked, "Who are you?" Atop the city wall, Pavon's spirit force locked onto Yang Feng's group of 3 from afar. With the scepter in hand, he was ready to recite an incantation and give them a fatal blow. I am Duke Ian of the Morince Empire, and these 2 are my concubines. Yang Feng lifted the cloaks wrapped around the 3 of them and said boldly. Glystar and Ezramia had used camouflage magic to disguise most of their features, but in the eyes of outsiders they were still 2 rare top beauties. When Ezramia heard Yang Feng say that she was his concubine, she felt slightly embarrassed and annoyed. But deep inside, a touch of joy welled up inside her. Pavon's complexion suddenly changed slightly, and then he revealed a kind smile and said, Duke Ian of the Red Earth Wasteland, so it's you. Please come in. The Mexican Principality was a small principality with the Church of the God of the Mexican River as its state religion. It was one of the many small principalities located in the chaotic mountain range at the junction of the Red Earth Wasteland, the Titan Principality, and the Morince Empire. Even Pope Pavon of the Church of the God of the Mexican River was merely an archbishop-rank existence in the Zalia Divine System's Radiant Church. Such a small principality didn't dare to offend a bigwig like Yang Feng. Princess Chrissy looked at Yang Feng from afar with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. The city gate opened and the refugees poured into the city. Yang Feng and his party were welcomed into the Imperial Palace of the Mexican Principality. In the Imperial Palace of the Mexican Principality, inside a luxurious banquet hall. Inside the banquet, well-dressed aristocratic men and women had formed small circles and were conversing intimately with each other. A handsome young man with short blue hair, dressed in a white formal attire, was surrounded by a dozen beautiful girls. The dozen beautiful aristocratic girls looked at the young man with adoration in their beautiful eyes. Make way, all of you, make way. Get out of the way, all of you. Kissad already has someone he likes. If you want to find a man, you might as well come to me. A young man with an ordinary appearance and a dissolute temperament in a black formal attire squeezed to the side of the young man and revealed a dissolute and unrestrained smile to the dozen beautiful aristocratic girls. The dozen beautiful aristocratic girls could only smile helplessly, stared at the young man, and turned to leave. Beside the handsome young man, there was only the young man with a dissolute aura and a tall, tanned, and very capable beauty. The young man with a dissolute temperament swept the handsome young man with a glance, and his eyes shimmered with envy, saying, Kissad, you're a god's darling for a reason. Not only are you handsome, but you're also a legend-rank powerhouse at a young age. Coupled with the fact that you're popular with women, it's really enviable. I really want to exchange with you. Kissad smiled, and his eyes filled with enthusiasm. Gages, you don't have to envy me. Your talent in swordsmanship is 1 in a million. Few people in the Mexican Principality can defeat you. It's only a matter of time before you become a sacred swordsman. When the time comes, we 2 brothers will join forces and make the Mexican Principality even stronger. Gages shook his head, then picked up a glass of red wine, drank it in one gulp, and smiled faintly. "Really? You're really a guy that people can't be envious of." Just then, there was a sudden uproar at the entrance of the reception hall. A beautiful woman with long blue hair, snow-white skin, a tall and sensual figure, an oval face, an extraordinary temperament, and an enchanting charm in a blue-bearing evening dress stepped into the palace with a smile on her face. As soon as the beautiful woman stepped into the palace, she suppressed the brilliance of the other beauties in the palace. The beautiful girls in the palace seemed to have been reduced to green leaves that set off her beauty. Kisad's eyes lit up, he revealed a smile, and he took the initiative to greet the beautiful woman. Gages suddenly said with a smile, "Becky, Kisad and Her Highness Ticini, the first most beautiful princess of the Mexican Principality, are a match made in heaven, aren't they?" The tall beauty with wheat-colored skin, a capable face, and rough hands, which were covered with calluses from practicing swordsmanship, stiffened slightly. Her beautiful eyes dimmed as she said with great difficulty, "Yes, they are indeed a match made in heaven." At this moment, Yang Feng took Azramia and Gleistar into the palace. Immediately after, gazes fell on Azramia and Gleistar. Although they used spells to conceal their true appearances, but they were still extremely beautiful. Besides, as they held high positions in the past, they naturally had a condescending, dignified, and elegant temperament. In particular, Gleistar's every move carried endless charm, causing the men in the banquet to stare at her beautiful and delicate body, unable to shift their eyes away. On the Fesua plain, apart from succubi, dark elves were the second most adept at seducing men. As the Pope of Dark Elves, Gleistar was proficient in countless secret spells. Her every move carried endless charm, causing people's imaginations to run wild. Chapter 343. After Yang Feng stepped into the banquet hall with Azramia and the two women, they attracted gazes of envy and jealousy. Almost 90% of the men were attracted to the two women. Even Yang Feng was the center of attention. Kisad glanced at Yang Feng and frowned, asking, "Who is he?" Ticini's beautiful eyes flickered with a peculiar splendor, and she replied with a sweet smile, "He is Duke Ian of the Morance Empire." Gage's eyes flashed with a dignified glint, and he uttered solemnly, "Duke Ian of the Red Earth Empire? That's a ruthless character. It is said that he only has an arch-wizard rank cultivation base, but even many legend-rank powerhouses have fallen at his hands. Even the great Prince André of the Morance Empire was defeated by him." The great Prince André of the Morance Empire was one of the most feared marshals of the Morance Empire. Under André's command, the southern army of the Morance Empire had more victories than defeats and beat the Desert Empire into a sorry state, suffering heavy casualties. The Desert Empire, on the other hand, beat the Mexican Principality and the other small principalities into a sorry state, forcing them to pay tribute year after year. Kisad was originally a commoner. It was during the fierce battles with the Desert Empire that he stood out. Furthermore, with the temple's nurturing, he was able to quickly climb to the aristocratic class. Kisad stared at Yang Feng with a dignified look in his eyes. "That's right. Although this guy is a little weak, but he's indeed a ruthless character." The aristocrats at the banquet whispered to each other and discussed Yang Feng's origins. After hearing about Yang Feng's origins, the aristocrats who originally coveted Gleistar disappeared. If Yang Feng was a commoner, the aristocrats would have framed him. But Yang Feng was a hereditary peer duke of the Morance Empire, with a population of 10 million people and countless experts under his command. He wasn't an existence that the aristocrats could contend with. "His Majesty the Grand Duke has arrived." Under the protection of a dozen guards, a dignified old man with white hair and beard slowly stepped into the hall. As soon as the old man entered the hall, he walked towards Yang Feng and beckoned to Ticini. Ticini gave Kisad an apologetic look, and then walked towards the old man with a fragrant wind. Seeing this, Kisad's handsome face changed slightly, a touch of humiliation flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he clenched his fists, blue veins bulging. Gajas pressed Kisad's hand and said solemnly, "Don't be impulsive, Kisad. There's nothing we can do about it. You must trust Princess Ticini." Kisad's face was gloomy as he said slowly, "I understand." Holding Ticini's hand, the old man came to in front of Yang Feng and said with a gentle smile, "Duke Ian, I am Grand Duke Pamplian of the Mexican Empire. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yang Feng performed an ordinary aristocratic etiquette courteously and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Hello, I am Ian. It's a pleasure to meet you." The Grand Duke of Megan, Papillion, smiled meaningfully and said, "Duke Ian, it must have been hard for you to come from afar. Let me introduce you. This is my most precious daughter, the most beautiful pearl of our Megan Principality, Ticini. You are both youngsters, have a good chat." Ticini performed a ladylike etiquette to Yang Feng, smiled flirtatiously, and looked incredibly charming. "Hello, Duke Ian, I am Ticini." Yang Feng responded with a polite smile. "Hello." Ticini looked at Yang Feng with an expectant look in her beautiful eyes and asked like a curious baby, "Duke Ian, I am very interested in the miracle city you built in the Red Earth wasteland. Can you tell me how you built a city there? It is said that there is no water in the Red Earth wasteland. It is dry and has little rain. Even many legend heroes have failed there. It's really amazing that you can build a city there." Yang Feng smiled and chatted with Ticini. He also wanted to learn about the situation in the past few months. Through chatting with Ticini, Yang Feng learned that the situation on the continent changed in the second month after he entered the palace where the Taboo Lord once lived. Abyssal fiends launched an invasion of the Feisua Plain. They poured out of planar rifts in the underground world, poured into the surface world, and launched a frenzied attack on the two human empires, the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire. As for the Beastman Empire and the Elven Empire, they strangely weren't attacked by the Abyssal Fiends. In the history of the Feisua Plain, Abyssal Fiends would pour out of the abyss that ran through the 36 primary material planes every once in a while, massacre everywhere, and harvest all souls. This was called Democalypse by the many races of the Feisua Plain. Through the intelligence of the demonic fighting sect, Yang Feng learned that the so-called Democalypse was an attack launched by powerful beings of the abyss in order to obtain fresh souls of various races and stronger subordinates. In the 36 primary material planes, once intelligent life forms died, their souls had two destinations. One was to fall into the netherworld. The other was to fall into the divine country of the gods. Souls were extremely precious wealth. Every once in a while, the abyss would launch an attack on the 36 primary material planes, sending countless abyssal fiends to hunt for souls, and at the same time, screening and cultivating more powerful experts. According to the research and analysis of the Tsangji Plains warlocks, the abyss was the convergence point of the evil power of the 36 primary material planes. Every year, countless demonic creatures would be born in the abyss due to the evil power. These demonic creatures were very powerful, but their souls were very weak. These demonic creatures needed to devour the souls of other beings in order to evolve. Every time a demon disaster erupted in the abyssal plane, countless demonic creatures would rush out of the abyss and slaughter all living beings in a frenzy. They devoured the souls of those living beings in order to evolve to a higher level and obtain greater power. The more powerful the demonic creatures of the abyss were, the more powerful the souls they needed to devour. Therefore, many powerful demonic creatures of the abyss would even take the initiative to attack the powerful beings of the 36 primary material planes. Gods were their favorite food. The soul of gods had a very high degree of evolution, far surpassing that of experts of the same rank. If the powerful demonic creatures of the abyss could devour a god, they would undergo earth-shaking evolution. In the long history of the Feisua Plain, Many gods were devoured by the abyssal fiends of the abyss. This created one legend after another in the rise of abyssal fiend lords in the abyss. In ordinary times, powerful abyssal fiend lords didn't dare to set foot on the Feisua plane at will, because their abyssal magic power would be suppressed by the Feisua plane. At the same time, abyssal magic power would be restrained by the divine power of gods. In the abyssal plane, an abyssal fiend earl could contend with a weak divine power rank god. But once he came to the Feisua plane, he would be suppressed by the plane and restrained by divine power, and might be killed by a demigod drawing support from the power of gods. During the planar tide, the Feisua plane was greatly suppressed by the gods. Although the planar tide would also suppress the fiends of the abyss, but it also gave the abyssal lords the best opportunity to hunt gods. The democalypse that broke out now was the vanguard and probe of the abyssal lords about to invade the Feisua plane. The abyss was the convergence point of the evil forces of the 36 primary material planes. Every year, countless demonic creatures would be born in the abyss. In the cruel abyss, only great fiend-rank demonic creatures had a bit of status, while fiend lords were the aristocrats of the abyss. As for ordinary abyssal fiends, even advanced abyssal fiends with level 3 warlock rank battle prowess were just cannon fodder. As he watched Yang Feng chat with his most beloved woman, Kisad felt as if his heart was bitten by a viper called jealousy. His face turned blue, and endless jealousy and anger flickered in the abyss of his eyes. Gages frowned slightly, and his eyes shimmered with worry. Kisad, how about we go over and get to know him? Kisad's eyes shimmered with arrogance, and he said proudly, "No, I don't want to go over. He should be the one to go over." Kisad was a god's darling. Before the age of 30, he had already practiced cultivation to the legend realm, and he cultivated magic and martial duel. He was the #1 genius of the Mexican Principality. In the Mexican Principality, he was the focus of attention. No matter where he went, he would be the center of attention, and people would take the initiative to make friends with him. This gave birth to an air of arrogance. Gages frowned slightly, then silently drained the glass of wine in his hand and sighed inside. With the continuous rise of his status, Kisad became more and more arrogant, and was no longer as receptive to the opinions of others as before. Yang Feng and Ticini chatted for a while, and then, at her invitation, danced a few times. After that, he had to deal with the aristocrats who surrounded him. From time to time, the gazes of the aristocrats gathered around Azramia and Gleistar, yet no one dared to invite them to dance. Yang Feng had an illustrious reputation in the Morance Empire. None of the aristocrats of the Mexican Principality dared to provoke such a terrifying existence at will. After the banquet was over, Yang Feng took Azramia and Gleistar outside the imperial palace. A palace attendant rushed over from the rear, arrived in front of Yang Feng, and said respectfully, "Duke Ian, please wait a moment." Yang Feng asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" The palace attendant replied respectfully, "His Majesty the Archduke has something to ask of you. Please come with me. Go back and have a good rest." Yang Feng looked carefully at the palace attendant. After confirming that it was indeed the palace attendant standing next to the Archduke, he nodded slightly, exhorted Azramia and Gleistar, and then followed the palace attendant towards the imperial palace. Chapter 344. The attendant led Yang Feng to a palace, pushed open the door, and went inside. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the palace, he saw Ticini's naked body suddenly fly towards him. There was a bloody hole where her heart should have been. It was a terrifying sight. "Shit, I fell into a trap." Yang Feng looked at the corpse flying towards him, and his complexion suddenly changed. An ominous premonition welled up inside him, and he extended his right hand and grabbed at the attendant. Only the attendant could prove Yang Feng's innocence. Boom! Along with a blare, The attendant who led Yang Feng to the palace was blown to pieces, and countless fragments splashed in all directions. Ticini! Ian, you bastard! I'm going to kill you! From the entrance of the palace came Kisada's heart-wrenching, 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 heart-wrenching roar like a wounded beast. Yang Feng swept the place with his gaze and saw Kisada standing at the entrance of the palace with bloodshot eyes. As if a wounded beast, his eyes were filled with resentment and killing intent. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said solemnly, "Sir, you misunderstood. This is a trap, I didn't kill her. Someone is setting me up. If I'm not mistaken, the goal of the person behind this should be for us to kill each other. Please calm down and let us work together to find the real culprit." Princess Ticini was raped and killed by Duke Ian of the Morance Empire. As if stepping on a dot, a palace maid appeared at the entrance of the palace and issued a heart-wrenching and terrified scream. Kisada's eyes flashed fiercely, and fearsome legend rank power suddenly erupted from him. He drew a magic sword, rose abruptly, and stabbed at Yang Feng like a river. Yang Feng frowned slightly. With a flick of his wrist, a secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel suddenly appeared in his hand. Unleashing the demonic fighting sword art, the sword turned into numerous sword afterimages sweeping towards Kisada. Kisad's sword art was called the Mexican Long River Secret Sword, a sword art created by the god of the Mexican River. Once it was displayed, it was like an endless river with extraordinary power. Amid crisp sounds, Yang Feng's sword rays collapsed, forcing him to retreat step by step. Yang Feng practiced magic, extraordinary botany, extraordinary biology, alchemy, and many other methods. Although he has promoted to a great warlock, but his attainments in swordsmanship were still far behind that of Kisada, who delved into swordsmanship. Yang Feng retreated step by step, the anger in his eyes gradually increased, and his words were slowly shrouded in a layer of frigid killing intent. "I didn't kill that woman. Don't you understand human language?" The Kisad sword was aimed at Yang Feng's vitals, and each sword strike contained endless killing intent. Clearly, it wouldn't stop until Yang Feng was dead. Yang Feng was forced to give birth to a trace of frigid killing intent in his heart. Kisad's eyes were bloodshot, flashing with crazy killing intent as he said coldly, "Go to hell. I'm going to tear you to pieces and use your corpse as a sacrifice to Princess Ticini." "In that case, then you bastard, go to hell." Killing intent surged in Yang Feng's heart, and his eyes were gradually shrouded in dense killing intent. He silently recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and suddenly unleashed the level 4 spell legend disintegration. A green magic ray containing endless killing intent, capable of disintegrating great warlock rank powerhouses, shot towards Kisad. Kisad's complexion suddenly changed dramatically, and he blocked in front of him with his sword at the last moment. Crack! With a crisp sound, the magic sword in Kisad's hand that could withstand the strike of a sacred blood steel secret treasure sword collapsed, turning into a cloud of dust and drifting away in the wind. Kisad's complexion changed slightly, a dignified glint flashed past his crazed eyes, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Legend rank spell. You've already promoted to a legend wizard, no wonder you're so arrogant. To even commit such a fiendish act as raping and killing Princess Ticini." Legend wizard rank powerhouses already had the terrifying power to threaten Kisad's life. Even though he was a divine darling, but he had no choice but to be on guard. On the Feisua plain, divine darling were indeed favored by the heavens. Their cultivation speed was far faster than that of ordinary people, and they were super geniuses among ordinary people. However, legend wizards who could still reach the summit under the suppression of the weave weren't simple characters. Many of the chosen had died tragically in the hands of these legendary mages. A large number of guards poured in from the entrance of the palace, all of them armed to the teeth and staring covetously at Yang Feng. Archers have already raised their bows and aimed at Yang Feng, ready to shoot at any time. Grand Duke Mexican walked in amidst the guards of countless experts. As soon as he entered the palace, he saw the naked Ticini lying in a pool of blood. He burst into tears and screamed mournfully, "Ticini, my precious daughter, my treasure! Heavens! Ian, you bastard! Why did you rape and kill my daughter? You're worse than a beast! Why? Why? Kill him! Kill him, you bastard!" Following Archduke Mexican's order, the archers immediately released hundreds of arrows shooting towards Yang Feng like a rain of arrows, not giving him the slightest chance to explain. Among the hundreds of arrows, there were 2 arrows that contained the terrifying chi of a heavenly knight. Furthermore, they were special demon-breaking arrows that were extremely powerful. Even a legend powerhouse would be severely injured or even killed if they were careless. In that case, it seems that I can only be forced to become that guy's blade. I'll send you all to the netherworld to repent. A fierce glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and he unleashed the level 4 spell dragon might in a flash. With him as the center, a boundless dragon might spread in all directions. Crushed by the dragon might, Grand Duke Mexican, an ordinary person, knelt on the ground with a look of fear on his face. The complexions of more than 95% of the hundreds of guards around Grand Duke Mexican changed dramatically, and they trembled. Unable to hold their weapons steadily, they knelt on the ground. Only the few Sky Knight rank powerhouses and above urged their chi to stand in place and resist Yang Feng's frightening dragon might with great difficulty. This is dragon might. Ian, you half-breed giant dragon clan bastard. Go to hell. Kisad's eyes flashed fiercely. He silently recited an incantation, and a mysterious and profound divine rune rose from between his eyebrows. In an instant, he seemed to be connected with a vast and mighty being, and frightening divine power pervaded his body. Sword of the Mexican River. Rays of dazzling divine power surged out of the mysterious divine pattern between Quesada's eyebrows and formed a 6-meter-long earthen yellow longsword in the void. It was as if countless rivers were surging and surging in it. Wisps of frightening divine might diffused from the earthen yellow sword, as if the power of a god was condensed inside the earthen yellow sword. Black Dragon Morph. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he unleashed the ultimate secret method recorded in Black Dragon Morph. A copious amount of Black Dragon force and the frightening power of Black Dragon's bloodline gushed out of the taboo bead. Boom! In an instant, Yang Feng traced the source of the bloodline power and transformed into a 50-meter-long ancient black dragon covered in black dragon scales and exuding frightening ancient dragon might. Yang Feng's incarnation of an ancient black dragon opened his maw and belched a fearsome ancient dragon breath barreling towards the earth-yellow sword. After transforming into an ancient black dragon, Yang Feng's strength reached the quasi-starry sky warlock realm, and the might of the dragon breath he belched was more than 4 times that of when he was in his human form. The sword of the Mexican River suddenly turned into an earthen yellow ray that slashed at the black dragon breath in an instant, and forcibly cut it in half. When the black dragon breath that was cut in half fell into the crowd of palace guards, it set off frightening black flames. In the midst of the black flames, the several Mexican principalities' experts who stood firm under the dragon might turned into ashes and disappeared. As long as the rest of the palace guards were touched by the dragon breath, they would be burned to ashes. The Archduke of the Mexican Principality was also turned into ashes by the might of the black dragon breath. After the sword of the Mexican River slashed through the black dragon breath, it shrank by a size, and its might was reduced by more than half. Yet, it still slashed at Yang Feng's incarnation of a black dragon, cut open his black dragon scales, raised a copious amount of flesh, and nearly cut his neck in half. A copious amount of blood sprayed from the neck of Yang Feng's incarnation of an ancient black dragon. Yang Feng extended his claw. The moment before his neck was about to be severed, he grabbed the sword of the Mexican River and crushed it. After crushing the sword of the Mexican River, Yang Feng tore through the void with his claw and mercilessly clawed at Kisad. Kisad's face was pale. He blocked the attack with his sword and quickly retreated backward. The sword of the Mexican River was the strongest sword he grasped, yet he still couldn't kill Yang Feng. His body was at its weakest. Fast to the extreme, Yang Feng grabbed Kisad lightning fast. A fierce glint flashed past his eyes, and he clenched his fist. Violent dragon force erupted in a flash and broke Kisad's bones. Chapter 345. Stop! You bastard! At this moment, Becky, a longbow in hand, her eyes flashed with anxiety. She barked, and an arrow containing green chi shot towards Yang Feng's dragon eye like a meteor. Yang Feng flapped his dragon wings and easily deflected the green arrow. At the same time, he opened his mouth and belched a dragon breath towards Kisad. No! When she saw this, Becky let out a heart-wrenching scream. The frightening dragon breath engulfed Kisad in an instant, and black flames engulfed the peerless genius of the Mexican principality and burned him to ashes. Damn it, I fell into a trap! Yang Feng's embodiment of an ancient black dragon swept the surroundings with his perception, and he clearly sensed fearsome fluctuations of power coming from the temple of the Mexican River. Clearly, the temple of the Mexican River was alarmed. Human experts hidden in the city gathered in the direction of the temple of the Mexican River. Yang Feng looked up at the sky, and his eyes shimmered with an unruly glint. At this point, there's no retreat. I'll think of a way to annex this principality. Anyway, the planar tide has arrived, and the control of the gods in the starry sky over the secular world is weakening frantically. They should be powerless to protect themselves now. This will surely come as a great surprise to the person behind the scenes. On the road leading to a manor outside the imperial palace of the Mexican principality, a carriage was moving. Inside the carriage sat two beautiful women, Gleistar and Ezramia. On both sides of the carriage were 10 cavalrymen, who were the guards assigned to them by Grand Duke Mexican. Stop! Suddenly, a team of heavily armed soldiers emerged from both sides of the road. The leader of the team, who was wearing a magic armor and holding a magic sword, pointed at the coachman and Embark. As if they had eyes of their own, the crossbow bolts shot into the 10 cavalrymen, killing them one by one. The coachman pulled on the reins, and the carriage came to a halt. His eyes were filled with fear. The leader, wearing magic armor and holding a magic sword, said in a low voice, "Ladies, please come down." Gleistar and Ezramia immediately alighted from the carriage. A deep voice came from the magic armor, "Ladies, please come with us. As long as you're honest, we can guarantee your safety." "Who are you people? Why did you capture us? What do you want?" Gleistar grabbed her skirt with one hand and the evening gown on her chest with the other, her beautiful eyes filled with panic. She looked like a delicate, pitiful, lovable, and delicate beauty who could provoke men to bully her from the bottom of their hearts. Under the moonlight, Gleistar looked even more beautiful and lovable. Behind the leader covered in magic armor, the ordinary warriors stared at Gleistar's curvaceous and sexy body, their eyes filled with greed. The leader said in a hoarse voice, "You don't need to know what we want to do. You just have to come with us." Gleistar smiled sweetly, her disguise completely disappearing, and she said with a curious smile, "Strange, did I already use a charm spell? Why don't you kill each other? Could it be that you're not humans? Moreover, you have high resistance to charm spells?" An ominous premonition welled up in the leader's heart, and he roared wildly, "Do it! Capture them! If they resist, it doesn't matter if they're crippled as long as they're not killed." The hundreds of heavily armed soldiers suddenly lunged at Gleistar and Ezramia. It's no use. Threads of darkness. Gleistar's pretty face surged with a captivating blush, and she revealed a bewitching smile. She raised her lily-white hand, and strange dark force spread along the black threads on her lily-white hand in all directions. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the black threads frantically interweaved and flashed. Like the sharpest cutting blades, they cut the lower bodies of the hundreds of fully armed soldiers into pieces. Countless blossoms of blood splattered in all directions. Almost in an instant, the lower bodies of the hundreds of soldiers were cut into pieces, and the remaining upper bodies fell to the ground and issued anguished howls. Under the illumination of the moonlight, countless soldiers collapsed in the sea of blood and screamed miserably, looking like hell. Glystar smiled coquettishly, and black light enveloped her delicate body, making her look like a coquettish witch walking in the darkness. Seeing this scene, Azramia's eyes flashed with unbearable glint, but she remained silent. As the great elven monarch, she wasn't a naive elf who hadn't seen the world. She knew very well that she couldn't be soft-hearted when dealing with enemies. The eyes of the leader in magic armor flashed with a glint of panic, and he suddenly slashed at Glystar lightning fast with his sword. Strangely, Glystar disappeared in an instant, and then appeared behind the leader in magic armor. With a light grasp of her lily-white hand, the magic armor's visor was torn off the leader's face. Under the visor of the magic armor was a handsome, pale face. Glystar grabbed the face by the neck, and it was forced to open its mouth, revealing the vampire fangs unique to kindred. Glystar grabbed the neck of the kindred, her beautiful big eyes revealed a glint of excitement, and she said with a sweet smile, "So it's a kindred. You're not one of those dregs of vampires, but an advanced kindred, level 3 warlock. Interesting, it seems that my master is involved in your plot." "How interesting! You guys caught a big whale while fishing." At the same time, a frightening dragon might gushed out of the imperial palace of the Mexican Principality, and Glystar sensed it. Glystar sighed regretfully. "It's a pity. I originally planned to let you experience my methods and have a taste of our dark elven punishment. Unfortunately, Master is now in trouble. I can only ask you to die." A black thread, invisible to the naked eye, flashed, and the advanced kindred's head was cut off by Glystar. Black threads flickered like sharp blades reaping lives, constantly reverberating in that space. The hundreds of struggling vampires were turned into countless fragments by the frightening black threads and scattered on the ground. Glystar's figure blurred, and she flew in the direction of the dragon might. Azramia's figure flickered, and she followed behind Glystar and flew in that direction. "Ian, what's going on?" As soon as Azramia arrived at the imperial palace, she saw Yang Feng, who had turned into an ancient black dragon, had his neck split open, and was bleeding profusely. She couldn't help but ask. Earth-yellow divine power surged around Yang Feng's neck, hindering the recovery of the wound. A large amount of dragon blood flowed out of his neck and scattered on the ground. Yang Feng replied briefly, "I was set up. The other party framed me and made me a criminal who raped and killed a princess of the Mexican Principality. This forced me to fight a thorny legend-rank powerhouse of the Mexican Principality." Azramia frowned slightly and asked, "What do we do now? Leave here immediately?" Azramia didn't believe that Yang Feng raped and killed a princess of the Mexican Principality. If Yang Feng was really as lecherous as the rumors said, then she and Glystar wouldn't be able to keep their chastity. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he said coldly, "If we just leave like this, wouldn't we be complying with the person behind the scenes? Come with me? We'll first uproot the temple of the god of the Mexican Principality, and then annex the Mexican Principality. Anyway, the planar tide has already begun, and the gods have no time to care about these trifles." Originally, Yang Feng didn't have any intention of annexing the Mexican Principality, but now that something like this happened, he didn't mind baring his fangs and annexing the Mexican Principality. After Yang Feng practiced cultivation to the great warlock realm, even though he had the taboo text, but on the Feisua plane, due to the suppression of the planar laws, it was very difficult for him to evolve. Ascending to godhood was the right path to evolution. Ascending to godhood, however, required a huge foundation of believers and a vast territory. Without the planar tide, Yang Feng could only slowly manage the Red Earth wasteland and the Funes province. But with the planar tide, it was difficult for the gods in the starry sky to interfere with the secular world. This was his best opportunity. Yang Feng could guess that once the planar tide arrived, all the monsters hidden in the history of the Feisua plane would jump out and do whatever it took to ascend to godhood. Gleistar looked at Yang Feng with a hopeful look in her beautiful eyes, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and her eyes revealed an intoxicated look. "That's great! That's my master for you!" What dark elves like Gleistar admired the most was the strong. Yang Feng could seize every opportunity to develop himself. Such a powerhouse was the one she admired and was willing to follow. Azramia was slightly surprised and took a deep look at Yang Feng. This was the first time she saw a man who didn't care about the gods, and she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Isn't he a fanatic of the Weave Goddess? Why is he so disdainful of the gods? Let's go. Yang Feng blurred into motion and rushed towards the temple of the god of the Mexican River. As long as the temple of the god of the Mexican River was destroyed, no one in the Mexican Principality would be a match for Yang Feng's group of 3. Chapter 346. Located in the center of the Mexican city, the temple of the god of the Mexican River was dozens of meters tall. It was the most majestic building in the Mexican city, as if it was the heart of the city. At this moment, rays of incomparably dazzling divine light gathered in the huge temple, forming an incomparably powerful barrier of divine power that completely protected the huge temple. Countless experts of the Mexican Principality gathered towards the temple of the god of the Mexican River. The ancient black dragon Yang Feng transformed into flapped its wings, flew into the air, opened its bloody maw, and belched a fearsome ancient dragon breath at the temple of the god of the Mexican River. Pope Pavon of the god of the Mexican River held a scepter in his hand and recited an incantation. Shrouded in sacred and formidable light, he floated in the air and his eyes flashed with golden light, looking like an existence that didn't belong to the secular world. He pointed with the scepter in his hand and conjured the level 4 divine spell protection of the god of the Mexican River. Earth-yellow divine power flowed out of the temple and formed a formidable earth-yellow barrier in front of the temple, completely protecting it. When the fearsome dragon breath Yang Feng belched slammed into the earth-yellow barrier, it burned frantically and eroded the barrier. The frightening dragon power of the ancient black dragon and the divine power of the god of the Mexican River clashed endlessly on the earth-yellow boundary, causing ripples to set off on the verge of collapse. Inside the temple of the god of the Mexican River, hundreds of official priests, bishops, and alternate priests came to the temple, knelt on the ground, and recited prayers devoutly. Their power of faith and power poured into the shrine in a steady stream, strengthening the shrine's barrier. Pavon's gaze congealed, and he asked loudly, "Ian, why are you attacking the temple of the god of the Mexican River? I suspect that the temple of the god of the Mexican River is colluding with other races. Give up resistance, surrender, and wait for my investigation. If you haven't colluded with other races, then I'll set you free. If you resist, then today will be the day you human traitors die." Yang Feng's embodiment of an ancient black dragon looked at the temple of the god of the Mexican River with frigid light in his eyes. He opened his maw, and a dragon breath descended from the sky and landed on the powerful earth-yellow barrier, burning it until it trembled. "Ian, you're the traitor who colluded with the aliens. Not only did you rape and kill Princess Ticini, you also killed His Majesty the Grand Duke. Now you still want to deceive us. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. On behalf of the great god of the Mexican River, I will destroy you, traitor of humanity, damned heretic." A trace of anger flashed in Pavon's eyes. He flipped his hand, and a palm-sized plate shrouded in terrifying divine power appeared in his hand. When Yang Feng saw the earth-yellow plate, alarm bells went off in his mind. The ancient black dragon rank extraordinary perception reminded him that the earth-yellow plate contained a terrifying power. Even if he possessed quasi-starry sky warlock rank strength after his body transformation, he would still die if he was the slightest bit careless. Yang Feng opened his maw and belched a fearsome ancient dragon breath that slammed into the huge earth-yellow barrier. With a pious expression on his face, Pavon pointed at Yang Feng. "Mighty God of the Mexican River Magina, your most devout believers are calling to you. Please grant us the power to purify the evil before us." The void distorted, and a boundless divine might spread out. Clearly, the god of the Mexican River, Magina, had responded to Pavon's summon from the distant void. An earth-yellow divine light containing terrifying divine might crossed the endless void, responded to Pavon's prayer, and entered the earth-yellow disc semi-divine armament plate of the Mexican River in his hand. The semi-divine armament plate of the Mexican River lit up at once, and mysterious and abstruse runes containing the power of law flickered on the plate of the Mexican River. An earth-yellow river gushed out of the plate of the Mexican River and swept towards Yang Feng's incarnation of an ancient black dragon. Yang Feng opened his maw and belched an ancient dragon breath that slammed into the earth-yellow river like a meteor. The earth-yellow river easily swept up the ancient dragon breath, devoured it, and then turned into a terrifying torrent that engulfed Yang Feng's incarnation of an ancient black dragon. The earthen yellow river contained the terrifying power of laws, as well as the incomparably powerful power of gods. It severed the connection between Yang Feng and the vigor of heaven and earth, making it impossible for him to cast powerful spells with the help of the vigor of heaven and earth. A fearsome corrosive force gushed out of the earth-yellow river and frantically eroded Yang Feng's incarnation of an ancient black dragon. Bubbles rose from the scales of Yang Feng's incarnation of an ancient black dragon. Clearly, the scales of the ancient black dragon were being corroded inch by the earth-yellow river. After becoming a god, the god of the Mexican River, Magina, used his tremendous divine power to cut off a tributary of the Mexican River. With the help of his divine power and part of the law of water that he comprehended, the plate of the Mexican River was refined into a semi-divine artifact. The plate of the Mexican River was the cornerstone treasure of the god of the Mexican River. It guarded the temple for countless years, and its power was boundless. A series of prayers came out of the temple, and the power of faith surged out and entered the Yellow River. Inside the earth-yellow river, Yang Feng flapped his wings and struggled with all his might, but he couldn't break free from the earth-yellow river. Sharp pain came from his eyes, and the ancient black dragon scales on his body began to slowly corrode by the earth-yellow river. The earth-yellow river was a tributary of the Mexican River and contained the divine power of the god of the Mexican River. It had the miraculous effect of cutting off the connection between experts and the vigor of heaven and earth. Even if it was a demigod-rank magic attribute expert, once swept by the earth-yellow river, they would be corroded and devoured in a very short time. The resistance of the ancient black dragon Yang Feng's incarnation was extremely strong, which was why he could barely withstand it. However, if nothing unexpected happened, it would only be a matter of time before he was swallowed by the earth-yellow river. Standing quietly on a tree branch, Esramia swept Yang Feng midair with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. She took a deep breath, and her eyes shimmered solemnly. She took out the sun god's bow, aimed at Pope Pavon of the god of the Mexican River, and frantically poured resplendent sun force into the sun god's bow. Suddenly, a resplendent sun god ray shot towards Pavon like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, it hit the barrier of the god of the Mexican River. The frightening sun god ray erupted in a flash and blasted a fist-sized hole in the barrier, which then collapsed and disappeared. Dark elven assassination arrow. Almost in an instant, a pitch-black arrow that contained a terrifying dark energy as deep as the sea instantly shot out from the fist-sized hole. It silently pierced through Pavon's forehead and penetrated his brain. How could this be? This was the last thought that flashed through Pavon's mind. His body trembled slightly, and he slumped to the ground. The demigod armament plate of the Mexican River in his hand fell to the ground as well. After losing Pavon's main body, the faith power dispersed in all directions. The earth-yellow river that had firmly trapped Yang Feng flowed in reverse and entered the demigod armament plate of the Mexican River. Yang Feng could no longer maintain his ancient black dragon form, and was forced to change back into his human form. After Yang Feng changed back into his human form, a frightening sword wound extended from the left side of his neck to the right, almost wanting to cut his neck open. A large amount of blood gushed out of the wound and dyed his body red, looking extremely miserable. Strands of strange divine power permeated the wound, preventing it from healing. Yang Feng swallowed a dozen vials of elixirs in a row. At the same time, the liquid metal nano-robots inside him operated frantically, cleaning up the divine power of the god of the Mexican River and slowly dispelling it. Although the divine force of the god of the Mexican River was of a very high grade, but without a master, it still couldn't resist Yang Feng's frightening warlock rank life force. When Yang Feng returned to his human form, his figure blurred, and he quickly rushed towards the plate of the Mexican River. A black figure suddenly burst out, turned into a black ray, and shot towards the plate of the Mexican River. The black figure ferociously slammed into the barrier of the god of the Mexican River. Earth-yellow divine power enveloped the figure and frantically burned it. At the same time, black smoke rose from its body. Miserable screams burst out of the black silhouette, and bloody energy erupted in an instant, allowing it to forcibly break free from the god of the Mexican River's barrier. A black arrow fell from the sky, ran through the figure's master, and nailed him to the ground. Dark force pervaded the surroundings and sealed the figure's master, making him unable to budge. Yang Feng arrived before the barrier of the god of the Mexican River, opened his mouth, and belched a dragon breath that slammed into the barrier. Without Pavon presiding over the temple, the power in the temple could no longer condense, and Yang Feng's dragon breath easily burned a big hole in the barrier protecting the god of the Mexican River. Chapter 347. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the barrier, he grabbed the demigod armament plate of the Mexican River. As soon as the plate of the Mexican River fell into Yang Feng's hand, it released a frightening force of rejection and burned his right hand painfully. He had no choice but to let go and let the plate of the Mexican River fall to the ground. Without the permission of their masters, many semi-divine artifacts and divine artifacts that had masters would produce a power barrier of rejection once others came in contact with these semi-divine artifacts and divine artifacts, forbidding others from touching them. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and shook his hand, and a piece of dragon bast paper with countless sealing runes written in dragon blood, as if it had a life of its own, swept towards the plate of the Mexican River, and sealed it completely. Yang Feng waved his hand, and the dragon bast paper wrapped around the plate of the Mexican River and stored it in a storage ring on his hand. A mage hand grabbed Pavon's scepter and flew into Yang Feng's storage ring. Pavon's scepter was a legend-rank treasure, and Yang Feng would never complain about having too many of such treasures. Yang Feng's gaze shifted and fell on the person nailed to the ground by Glystar. Glystar smiled sweetly and waved her lily-white hand. Like sharp blades, black spider silk cut the master of the figure nailed to the ground, revealing a handsome vampire figure with open mouth, revealing his vampiric fangs. Yang Feng glanced at the kindred nailed to the ground and said indifferently, "This is an advanced kindred. It seems that the Mexican principality has been infiltrated quite a bit. Glystar waved her lily-white hand, and black threads twisted and shredded the lower half of the kindred's body. Suddenly, Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he unleashed a secret method recorded in the taboo text. With a light point of his finger, kindred blood flew out of the shards and entered his finger. Amazing! Even though the person presiding over it is dead, the barrier still exists. However, without a person presiding over it, it's not enough. Yang Feng glanced at the huge barrier that enveloped the temple, sneered, and stabbed the barrier with his hand. A frightening force erupted from the barrier, resisting Yang Feng's invasion. That enormous barrier was constructed from divine power. Among the many types of divine power, other than darkness divine power, all other divine powers were the bane of races that used darkness power. That was why it was so lethal to the Blood Clan. Although this barrier was very resistant to Yang Feng, who used Dragon Force, but it didn't have that kind of terrifying destructive power towards kindred. Yang Feng stabbed his hand into the barrier, operated a secret method recorded in the Black Dragon Morph, and his right hand turned into a dragon claw. He silently chanted an incantation, and mysterious and abstruse runes poured out of his dragon claw and into the barrier. Cracks suddenly appeared on the barrier, and then extended in all directions. Immediately after, it collapsed and disappeared. As Ramia's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment. What spell is this? How did he destroy the shrine's barrier so quickly? The shrine's barrier was constructed from the powerful faith power accumulated in the shrine as well as the faith power of the clergies praying inside the shrine. It was extremely powerful. Normally, if one wanted to destroy the barrier of a divine hall, they would need many experts to attack day and night to exhaust the power of the barrier. Only when the power of the barrier was exhausted would they be able to break through the barrier. Before the divine hall's protective barrier was breached, no one dared to enter the barrier and fight with the divine hall's experts inside. Even if a demigod powerhouse entered the barrier before it was destroyed, he or she would be suppressed by the barrier. After Yang Feng obtained the taboo text, he learned a powerful secret method to crack divine power barriers. When the barrier was breached, Yang Feng strode towards the temple of the god of the Mexican River. His eyes flashed with frigid killing intent. As long as the temple of the god of the Mexican River was destroyed, no one in the Mexican River Principality would be able to stop Yang Feng. He could transfer 5,000 soldiers from the Red Earth Wasteland and easily annex the Mexican Principality. This was the difference between a lord and a lone ranger. If Yang Feng was just a lone ranger, then when he was framed, he could only cut a sorry figure and flee. Otherwise, even if he killed Kisad and destroyed the temple of the god of the Mexican River, he wouldn't be able to dominate the principality. He could only carry the notoriety of a rapist and murderer. As the lord of the Red Earth Wasteland, Yang Feng could say whatever he wanted as long as he annexed the Mexican Principality. Black could be described as white, and white could also be described as black. As long as he had the will, he could turn black into white and place the crime of rapist and murderer on anyone. Breaking tricks with force was the method Yang Feng thought of to crack schemes. As long as he annexed the Mexican Principality, no matter what schemes the dark hand behind the scenes had, he would easily crack them. From the temple of the god of the Mexican River, a great beauty exuding a holy and beautiful aura slowly walked out. She had long blue hair draped over her shoulders like a waterfall and a snow-white clergy robe that couldn't conceal her curvaceous figure. The great beauty exuding a pure and holy aura said slowly in a voice as gentle as water, "Duke Ian, I am Kath, a saintess who serves the great god of the Mexican River. Please stay, I want to speak to you." Yang Feng extended his hand, and a sword forged from divine blood steel appeared in his hand. He said indifferently, "I think that since things have come to this, there shouldn't be anything to say between us, right?" Kath creased her eyebrows slightly and then said gently, "No, this is a scheme. Duke Ian, someone is instigating us from behind. A plot to turn us against each other. Please calm down, don't fall for the other party's trick. Yang Feng said coldly. I also know that this is a scheme and that someone is framing me from behind. However, things have already come to this point. The Grand Duke of the Mexican Principality died at my hands, and so did Pope Pavon. This is an indisputable fact. Do you think I'll let you off, believe that you'll put aside your hatred, and let you continue to live and oppose me? Although Yang Feng didn't know that Kisad was a god's darling chosen by the god of the Mexican River, but he knew that a young legend-ranked genius appeared in the tiny Mexican Principality. Moreover, that legend-ranked genius could use powerful divine secret spells. The relationship between this legend-ranked genius and the god of the Mexican River could be imagined. Kisad was definitely a very important pawn of the god of the Mexican River in the Mexican Principality, yet such a pawn was killed by Yang Feng. Such a chess piece was killed by Yang Feng, and the god of the Mexican River would never let this matter rest. Kath sighed faintly. We will, Duke Ian, although we are very unwilling, but we will still put aside our hatred. This is a divine decree of the mighty god of the Mexican River. A divine decree. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a peculiar light. For the believers of gods on the Feisua plane, divine decrees were orders that they simply couldn't disobey. They were even more authoritative than the orders of emperors. After a god's believer dies, if that god has his own divine kingdom, he can receive that god's believer into his divine kingdom, allowing the god's believer's soul to be reborn in his divine kingdom. The fear of death made the believer of the god extremely pious. Of course, ordinary believers didn't know that many weak gods didn't have their own divine countries, nor could they receive their believers into their divine countries. The promises they made were just empty words. Kath took out a statue of the god of the Mexican River with short blue hair, dressed in earth-yellow armor, holding a great sword in hand, and placed it on the ground. The statue of the god of the Mexican River radiated traces of earth-yellow divine light. In the air, the space distorted, and a vast and terrifying divine might faintly came from the space. An earthy yellow divine light surged out from the void and entered the statue. The chaotic divine power in the temple of the god of the Mexican River became orderly and formed a divine barrier that shielded all prying eyes. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he stared silently at the statue with a dignified look in his eyes. The power contained in the statue rose steadily until it was promoted to the pinnacle level 3 warlock rank. Enveloped by the earth-yellow divine light, the statue seemed to come to life, and countless divine light formed its body, turning it into an adult-sized being. Greetings, my lord. Kath bowed gracefully and prostrated herself before the god of the Mexican River, full of piety and respect. Lowly mortal, why don't you bow when you see me? Looking at Yang Feng, the god of the Mexican River Magina exuded frightening divine might. His eyes exuded dignified golden divine light, and his voice reverberated in the area like thunder. The god of the Mexican River Magina was a genuine feeble divine force rank god, and his divine might was genuine, even surpassing dragon might. When Azramia and Gleistar, who were hiding in the woods far away, sensed his divine might, their pretty complexions changed, and their delicate bodies trembled. Mortals had to be humble in front of gods. This was an iron rule of the Feisua plane. No matter what race, this idea was instilled in them from an early age. Azramia and Gleistar were both bigwigs of the Feisua plane's secular world. But after feeling divine might, they still trembled unconsciously. Chapter 348. Yang Feng said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, I am a duke of the Morance Empire. The great goddess of the weave is the great existence I believe in. The god of the Mexican River Magina glanced at Yang Feng and said in an aloof tone, I already know what happened here. The dark races are framing you in an attempt to use you to eliminate Kisad, the chosen I care for. You can go now. I will get someone to clear your name as a rapist and murderer. It will also make them forget their hatred." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of contempt, and he sneered. "Majina, you're too naive. As long as your temple is eradicated, the whole Mexican principality will fall into my hand. I took such a big risk, and now I'm only one step away from annexing the Mexican principality. You want me to let go with just one sentence? How is that possible? Mortal, how dare you? Do you want to anger a great god?" When Majina heard that, he became furious, and a vast and frightening divine might spread from him and swept towards Yang Feng like a wave. Yang Feng sneered. "Gods can't directly interfere in the affairs of the secular world, or else they'll be punished. This is an agreement between gods. Majina, the Amon Principality was destroyed by the Morince Empire's Hansen family, and the temple of the god of the Amon Springs was razed to the ground by the Hansen family. Your chosen, Kisad, has also died in my hand. How are you going to punish me? The Treaty of the Gods stipulated that the gods could not directly interfere with the mortal world. However, they also had the means to interfere with the mortal world. That was the various churches that existed in the mortal world. In the Church of the Gods, experts were as common as the clouds, and experts were as common as rain. In the civil war of the Morince Empire, the experts of the church didn't help either side. If the church's experts turned out in full force to support one side, then the other side wouldn't have a chance of winning. Even with Yang Feng's help, the outcome wouldn't change. The Mexican Principality's church is too weak, and the strongest Pope Pavon has already been killed by Yang Feng. No one in the entire principality had the strength to contend against Yang Feng. It was the best time for him to annex the Mexican Principality, so he naturally wouldn't give it up easily. Majina's eyes flashed with a dignified look. He threw away his arrogant and godlike tone and said indifferently, "Ian, it seems that I have underestimated you. That's right, I can't punish you right now. However, when the time is right, I will personally come to the mortal world. In the planar tide, I can use the power of a demigod. Killing you won't be a problem. If you dare to destroy my church, then I will kill everyone you care about." Yang Feng's gaze congealed slightly and his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. He stared at Majina and sank into contemplation. Except for the gods born from the relationship between the gods and the gods who were lucky enough to pick up the divinity and obtain the divine kingdom, the other gods were all peerless geniuses who climbed to the position of gods step by step. Before Majina became the god of the Mexican River, he was also a peerless heavens chosen in this region, a legendary heroic figure. Before he became a god, he was a famous peerless expert on the Fesua Plain. The planar tide had begun, and the gods in the starry sky would take action. Some gods would send their avatars to the mortal world. Some gods would hole up in their divine countries and do nothing. Some gods would descend to the mortal world with their true bodies. In order to obtain more faith power, they would go all out in the Fesua Plain and expand their faith and power. Once Majina descended to the mortal world with his true body, then even if he could only use demigod rank power, his strength would surpass that of the pinnacle demigod rank Asramia by far. Yang Feng mused for a while, then his eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he said coldly, "Majina, if your true body descended to the mortal world, then you could only use demigod rank power. This meant that if you died once, you would die for real. As long as I was willing to pay a high enough price, I could still kill demigod rank powerhouses. I also have demigod rank powerhouses as my subordinate." A lie detection divine spell fell on Yang Feng. There was no red light representing a lie rising from Yang Feng. Majina's eyes flashed with a dignified glint. During the planar tide, it was the most dangerous thing for gods to do if they walked the secular world with their true bodies. because so long as one killed a god's true body, one would be able to plunder an extremely precious godhead from that god's true body. A godhead could allow a legend-rank powerhouse to quickly promote to a demigod, and eventually evolve into a god. Magina was a weak divine power rank god. Among the gods, he was at the bottom of the hierarchy. He was one of the easiest gods to hunt, and it wasn't impossible for him to die at the hands of mortals. Magina mused for a while and then compromised. I think we should cooperate, not confront each other. I can make the Mexican Principality obey your rule, and you have to maintain my faith and church in the Mexican Principality. Yang Feng secretly heaved a sigh of relief, yet said without batting an eyelid, In that case, I seem to be at a disadvantage. Staring at Yang Feng, Magina's eyes flickered with golden light, and he asked unhurriedly, What do you think, Kath? Yang Feng praised, She's a very good woman. Although Kath's appearance couldn't compare to that of the peerlessly beautiful great elven monarch Azramia, but she was among the top humans. Besides, she had a holy and gentle temperament, which gave people a very comfortable feeling. Magina said indifferently, She is also the most outstanding saintess who has served me in the past. If properly nurtured, she can also promote to a legend-rank powerhouse in the future. I can give her to you as a gift for our alliance. In the future, after my true body descends to the secular world, we can join hands and expand our forces together. What do you think? Yang Feng mused for a while and then said decisively, All right. However, I want you to cut off contact with her. Even if we are allies, I don't want to be under your gaze all the time. The planar tide had arrived, and experts from countless planes poured into the Feisua plain. The gods in the starry sky were restless, each with their own plans. The peace of the Feisua plain, which lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, was about to be broken. All the top experts understood that great chaos was about to arrive. This was going to be an extremely chaotic great era where gods roamed the secular world. In this era, even the gods, who usually lived high above the stars and almost never perished, could perish at any time. As long as you killed a god's true body and seized their godhead and believers, you might ascend to godhood and become a true god in the future. Magina said faintly, All right. However, I have bad news to tell you. An Abyssal Fiend Legion is moving this way. In about 2 hours, the Demon Legion will arrive here. You have 2 hours to prepare. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly. What? An Abyssal Fiend Legion? An Abyssal Fiend Legion generally consisted of more than 100,000 people. Of the 100,000 fiends, 90,000 were Abyssal demonic servants below the level 1 warlock rank. The remaining 10,000 were junior Abyssal Fiends to advanced Abyssal Fiend expert. Each Abyssal Fiend Legion had a Great Fiend rank commander and 5 deputy commanders, all of whom were Great Fiend rank experts. In theory, an Abyssal Fiend Legion had the strength to destroy the Mexican Principality. In particular, the Archduke of the Mexican Principality and the genius expert Kisad of the Mexican Principality died at Yang Feng's hands. The heavy burden of guarding the Mexican Principality fell on Yang Feng's shoulders. Yang Feng's mind stirred and he frowned. So it was a plot of the dark races. Their original plan was to force me out of here. Without me, an Abyssal Fiend Legion would be enough to destroy the Mexican Principality. Yang Feng glanced at Magina and mused. No wonder this guy compromised so quickly. It turned out to be because of the threat of an Abyssal Fiend Legion. He didn't want everyone in the Mexican Principality to die. Yang Feng suddenly said, Magina, the Archduke of the Mexican Principality was your descendant. He died at my hands. Don't you have any resentment in your heart? Magina said indifferently. He is indeed related to me by blood, but that blood relationship is really too distant. I don't have any feelings for him. With a wave of Magina's hand, the silence barrier enveloping the area collapsed and disappeared. Magina swept Kath kneeling on the ground with a glance and ordered indifferently, "Kath, henceforth, you are no longer my holy maiden, but a woman who serves Ian. You must obey his orders and serve him as you serve me. You are not allowed to pray to me anymore, understand?" In Magina's eyes, the holy maiden of the temple was just a prop. He felt that it was worth it to use this prop in exchange for an alliance with Yang Feng. Kath's beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment, her mind shook, her tender body trembled, and her face paled, as if the sky had collapsed. After a long silence, she clenched her silver teeth and said slowly in a gentle voice with a trace of sadness, "Yes, my lord, I will obey your will. Abyssal fiends are about to arrive at the Mexican Principality. Ian's rape and murder of the Principality's princess was a plot of the dark creatures. Now I, god of the Mexican River Magina, appoint Ian as the new Archduke of the Mexican Principality. All my believers must obey his orders and unite by his side to resist the abyssal fiends and eliminate the dark creatures in the Principality." A vast and terrifying divine might pervaded the Mexican city, and the voice containing Magina's divine might shook the hearts of the believers in the city. Chapter 349. We obey the divine decree of our Lord. In the Mexican city, the believers of Magina knelt on the ground and uttered piously with tears in their eyes. In the Mexican Principality, most people believed in the god of the Mexican River, Magina. However, most people had never seen his true face or heard his voice from birth to death. Now that they heard the divine decree of their god, their hearts were filled with excitement. Yang Feng sighed inside. With a few words, he completely reversed the situation. "That's a god for you." If Yang Feng led troops to occupy the Mexican Principality, he would have to use all kinds of means, go on a killing spree, and spend several years or even a dozen years to grasp the hearts of the Mexican Principality's people. But with just a few words from Magina, Yang Feng won the hearts of the Mexican Principality's people. This was the terrifying power of faith. Magina turned his head, stared at Yang Feng, and said solemnly, "Take out the scepter of the Mexican River and the plate of the Mexican River." Yang Feng smiled and flipped his hand, and the scepter of the Mexican River and the plate of the Mexican River appeared in his hand. With a wave of Magina's hand, the scepter of the Mexican River suddenly flew out, entered the temple, and landed beside an archbishop. "Magal, I confer you the title of the new pope." A loud and majestic voice resounded in the great shrine. "Thank you so much, my great lord. I will serve you with all my strength and spread your glory on earth." The archbishop knelt on the ground and kissed the scepter of the Mexican River with tears in his eyes, extremely excited. Inside the temple, the clergymen looked at the archbishop with jealousy and envy in their eyes. This was the pope personally appointed by God. No one could question his authority. The plate of the Mexican River flew to the center of the temple. The right hand of the statue of Magina radiated earth-yellow light that entered the body of an 18-year-old young guard. "Mikel, I confer you the title of Captain of the Apologetic." That young guard only had the power of a great knight, so when that earthen yellow divine light entered his body immediately turned into a great knight. The divine bloodline power hidden inside him was stimulated in an instant, and a terrifying power diffused out of him. He became a Star Knight rank powerhouse in one leap. "Thank you so much, my great lord. I, Mikel, will serve you with all my might. As your sword, I will spread your glory." Michael's heart was filled with excitement and agitation. He knelt on the ground and shouted while trembling. Yang Feng looked at this scene through the spell mage eyes and exclaimed in admiration, "Divine bloodline, divine chosen. He's the one you've truly chosen, right?" Magina casually made the temple of the Mexican River produce 2 experts. Moreover, Yang Feng could see that Michael's potential was much stronger than Kisad's. With a little training, Michael's future strength would definitely surpass Kisad's. Yang Feng said. Michael's potential is much greater than Kisad's. Why didn't you let him come out to train earlier? If he had appeared a few years earlier, he would have definitely grown into a very troublesome existence. Majina looked at Yang Feng and said meaningfully, "We are weak gods. In the secular world, we can't be too strong, nor can we be too weak." Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then nodded silently. "I'll leave the Mexican Principality to you, Ian. Don't let me down." Majina waved his hand, and the remnant of divine power on Yang Feng's neck disappeared. After he left this sentence, the body constructed from divine power collapsed and dissipated. Crack! The idol bearing Majina's will shattered inch by inch, and then collapsed and dissipated. The power and will of gods far surpassed that of ordinary extraordinary life forms. There were very few objects that could bear their power. Although the idol was forged from divine power, but it could not bear the power of gods for a long time. Without the suppression of divine power, the wound on Yang Feng's neck quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Megal strode out of the temple, arrived in front of Yang Feng, and asked, "Your Majesty Grand Duke Ian, what should we do now?" Mikkel followed beside Megal. His gaze fell on Kath behind Yang Feng, and his eyes brimmed with adoration and pain. Yang Feng asked, "Megal, can you take control of the Mexican city?" Megal replied, "Your Majesty Grand Duke, as long as I have your authorization, I can take control of it." Yang Feng pointed to the great elven monarch Azramia next to him and said, "Immediately impose martial law in the city and organize an army to defend the city wall. Before I come back, everyone must obey Azramia's orders. Understood?" The great elven monarch was the emperor of the Elven Empire. On the Fesua plain, every great elven monarch had to be proficient in many abilities, the most important of which was war command. When necessary, every great elven monarch had to personally command the elven army to fight against other races. As the contemporary great elven monarch, Azramia's commanding ability was absolutely outstanding. Megal's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty Grand Duke, I will do my best to assist Madame Azramia." Yang Feng was the man personally chosen by the god Majina, and a divine decree had been issued. No matter how puzzled Megal was, he could only obey. Yang Feng glanced at Gleistar and said lightly, "Stay here and protect Azramia. At the same time, you are responsible for eliminating the restless trash." Gleistar smiled charmingly and said respectfully, "Yes, Master." At this time, Azramia only possessed junior legend rank strength. She had no problem dealing with ordinary enemies. But if those dark race experts were to assassinate her, there was a chance that she would fall as well. With the protection of Gleistar, a legend rank expert proficient in assassination techniques, she could deal with all situations. In the worst-case scenario, she could choose to escape. There was a flash of emotion in Azramia's beautiful eyes, and traces of warmth poured into her heart. The strange rune on her forehead exuded a bewitching light. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he entered the darkness and merged with it. Following Azramia's orders, the entire Mexican city began to mobilize. The city was under martial law, and no one was allowed to walk on the streets at will. With Megal's full assistance, the 10,000 city guards of the Mexican city fell into Azramia's hands and took up combat posts. In the air, a huge mage's eye opened wide and looked in all directions. More than 20 kilometers northwest of the Mexican city, all kinds of demonic creatures formed messy formations and surged towards the Mexican city. The Abyssal Fiend army was basically made up of demonic creatures captured from the abyss to serve as demonic servants. The demonic creatures had no training, and had no discipline or formations to speak of. Only the Abyssal Fiends had a clear hierarchy, forming a relatively strict army. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and formidable fiend power gushed out of the magical mechanical cloak he wore. Enveloped by the frightening fiend power, he turned into a level 2 abyssal fiend. After Yang Feng turned into a level 2 abyssal fiend, he stealthily flew towards the abyssal fiend army. Hiding next to the abyssal fiend army, Yang Feng carefully observed for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He saw an advanced abyssal fiend with a goat head and a pair of fiend wings on the back slightly separate from the army. Legend Domination. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the advanced abyssal fiend, and a queer mind control spell landed on the advanced abyssal fiend. The advanced abyssal fiend trembled slightly, and its eyes lost clarity. Its figure fluttered, and it suddenly flew towards Yang Feng's hiding place. Yang Feng brandished the secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel in his hand and beheaded the advanced abyssal fiend. Then, he operated a secret method recorded in the taboo text and pointed at the corpse of the advanced abyssal fiend. A suction force emerged and sucked the corpse dry, turning it into ashes. Only a bit of bloodline essence entered his finger. Countless mechanical tentacles extended from the magical mechanical cloak behind Yang Feng, pierced into the head of the advanced abyssal fiend, and quickly extracted its memories. An advanced abyssal fiend with a bull head came over and said in fiend language, "Babu Babu, what are you doing?" Yang Feng turned into a goat-head abyssal fiend and said in a low, muffled voice in fiend language, "Babu, I smelled the scent of humans just now. I came over to take a look. The flesh and souls of human powerhouses are very delicious, much better than those of ordinary people." Babu extended his snake-like tongue, licked his lips and grinned. "That's right, human flesh and souls are really delicious. Especially the powerhouses among them. As long as I eat a few dozen more human firmament knights, I'll be able to evolve into a great fiend." There was indeed the scent of humans just now, but now there's no more. He should have escaped. Yang Feng said casually and strode towards the abyssal fiend army. Babu stayed in place, sniffed, and muttered, "There is indeed a bit of a human scent. It seems that Babu has improved a lot in strength." Chapter 350. As soon as Yang Feng entered the crowd of abyssal fiends, he smelled a fishy odor and abyssal magic power pervading the air. After eating, abyssal fiends didn't have the habit of taking a bath. Moreover, there were very few clean water sources in the abyss. The abyssal fiends carried a terrible stench. Yang Feng carefully glanced at the surrounding abyssal fiends, only to see that they all looked strange, yet each of them exuded a fierce aura. His eyes shimmered with a touch of novelty. The Endless Abyss was a mysterious plane that ran through the 36 primary material planes. This plane was only slightly less mysterious than the Netherworld, which ran through countless planes and was the final resting place of the dead. In the Endless Abyss, there were countless terrifying experts hidden. Even strong divine force rank gods could only dominate the first 49 floors of the Endless Abyss at most. Once strong divine force rank gods went to the 50th floor of the Endless Abyss, it would be difficult for them to guarantee their safety. In the Tsangji plane, even when the 7 warlock emperors ruled the world and suppressed countless planes, they didn't completely conquer the abyss. Although the 7 warlock emperors could come and go freely in the abyss, and could even enter the deepest part of the abyss to hunt any experts at will, but they couldn't completely conquer and purify the entire abyss. Basically, after every warlock emperor died, the abyss would rebel, and countless human warlocks would die in battle with the abyssal demonic creatures. The Tsangji plane had researched the abyss, and roughly divided the abyssal fiends into 4 types: humanoid, beast type, ogre type, and other type. Sheep-headed fiends and bull-headed fiends belonged to the beast type. Bardock Balrogs belonged to the other type. Succubi belonged to the humanoid race. Tupalak belonged to the ogre type. Generally speaking, among abyssal fiends, ogre-type fiends were the strongest of the same rank. The beast types were relatively balanced. Humanoid fiends were the weakest. The strength of other types was uncertain. There were fearsome other abyssal fiends that surpassed ogre types, as well as other abyssal fiends that were weaker than humanoid fiends. Although humanoid abyssal fiends were relatively weak among abyssal fiends of the same rank, but they were relatively more cunning and intelligent. The sheep-headed fiend that Yang Feng had transformed into was a beast-type abyssal fiend. His direct superior was a legendary ghost-type abyssal demon great demon, Tupala demon. The Tupala demon was a terrifying demon that was 4 meters tall and could freely control its bones. It had a hideous face that was as ugly as a ghost, and it was extremely savage. It could freely control the bones in its body to form all kinds of sharp blades that could appear on any part of its body. The sharpness of the bone blade was only slightly inferior to that of Yang Feng's secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel. After careful observation, Yang Feng found that the commander of this fiend legion was the Tupala. Among the other 5 deputy commanders, there were 3 beast-type fiends, 1 ogre fiend, and 1 humanoid abyssal fiend horned. The horned was about the size of a normal human. His entire body was black, and he was extremely handsome. He had a 30-centimeter long horn on his head, a pair of demonic wings on his back, and strange demonic patterns on his face. Among the 3 beast-type demons, 2 were sheep-headed demons and 1 was ox-headed. The ogre fiend was a type of ghost-type fiend called a backed fiend. The backed demon was a ghost-type demon. It had a pair of huge demonic wings on its back and a horn that was 10 centimeters long on its head. It was 3 meters tall, and its face was as ferocious as a ghost's. It didn't look like a human at all, and it was covered in a layer of black scales. It had a tail that was like a steel whip, and it emitted a terrifying demonic aura. Among the 6 great fiends, the 2 great fiends, the Tupala and the backed fiend, exuded fearsome demonic might, which surpassed that of the other 4 great fiends by far. The horned great fiend was in charge of controlling the 90,000 demonic servants in the rear. The other 4 great fiends at the deputy commander level each controlled 2,000 elite fiends. The Tupalak Great Fiend controlled 2,000 elite Tupalak fiends that were all high-level abyssal fiends. If the Demon Legion were to face the human army, and the human army didn't have a large number of mages and priests, then the human army would face a terrible disaster. Led by the 6 great fiends, the frightening Fiend Legion soon appeared 5 kilometers in front of the Mexican city. Glystar, who was hidden in the shadows, suddenly said, "The enemy is here. Prepare for battle." As Ramia ordered calmly, "Illuminate!" Great illumination. Magal silently recited an incantation with the scepter of the Mexican River in his hand, pointed at the sky, and conjured the level 3 divine spell Great Illumination. Formidable divine power fluctuations came from the temple of the god of the Mexican River, and a sphere of light suddenly rose into the sky. Like a small sun, it spread its light in all directions. Illuminated by the light, the area several kilometers in radius around the Mexican city became as bright as day. Illuminated by the light, the human warriors atop the wall of the Mexican city saw the 100,000 grotesque and ferocious fiends in the distance. When the human warriors atop the wall of the Mexican city saw the terrifying Fiend Legion, they couldn't help but reveal looks of fear in their eyes. The Mexican Principality had been peaceful for many years. The 10,000 city guards of the Mexican city could at most deal with bandit. Although under Kisad's leadership, the 10,000 city guards had fought the Desert Empire several times, but this was the first time they fought against the terrifying extraordinary life forms that were fiends. The Tupalak Great Fiend Anjit looked at the human warriors atop the wall of the Mexican city. His eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he barked, "Baloba, attack! Kill them all!" The horned Baloba opened his mouth and let out an incomparably strange shriek. The eyes of the 90,000 grotesque abyssal demonic servants turned bloodshot, and like a black tide, they surged towards the wall of the Mexican city. Countless abyssal demonic servants were born in the endless abyss every year. They were cannon fodder among cannon fodder, and no one cared about their lives. Only by devouring each other in battle, or by devouring enough intelligent life forms with souls, would abyssal demonic servants evolve into abyssal fiends. Only then would they have a bit of status and evolve from cannon fodder to cannon fodder. Only after evolving into an abyssal fiend lord would they be regarded as a bigwig in the abyss. As Ramia ordered coldly, "Release the arrows!" The archers on the wall of the Mexican city shot a dense rain of arrows into the crowd of abyssal demonic servants from above the wall. One grotesque abyssal demonic servant after another was nailed to the ground by the arrows, and black blood sprayed out of their wounds. When the abyssal demonic servants reached the city wall, many of them with wings on their ribs flapped their wings and flew up. A sacred and formidable light radiated from the temple of the Mexican in the city and spread to the surroundings, and a frightening forbidden space array that enveloped the whole city was suddenly released. The abyssal demonic servants had just flown up when they dropped to the ground. Boiling oil poured down from the city wall and poured on the abyssal demonic servants. Immediately after, the abyssal demonic servants were scalded and let out miserable screams. The crowd of abyssal demonic servants frantically cast their innate spells. Poisonous smoke, venom, shadow rays, bone spurs, and other long-range attacks barreled towards the human warriors atop the city wall. The elemental innate spells were completely blocked by the powerful barrier protecting the city, while the bone spurs and other physical attacks hit the human warriors atop the city wall and killed them one by one. The god of the Mexican River had limited divine power, and could only resist elemental spells. That kind of powerful barrier that could protect both physical and elemental types required a lot of divine power. Only the gods of the Zalia and Titan pantheons had the qualifications to use them. Some abyssal demonic servants resembling demonic insects crawled along the city wall and quickly climbed up the city wall. A 4-meter-long advanced abyssal demonic servant, a human-faced centipede, climbed up the city wall, opened its mouthpiece full of whiskers, bit off the head of a human warrior, and devoured it. The human face on its back also revealed a joyful expression. "Go to hell!" A human warrior brandished his sword and roared, then slashed at the human-faced centipede's back. Ding! Following a sharp sound, the human warrior's sword was ricocheted away. The human-faced centipede turned around, opened its sharp mouthpiece, and bit at the human warrior. The upper body of the human warrior was bitten to pieces, and blood spilled on the ground. The human-faced centipede was an advanced abyssal demonic servant with an armor as hard as steel. It was the freak with the strongest defense among abyssal demonic servants. It was also the freak most adept at attacking fortifications. That human-faced centipede was like a moving tank. Wherever it passed, a human warrior would have their upper body bitten off by it. It was extremely terrifying. "Go to hell!" Mikkel, who was covered in a layer of magic armor, roared angrily. He waved a magic sword and chopped the human-faced centipede in two. A copious amount of black blood sprayed from the human-faced centipede's wound. Under Michael's leadership, Sky Knight rank experts and above took action and killed the insect-type abyssal demonic servants that climbed up the city wall. Chapter 351. Sacred light surged above the city wall. The priests of the temple of the god of the Mexican River conjured divine spells, and divine light entered the warriors fighting fiercely above the city wall. Illuminated by the divine light, the warriors were blessed with strength, agility, and other buff. They became as strong as bulls and as agile as leopards, and their combat power more than doubled. The injured soldiers were also recovering rapidly under the illumination of the divine radiance. An army with priests would have at least 5 times the combat power of an army without priests, and at least 10 times the combat power of an army without priests. Priests who borrowed the power of God to fight not only had healing theurgy that surpassed mages, but they also had powerful offensive theurgy. Of course, only high-rank clergymen could master these formidable offensive divine spells. Encouraged by the courage of the divine spells, the human warriors on the city wall rushed towards the abyssal demonic servants one after another. The sharp divine weapons made their weapons even sharper, and they beheaded the abyssal demonic servants that rushed up the city wall one after another. Enveloped by the formidable no-fly boundary, the abyssal demonic servants that could not fly, and could only huddle at the edges of the city wall and become targets for shooting. The abyssal fiends didn't have the slightest concept of building siege weapons. Most of the abyssal demonic servants crowded below the city wall in a disorderly manner. Under the rain of arrows of the human archers, they suffered disastrous casualties. The insect-type abyssal demonic servants that climbed up the city wall were also beheaded by Mech and the other experts of the Mexican city. The 10,000 abyssal fiends laughed as they watched the abyssal demonic servants being killed by the humans of the Mexican city. For the abyssal fiends, the abyssal demonic servants were just food. Besides, abyssal demonic servants would also devour humans and livestock. For the abyssal fiends, they were cannon fodder that would compete for their food. No matter how many abyssal demonic servants died, they wouldn't feel any heartache. Many abyssal fiends were looking forward to the humans of the Mexican city killing more abyssal demonic servants, so that they could eat more humans and livestock. Watching this scene coldly, the Tupilak great fiend Anjit suddenly opened its bloody maw and let out a shrill howl. In the Mexican city, in the manner of Earl de Monlusha, one of the 3 earls supporting the Mexican principality, in a castle study. The extraordinarily handsome Earl de Monlusha opened his eyes and smiled sinisterly, revealing a pair of incomparably sharp vampiric fangs, and said coldly, "It's time, now." From Earl de Monlusha's mansion emerged 2,000 fully armed soldiers wearing the uniform of the Mexican city's city guard. Fully armed, Earl de Monlusha walked out of the castle and looked at the 2,000 soldiers dressed in the uniform of the Mexican city's city guard and said coldly, "Set out." The 2,000 soldiers silently followed behind Earl de Monlusha and rushed towards the west of the Mexican city. "Who are you people?" When Earl de Monlusha and his party arrived on the street, they were stopped by a patrol of the Mexican city's city guards. The captain vigilantly stared at Earl de Monlusha and his party and barked, "Get out of the way, George, don't you recognize me?" Earl de Monlusha took off his visor, looked down at the captain of the Mexican city's city guard, and barked. George's complexion changed greatly, and he said respectfully, "Greetings, Sir Earl." Earl de Monlusha was one of the 3 earls of the Mexican principality, as well as a descendant of Duman, one of the 4 legendary founding heroes of the Mexican principality. He had a very lofty status in the Mexican principality, and George was once his subordinate. Earl de Monlusha barked, "I was ordered to reinforce the west gate, get out of the way." George didn't dare to ask any questions, and immediately stepped aside. "Yes, Sir Earl." Earl de Monlusha advanced with his 2,000-strong army. When the patrolling soldiers saw him, they retreated to the side, not daring to stop him. He led his troops all the way to the west gate of the Mexican city. Escorted by a dozen guards, the general guarding the west gate of the Mexican city came up to Earl de Monlusha and asked respectfully, "Sir Earl, why are you here?" "I'm here to kill you." Earl de Monlusha showed a malevolent smile, slashed down with his sword, and instantly cut the human general with firmament knight rank cultivation base in 2. Almost at the same time, the soldiers wearing city guard uniforms who followed Earl de Monlusha also changed side. They brandished their swords and slashed at the city guards at the west gate as well as the priests on the city wall. The city guards at the west gate didn't guard against their comrades at all. In an instant, most of the city guards fell into a pool of blood. More than 100 priests, who were heavily guarded, also died tragically in the hands of Earl de Monluche's subordinates. Earl de Monluche barked, "Open the gate!" Amidst the commotion, the west gate of the Mexican city slowly opened, and countless abyssal monsters surged towards the west gate one after another. The city is breached. The west gate is breached. Raging flames rose everywhere in the Mexican city, and kindred servants and vampires hidden in the darkness moved out. As they lit fires, they shouted loudly, causing slaughter and panic everywhere. Many believers who were praying silently at home and providing faith power to the temple began to panic. They poured out of their rooms and fled in all directions. Numerous thugs poured out of the streets, burning and looting everywhere to vent their desires. Countless believers of the god of the Mexican River fell into pools of blood. The formidable barrier that enveloped the entire Mexican city slowly weakened bit by bit. The barrier that could cover the entire Mexican city was originally released with the temple as the center and all the believers in the city as the energy source. The god of the Mexican River couldn't use his precious divine power to maintain such a powerful barrier. Otherwise, even if he could maintain such a powerful barrier, it would be difficult for him to support such a large-scale barrier. Seeing the flames rising in the city and the constant shouts coming from inside the city guards atop the city wall were shaken, their morale plummeted, and their fighting strength was reduced by more than 50%. The relatives of the city guards were in the Mexican city. Once the ferocious freaks broke into the city, the tragic outcome could be imagined. A haggard and anxious look on his face, Miguel came to Ezramia and asked respectfully, "What do we do now, Lady Ezramia?" There were already many signs of instability on the city walls. Even with the blessing of divine spells, there were still many soldiers who directly fled towards the city. The defensive line of the Mexican city was already in a precarious situation and could collapse at any time. Once the city gate was breached, it would be a huge psychological blow to the defending side. Besides, without the city wall and the formidable barrier, the human soldiers were fundamentally no match for the abyssal fiends. The astonishing number of demonic servants alone could slaughter all the human soldiers in the Mexican city. Ezramia stared at the motionless abyssal fiend legion without saying a word. A haggard and anxious look in his eyes, Miguel said in a slightly heavier tone, "Lady Ezramia, can you let Lady Liz take action? If it's Lady Liz, we can definitely recapture the West Gate." Liz was Gleistar's alias. Even though she had lost all her divine power, but after cultivation and recovery, Gleistar still possessed pinnacle legend rank strength. Her battle prowess was even far above that of Ezramia at this time. Gleistar, who was proficient in the art of assassination and walked in the darkness, had the terrifying strength to recapture the West Gate by herself. Ezramia's gaze was ice-cold, and she spoke with dignity. "No! Pass down my order. Everyone must stick to their posts and are not allowed to attack at will. This is an order." Miguel gritted his teeth and said respectfully, "Yes, Lady Ezramia." Kath's beautiful eyes flickered with anxiety, and she asked in a gentle voice, "Lady Ezramia, why didn't you send someone to rescue the West Gate? With Lady Liz's help, we have great hopes of recapturing the West Gate." "So what if we recapture it?" Ezramia pointed at the 10,000 abyssal fiends, who were ready to set off, and said grimly, "The barrier protecting the Mexican city has been weakened a lot. Once our main force leaves, the 10,000 abyssal fiends will launch a thunderous attack, and we won't be able to fight back. Our only chance of winning now is Ian. Only by cooperating with him can we have a chance of winning. Otherwise, we can only maintain this spark and evacuate at once." As a great elven monarch, Ezramia was proficient in the path of war. At a glance, she could see that the gap in strength between the Mexican city and the Abyssal Fiend Legion was too huge. Without special means, the Mexican city would not be able to defeat the Abyssal Fiend Legion, especially when the other side had an insider. Kath showed a wry smile and looked anxiously ahead. The Tupilak Great Fiend Anjit looked at the Mexican city and sneered. The commander of this city is really a cunning guy. He didn't move his main force. But even so, he's bound to lose. A sheep-headed great fiend stared at the human powerhouses atop the city wall with bloodthirsty eyes and licked his lips. Anjit, let's attack. I want to taste the flesh and soul of human powerhouses. I can't hold back anymore. Chapter 352. The eyes of the Tupilak Anjit shimmered with a cunning glint, and he said with a ferocious smile, Seton, bear with it. We just need to confront them here and pin down their main force. Once our servants have killed their way into the city, they will fight our servants until they are exhausted. That will be the best time for us to strike. Seton showed a sinister smile, and his bloodshot eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty glint. How long do we have to wait? I can't wait to taste the delicacy of human blood. The abyssal great fiends stared at the human powerhouses atop the city wall with a bloodthirsty glint in their eyes. They could fly out at any time and attack the human powerhouses atop the city wall. The Tupilak Anjit licked his lips, his eyes shimmered with a fierce glint, and he said solemnly, There are more than 500,000 people in this city. After the city is breached, you can eat whatever you want. However, this is a city guarded by a true god, after all. We should be careful. When the abyssal great fiends heard this, their restlessness disappeared, and their eyes shimmered with caution. No matter which plane it was, gods were extremely powerful. Gods often entered the abyss to search for abyssal materials and hunt abyssal demonic creatures. Of course, when gods entered the abyss, they usually sent their avatars. Very few went to the abyss with their true body. That was because if their true body went to the abyss with their true body, they could be eroded by the power of the abyss, turn into an abyssal fiend lord, and be branded with an abyssal mark and bound by the abyss. In the deepest part of the abyss, there were many powerful abyssal fiend lords who degenerated into abyssal fiend lord. Once the true body of a god degenerated into an abyssal fiend lord, their godhead would collapse, and they would no longer be able to accept faith force or use divine force. They could only use abyssal fiend force like other abyssal lords, and would be rejected and suppressed by countless planes. They could only hole up in the deepest part of the abyss. What a mess! It seems that we ran into a cunning abyssal great fiend. This kind of abyssal great fiend that can restrain their desires is the most troublesome enemy. Hiding in the midst of the abyssal fiend army, Yang Feng frowned when he saw that the abyssal fiend army didn't join the battle. Although it's not the best time, but I can only act now. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he quickly flew in the direction of the Horned. When the Horned saw Yang Feng approaching quickly, his eyes flashed with vigilance, and a powerful force condensed inside him. Yang Feng said loudly, Sir Baloba, I have something to report to you. The vigilance in Baloba's eyes faded a little, and he asked coldly and arrogantly, What is it? Please die. Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he unleashed the level 4 spell dragon force. Frightening dragon force filled his body, and he stabbed Baloba in the heart with his claw, dug out his heart, and crushed it. At the same time, the magical mechanical cloak on his back trembled, and Baloba's corpse was sucked inside. After killing Baloba with a sneak attack, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, pointed at the 2 beast-type abyssal great fiends, and unleashed the level 3 spell Mark of Light. In an instant, the 2 beast-type abyssal great fiends burst out with powerful light and powerful auras of life. In the dark night they were like beacons. Here it comes. As Ramia's beautiful eyes congealed. With a flick of her lily-white hand, the sun god bow appeared in her hand. Mysterious runes appeared on the sun god bow, and a resplendent sun god ray turned into a ray of sunlight that crossed a distance of several kilometers and pierced through the heart of a beast-type abyssal great fiend in an instant. The beast-type abyssal great fiend issued miserable screams, and then was swallowed by the fearsome sun god ray and died. Another pitch-black arrow that seemed to have blended with the night silently pierced through the head of another beast-type abyssal great fiend, and exploded, insta-killing the beast-type abyssal great fiend. The Tupilak great fiend Anjit issued a world-shaking roar. "Enemy, an enemy has infiltrated our ranks." Countless eyes in the abyssal fiend legion focused on Yang Feng. The 10,000-strong abyssal fiend legion was made up of abyssal fiends. Any abyssal fiend had level 1 warlock rank strength, and there was no lack of advanced fiends among them. Faced with this fearsome abyssal fiend legion, even an ordinary Starry Sky warlock rank expert would exhaust their strength and have no choice but to flee if they didn't use large-scale meteorological spells. Yang Feng unleashed the fourth spell of the ancient black dragon bloodline, Dragon Might. A vast and fearsome dragon might diffused from him and spread in all directions. Intimidated by the fearsome ancient dragon might, the junior and intermediate abyssal fiends trembled, unable to budge. Intimidated by the dragon might, the advanced abyssal fiends revealed looks of horror in their eyes, unable to cast spells right away. Yang Feng pressed with his hand, and the demigod armament black dragon armor covered his whole body. A fearsome dragon aura diffused from him, as if a humanoid dragon had appeared in the secular world. The only flaw was that there was a deep blade mark on the demigod armament black dragon armor. "This is the stench of an ancient black dragon. Interesting, human. Are you a dragonborn hybrid from the country of dragons? A trifling hybrid dares to be arrogant in front of me. You're courting death." The eyes of the Tupilak great fiend Anjit shimmered malevolently, and a copious amount of fiend power gushed out of its body. Black bones extended from its body and intertwined to form a set of black fiend bone armor. The fiend bone armor of a Tupilak great fiend had a fearsome reputation on many planes. This fiend bone armor could be strengthened along with the strength of the Tupilak. Some Tupilak greater demon overlords evolved into demon overlords, and their demon bone armor was even comparable to a divine artifact grade armor. Ordinary legend rank experts were powerless against the fiend bone armor of a Tupilak. They couldn't even break through its defenses. When the Tupilak great fiend Anjit finished its transformation, its eyes flashed fiercely, and it suddenly rushed towards Yang Feng like a black tank. Countless sharp blades extended from Anjit's body, and the abyssal fiends blocking in front of it were sliced to pieces as if tofu. In the blink of an eye, Anjit appeared in front of Yang Feng, smiled malevolently, and sent a fist shrouded in dense abyssal demonic chi barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng surged with frightening dragon force, and sent a fist barreling towards Anjit. The frightening abyssal fiend power and the apex extraordinary life form dragon force collided in midair and set off a frightening shock wave that sent the surrounding junior abyssal fiends flying. Boom! Along with a loud noise, Yang Feng was forced to take 7 or 8 steps back. Anjit, however, only took 3 steps back. Even with the help of the demigod armament black dragon armor, there was still a gap between the strength of Yang Feng, who had just stepped into the great warlock realm, and the fiend legion commander Anjit. Anjit laughed ferociously. Shrouded in endless demonic chi, he suddenly appeared beside Yang Feng and sent one fist after another barreling towards Yang Feng as if an abyssal sea extending from the deepest part of the abyss. Boom! Boom! Along with fearsome blares, frightening shock waves spread in all directions, blowing away a large number of junior fiends. The high-level abyssal fiends gritted their teeth, overcame the intimidation of the dragon might, and cast level 3 darkness spells barreling towards Yang Feng like raindrops. Yang Feng's face remained unchanged. He frantically urged the power of the black dragon armor, and a frightening dragon-shaped life force suddenly appeared around him and devoured the level 3 spells. The black dragon battle armor was a semi-divine artifact, and it could only display its great power as its owner's power increased. After Yang Feng promoted to a great warlock, although he still couldn't display the full power of the demigod armament black dragon armor, but the part of its power he could display was already very frightening. Anjit smiled malevolently and barked, "Interesting! Dragonborn bastard from the country of dragons, you're really strong. If this wasn't a war, then I would have fought you fairly. Seton, Adel, come over and help me kill this dragonborn bastard. I want his head, heart, and soul. As for the rest, you can divide them equally." The backed great fiend Adel smiled malevolently, unleashed Blink, and strangely appeared behind Yang Feng. Seton also used Blink, strangely appeared next to Yang Feng, and sent a claw at Yang Feng's chest and abdomen. The strength of the 3 great fiend commanders was far greater than that of ordinary abyssal great fiends. Besieged by the 3 great fiend commanders, even a slightly weaker demigod powerhouse would die if careless. Abyssal fiends are really powerful. Yang Feng's eyes congealed, and he felt the threat of death. He gritted his teeth and unleashed the final trump card hidden in the magical mechanical cloak. Vast fiend power gushed out of the magical mechanical cloak and entered Yang Feng. Strengthened by the vast fiend power, Yang Feng transformed into a 4-meter-tall backed fiend baron exuding boundless demonic might, and a frightening lord-rank demonic might spread in all directions. Chapter 353. The hierarchy of abyssal fiends was extremely strict. Without a special reason, inferior fiends could hardly resist superior fiends. Great fiends could hardly resist fiend lords. When the fiend baron rank demonic might erupted, the eyes of the 3 abyssal fiends shimmered with fear, and they slowed down a bit. The eyes of Yang Feng's embodiment of a backed fiend baron shimmered with a fearsome glint, and he mercilessly stabbed at Anjit's heart with his huge claw. When the sharp claw stabbed at Anjit's bone armor, it easily tore apart the bone armor comparable to a legend rank magic armor, and then dug out its heart and crushed it. When Adel's claw stabbed at Yang Feng's scales, it issued an ear-piercing sound and barely tore open a 1-centimeter deep crack, from which black blood gushed out. Yang Feng slapped Adel on the head, and as if cutting tofu, the sharp claw cut off Adel's head. Practically at the same time, the tail of Yang Feng's embodiment of a backed fiend baron shot out like a javelin, ran through Seton's head, and twisted Seton's head into pieces. In less than 10 seconds after Yang Feng transformed into a fiend baron, the 3 commanders of the fiend corps died at his hands, and their corpses were absorbed into the magical mechanical cloak to serve as nutrients for the fiend baron heart. The fiend baron heart has become a part of the magical mechanical cloak. The more fiend power it devours, the stronger it becomes, and it may even evolve into an Earl-rank abyssal fiend lord heart. When Kath saw Yang Feng's embodiment of a backed fiend baron tear apart the 3 commanders of the abyssal fiend corps, her heart was filled with shock. Amazing! That's an abyssal fiend lord. He can actually use the power of an abyssal fiend lord. How terrifying! Dumbstruck, Magel couldn't believe his eyes. An abyssal fiend lord! He can actually transform into an abyssal fiend lord. That's something that ultimate morphing can't do. What spell is that? What spell can actually use the power of an abyssal fiend lord? As upper echelon members of the Church of the God of the Mohican River, Kath and Magel had some understanding of the abyss. They were well aware of how powerful and terrifying the abyssal demon lords of the abyssal plane were. If it wasn't for the fact that once they left the abyssal plane, the abyssal demon overlords would be suppressed by other planes and their strength would be greatly weakened. Even the gods of the Fesua plane could not resist the joint attack of countless powerful abyssal fiend lords of the abyss. The abyss had a very long history. It existed in the era when the ancient gods ruled over the Tsangji plain. According to legend, the 7 great warlock emperors were seriously injured after fighting with the most ancient and powerful existences of the abyss, which was why they were so short-lived. Like a flash in the pan, they disappeared in history. According to legend, the founder of the 8th warlock dynasty, the Dawn dynasty, the Dawn Lord had never stepped into the abyss during his lifetime. Reportedly, he feared the most ancient and terrifying abyssal fiend lords hidden at the bottom of the endless abyss. On the Feisua plain, even among the aloof gods, very few people could use the power of abyssal fiends. Yang Feng was able to transform into an abyssal fiend baron. If he wasn't the Archduke of the Mexican Principality in the Oracle of the God of the Mexican River, Magina, he would have been able to transform into an abyssal fiend baron. Magel would never recognize someone who could use the power of abyssal fiends as an Archduke of the Mexican Principality. There was a flash of shock in Azramia's beautiful eyes. That's amazing. In terms of strength alone, that abyssal fiend baron is far stronger than me. Gleistar's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement, and she licked her cherry lips with her sexy tongue, looking very bewitching and beautiful. That's my master for you. This power is really formidable. After Yang Feng insta-killed the 3 abyssal fiend commanders, he reverted to his human form. Drenched in sweat, he gasped for breath, his figure blurred, and he frantically rushed towards the Mexican city. The Fiend Baron transformation was Yang Feng's strongest trump card, but it was also the trump card that consumed the most energy. With his current strength, Yang Feng could only transform for 10 seconds at most. Once the 10 seconds were up, he would fall into a state of exhaustion after the transformation ended, unable to use any power. Kill him! Kill that damn human! Kill him! When the advanced abyssal fiends saw the 3 abyssal fiend commanders die tragically at Yang Feng's hands, they were taken aback at first, and then immediately issued frenzied roars. A variety of level 3 spells shot towards Yang Feng like raindrop. The 2,000 Tupilak roared furiously, and countless sharp-boned spurs shot towards Yang Feng like fearsome javelins. Under the frenzied bombardment of level 3 spells, the dragon-shaped life force field surrounding Yang Feng gradually collapsed. When the dense swarm of sharp-boned spurs slammed into Yang Feng's black dragon armor, after their power was reduced by 80%, the remaining power blasted into his body. Amidst the attacks of countless abyssal fiends, Yang Feng quickly flew to the foot of the Mexican city. A green vine extended from the top of the Mexican city's city wall and landed in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng reached out and grabbed the green vine. The green vine quickly shrunk and pulled him up the city wall. When the countless bone spurs stabbed into the city wall, they were immediately blocked by the thick city wall enchanted with a powerful barrier. The city wall of an ordinary city could not withstand the bone spur attack of advanced abyssal fiends. Any advanced abyssal fiend could destroy a small city without the protection of a temple. However, the defenses of cities enchanted with the power of a temple were terrifying. Even abyssal great fiend rank existences could not destroy the city wall with a single blow. When Yang Feng landed, he immediately asked, "What's the situation at the West Gate?" Azramia replied methodically, "I have Liz take the main force to support them. With Liz's power coupled with the power of the temple, there won't be any problem to take care of them." Azramia looked down the city wall and revealed a smile. Moreover, after losing the control of the great fiends, the abyssal demonic servants have fallen into chaos and started killing each other. This is very advantageous for us. Abyssal demonic servants were some low-level freaks of the abyss. They had extremely low intelligence and were like wild beasts. Without the suppression of a great fiend, they would kill each other. If they couldn't find food, they would even take the initiative to attack abyssal fiends. At this moment, after losing the control of the Horned, the countless abyssal demonic servants below the Mexican city wall started killing and devouring each other. After losing the command of an abyssal great fiend, the 10,000 abyssal fiends quickly split up. 2,000 Tupilak rushed towards the Mexican city's side. Of the remaining 8,000 abyssal fiends, some chose to leave, while 5,000 chose to watch from afar. Abyssal fiends were very cunning. Without the suppression of a superior fiend, they wouldn't risk their lives to attack the Mexican city. Overwhelmed by anger, the 2,000 Tupilak devils rushed towards the Mexican city. The 2,000 Tupilak devils were covered in incomparably sharp bone blades, like 2,000 tanks covered in sharp blades. Wherever they passed, all the freaks were chopped into countless pieces. Fire! When the 2,000 Tupilak devils approached the Mexican city's city wall, a rain of arrows was immediately fired from the city wall. When the dense rain of arrows hit the bone armor of the Tupilak, they were immediately ricocheted. Even the arrows shot by the firmament knight-rank archers were ricocheted by the bone armor of the Tupilak. The large catapults hidden inside the Mexican city began to display their might. Boulders dropped from the sky and smashed towards the Tupilak. Faced with the boulders weighing hundreds of kilograms or even several tons, the Tupilak got up and punched at the boulders with their iron fists. Under the bombardment of the Tupila devils, the boulders shattered one by one and exploded in all directions. Seeing this, the complexions of the human experts atop the city wall changed dramatically. Even human Star Knights would be seriously injured by the boulders falling from the sky if they were careless. However, the Tupila demons shattered the boulders one by one. Their strength exceeded the expectations of the human experts on the city wall. 10 heavy ballistae flashed with light, and fearsome ballistae bolts suddenly shot out, bombarding the Tupila devil and nailing it to the ground. Within the Mexican city, only these heavy crossbows, which were known to be able to injure even dragons, could break the defense of Tupilak. Azramia's face remained unchanged. The sun god bow in her hand released rays of sun god light, and an arrow that looked like rays of sunlight entered the body of a Tupilak, and the Tupilak exploded in an instant. With the sun god bow in hand, Azramia looked like a sun goddess reaping the lives of fiends. Maintaining a constant speed, she killed a Tupilak with every arrow she shot. Most of the experts of the Temple of the Mexican City had been taken away by Magal to suppress the Kindred rebellion at the West Gate. Although there were still a dozen plus Sky Knight rank powerhouses atop the city wall, but their attacks couldn't even break the defense of the Tupilak. The ordinary soldiers were practically useless. Chapter 354. Azramia uttered calmly. After I kill 7 more Tupilak, they'll come to the city wall. With their strength, Tupilak can easily climb the city wall. Tupilak were advanced abyssal fiends with frightening defensive strength above that of ordinary level 3 warlocks. Even someone as strong as Azramia had to shoot them down one arrow at a time. Even in the endless abyss, ghost-type abyssal fiends like Tupilak were elite forces of Abyssal Fiend Lord. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and waved his hand, and vampiric rattan seeds quickly flew into the army of abyssal demonic servants. The seeds of the vampiric demonic rattans swelled in the wind and turned into countless huge vampiric demonic rattans covered with barbs. The several-meter-thick rattans swept towards the surrounding abyssal demonic servants and swept them up. Countless sharp barbs stabbed into the abyssal demonic servants and sucked them dry. After absorbing the powerful demonic blood, the vampiric rattans became even more berserk. At the same time, they produced countless rattans that swept towards the Tupilak. Sharp bone blades ejected from various parts of the Tupilak's bodies and frantically slashed at the vampiric rattans. Slashed by the sharp bone blades, countless vampiric rattans were pulverized and mucus splashed about. A lot of vampiric rattans slammed into the Tupilak, yet they couldn't break the Tupilak's bone armor. Instead, they were sliced to pieces by the Tupilak's bone blades. Although the vampiric Rottans couldn't kill the Tupilak, but they forced the Tupilak to chop up the vampiric Rottans, hindering the Tupilak's advancement. With a flick of his wrist, a bucket-like six-barrel railgun appeared on Yang Feng's shoulder. Yang Feng pressed a button on the six-barrel railgun's launcher, and countless electric arcs flickered and shot railgun beams barreling towards the Tupila like shooting stars. When a railgun slammed into a Tupilak, it pierced through the bone armor of the Tupilak and blasted open a huge hole on its body. Another railgun blast blasted the thigh of a Tupilak demon, shattering its thigh. The power of each beam fired by the six-barreled railgun was comparable to a single-target legendary spell. The only thing it couldn't compare to legendary spells was that it couldn't be locked down like legendary spells. However, the six-barrel railgun launcher uses high-energy crystals as its energy source, so it doesn't need Yang Feng to provide any power. This was the strongest aspect of the six-barreled railgun launcher. The outer layer of the six-barreled railgun was engraved with countless mysterious magic incantations, making it look like an alchemy weapon refined using alchemy spells. It was full of mystery. However, its core was completely made of Shizu technology. Super railgun beams shot out of the six-barreled railgun launcher like meteors and blasted into the group of Tupilak demons. Every moment, several Tupilak demons were penetrated by the railgun beams. As Ramia stared fixedly at the six-barrel railgun launcher with a dignified look in her beautiful eyes, and tempestuous waves set off in her heart. Amazing! What's that? That's right, he's also an alchemist. Is this a magic artifact he made with alchemy? What a terrifying magic artifact! The six-barreled railgun hardly stopped firing. Yang Feng just kept replacing the high-energy crystals as its energy source. Under Yang Feng's control, the six-barreled railgun killed more than 200 Tupilak demons in less than a minute. Even at her peak, Ramia wouldn't be able to kill Tupilak demons at this speed. So strong! He's so powerful! As expected of the man chosen by the mighty god. When the Mexican principality's experts atop the city wall saw this, they were greatly shaken and discussed spiritedly. Each Tupilak demon possessed advanced abyssal fiend rank strength. As long as 20 Tupilak demons rushed up the city wall, no one atop the city wall would be able to resist their attack. Yet, as if ants, the Tupilak demons died tragically under the bombardment of Yang Feng's six-barreled railgun. This filled the hearts of the Mexican principality's powerhouses with shock. Faced with the bombardment of the railgun, the Tupilak demons, who didn't dodge, revealed looks of fear in their eyes, and began to dodge. What a terrifying alchemical weapon! That human is really dangerous. Fortunately, I didn't throw away my life like those idiots. When the abyssal fiends hiding several kilometers away saw this scene, they rejoiced. After Yang Feng used the six-barreled railgun to kill 400 Tupilak demons in a row, the reddened barrels of the railgun automatically fell off and fell to the ground. When Ramia saw the 6 barrels fall to the ground, she felt slightly relieved. Sure enough, this alchemical weapon has its limits. Otherwise, it would be too terrifying. The firing speed of the 6-barreled railgun was extremely frightening. It was equivalent to more than 30 legend wizards casting single-target offensive spells without interruption. If the 6-barreled railgun could be fired without limit, then a powerhouse wielding it could massacre tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of troops by himself. Ramia thought that if this frightening alchemical weapon could be mastered, then even the elven woods would find it difficult to stop powerhouses using this weapon. The thing that the 6-barreled railgun feared the most was a powerhouse capable of blink. A great fiend proficient in blink would appear in front of the user. If the user wasn't strong enough, they would be killed by such a powerhouse. The eyes of a Tupilak flashed fiercely, and it roared wildly. That human's alchemical weapon has reached its limit, it can't be used anymore. Everyone, rush over and kill him. Destroy that weapon. The Tupilak demons no longer dodged, and instead rushed towards the Mexican city. The countless vines of the vampiric rattans were cut off by the bone blades ejected from their bodies. On top of the city wall, fear flashed through the eyes of all the human experts when they saw this. Once the remaining 1,600 Tupilak devils approached the city walls, they would be able to annihilate everyone on the city walls. Yang Feng smiled coldly and grabbed with his hand, and 6 new barrels appeared in his hand. Then, he inserted them into the 6-barreled railgun launcher. Countless electric arcs flickered, and railgun beams shot out like meteors and bombarded the Tupilak demons. Pierced through by the railgun beams, the Tupilak demons suffered heavy casualties. As if they had hit an invisible wall, they couldn't advance at all. Several official wizards and magic apprentices atop the Mexican city wall cast slow, grease, web, and other similar spells to slow down the advance of the Tupilak. How terrifying! This alchemical weapon can be used like this? He's really unfathomable. To be able to refine such a fearsome alchemical weapon. Esramia's beautiful eyes flickered with astonishment. While shooting at the Tupilak demons that slipped through the net, she looked at the 6-barreled railgun launcher, and her heart filled with shock. As long as there were 10 such fearsome alchemical weapons as the 6-barreled railgun launcher, they could completely change the situation of a large-scale war. Unless a demigod rank or even a god rank powerhouse took action, virtually no one could suppress an army equipped with the 6-barreled railgun launcher on the battlefield. After more than 400 Tupilak demons were killed by the 6-barreled railgun launcher, the remaining Tupilak demons could no longer hold on, and collapsed and fled in different directions. How terrifying! That human is really terrifying! When the thousands of abyssal fiends standing in the distance saw this scene, they dispersed and fled in different directions, hiding in the darkness. Atop the city wall, the experts of the Mexican Principality heaved a sigh of relief. If the thousands of abyssal fiends had joined forces, they might not have been able to resist. Even if they could resist, who knows how many people would have died. Yang Feng replaced the barrel of the 6-barreled railgun launcher and said solemnly, "I'll leave this side to you. I'll go to the west gate as reinforcements." A complicated look in her eyes, Esramia glanced at the 6-barreled railgun launcher in Yang Feng's hand and uttered, "Okay." Yang Feng blurred into motion, turned into a black ray of light, and quickly flew towards the west gate. When Yang Feng approached the west gate, a dignified look flashed past his eyes. By relying on the extraordinary perception of a great warlock with dragon bloodline sex bloodline, he clearly perceived that there were no fluctuations of life force of the kindred powerhouse near the west gate. Glyselda was confronting another legend rank powerhouse. Yang Feng frowned slightly, then sped up his pace. After a few breaths of time, he appeared above the west gate. Chrissy! When Yang Feng arrived above the west gate, he saw a valiant and beautiful woman with long blue hair and an extraordinary temperament, dressed in a silver magic armor. She was Princess Chrissy of the Amon Principality. Behind Princess Chrissy stood 5 people, each of whom was very young and exuded the confidence of a powerhouse. Glystar, dressed in a sexy and alluring black leather armor, faced Chrissy and company with a smile on her face. Chapter 355. Yang Feng glanced at Glystar and said solemnly, "Liz. Master, when I arrived here, I already saw these people appear and kill the Blood Tribe powerhouses who were fighting the Chaos Fiends one by one. My hands itched, so I captured this guy alive." Glystar smiled sweetly and snapped her fingers, and a black spider thread shot out from the side, wrapped around the dejected Earl Dumanlusha, and dropped him in front of Yang Feng. Glystar threw Yang Feng a coquettish look and said with a charming smile, "This is Earl Dumanlusha, one of the 3 earls of the Mexican Principality. For some reason, he voluntarily transformed into a kindred. His status is quite high, and he should be an advanced kindred. A beautiful and lovely girl with short blue hair, a flat chest, medium height, dressed in a swordsman's attire, and a sword at her waist glared angrily at Gleistar and said loudly, "This Earl Dumanlusha was clearly defeated by us. Yet she snatched him away from us. You're too unreasonable." Yang Feng carefully sized up Chrissy and her party. There were a total of 5 people following behind Chrissy, all of which were beautiful women with their own characteristics. One of them was the swordsman girl with short blue hair. One of them was a beautiful mixed-race magician with long black hair and a wand in her hand. She had the characteristics of both Westerners and Orientals. The other was covered in a layer of black cloth, and only her curvaceous figure indicated that she was a woman. The other was a tall and voluptuous female archer with a blue ponytail, exuding a heroic aura. The last was a beautiful woman dressed in a priest's robe, exuding a holy temperament, with long blue hair and a healing aura. She wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Kath's. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with admiration, and he mused. It's true that the goddess of the Amon Springs Venia prefers beautiful and pure girls. The people he has chosen are all beauties. The gods chose their own favored ones according to their own preferences. For example, most of the god of joy's favorites were handsome men and sexy women. The favored of the god of dance were generally handsome men and beautiful women with outstanding dancing skills. Gods chosen like the god of war were those with astonishing battle prowess, and they were war maniacs who loved to fight. The god of the Mexican River chose 2 male powerhouses with amazing potential and special bloodlines. The goddess of the Amon Springs, Venia, preferred beautiful and pure girls, so the favored she had chosen were naturally beauties. Yang Feng said with a gentle and slightly dignified smile, "I am Ian, the current Archduke of the Mexican Principality. Thank you very much for your help. I will prepare a generous reward for all of you. Thank you for your help." As soon as these words came out, the blue-haired swordswoman was immediately rendered speechless. The god of the Mexican River, Magina, publicly announced that Yang Feng was in theft as the Archduke of the Mexican Principality. He was now the master of the Mexican Principality. Earl Dumanlusha was one of the 3 earls of the Mexican Duchy, and his rebellion was naturally an affair of the Mexican Duchy. No matter what Chrissy and them wanted to do with Earl Dumanlusha, they couldn't get around Yang Feng, the Archduke of the Mexican Principality. Chrissy showed an impeccable smile and said, "I am Chrissy, the first princess of the fallen Amon Principality. It's a pleasure to meet you, Archduke Ian." The complexions of the 5 women behind Chrissy darkened slightly. They were all people of the Amon Principality and believed in the goddess of the Amon Springs, Venia. Now that the Amon Principality had fallen, they had become rootless trees and water without a source. They could only drift with the wind in this chaotic world. Yang Feng tried to recruit them. "Chrissy, if you have nowhere to go, how about staying in the Mexican Principality? As long as you are willing to serve me, I can confer you the title of a hereditary peer baron." Chrissy was a legend-rank powerhouse, favored by a god. Her potential was unfathomable, and she might even evolve to the demigod realm in the future. The 5 beautiful women following Chrissy were all people favored by the goddess of the Amon Springs, Venia. At a young age, they already possessed frightening level 3 warlock rank strength. Chrissy smiled and declined. "I'm sorry, Archduke Ian. I will dedicate my life to the revival of the Amon Principality. I cannot serve you. Thank you for your kindness." Yang Feng sighed regretfully. "What a pity! However, the gate of the Mexican Principality is always open to you." As soon as he said that, the 5 beautiful women following Chrissy had a favorable impression of Yang Feng. After all, everyone liked the feeling of being valued. At this time, Yang Feng was the Archduke of the Mexican Principality, the head of a state. Although he wasn't as noble as the emperors of the four empires, but he had already entered the ranks of the top bigwigs of the continent. At the time, even the status of the Archduke of the Aman Principality was equal to Yang Feng. Seeing such a bigwig show kindness and respect to the 5 beautiful women made them feel very comfortable. Chrissy hesitated for a moment, then stared at Yang Feng and said, "Archduke Ian, I hope to join hands with you to recapture the Aman Principality. Please help us restore our state." When he heard that, Yang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "I can't think of any reason to help you restore your state. Can you give me a reasonable reason?" Chrissy smiled and said methodically, "Archduke Ian, you and the Hanson family are mortal enemies. We are also mortal enemies with the Hanson family. If you join hands with us, we can destroy the Hanson family together. We still have a lot of connections in the Aman Principality that we can use. As long as you join hands with us, we can easily recover the Aman Principality. At that time, not only will you have a firm ally, but we are also willing to offer you 1 billion gold coins as a reward for dispatching troops." Although the Aman Principality was destroyed by the Moritz Empire's Hanson family, but a state with the support of the gods had countless contingencies and could easily come up with a huge sum of 1 billion gold coins. Yang Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. 1 billion gold coins was not a small sum. Even Yang Feng would find it difficult to come up with such a large sum of liquid funds in a short time. With a smile on his face, Yang Feng looked quietly at Chrissy, not saying a word. Chrissy sighed inside, knowing that this bit of benefit couldn't move Yang Feng. Chapter 356. Chrissy looked at Yang Feng with some jealousy and exclaimed in admiration, "You're really lucky!" Yang Feng smiled and quietly looked at Chrissy. Chrissy suddenly felt a little awkward. She knew that there were very few things in the world that could move Yang Feng, an overlord-class powerhouse with a formidable force. Even if there was such a thing, it wasn't a treasure that she could get her hands on. Chrissy's pretty face changed, and she finally gritted her teeth and said, "Archduke Ian, if you can help me restore my state in the future, then I'm willing to marry you. Then I am willing to marry you, and our offspring will become the Grand Duke of Aman Principality." "Chrissy, don't." "Chrissy, didn't you say that you want to marry someone you like?" "Chrissy, don't. We can think of other ways, we don't need to go this far." The complexions of the 5 beautiful women behind Chrissy changed dramatically. Except for the beautiful woman dressed in priestly attire, the other 4 beautiful women tried to dissuade Yang Feng. The beautiful woman dressed in priestly attire stared at Chrissy with a complicated look in her eyes, silent. Yang Feng then carefully sized up Chrissy. She had long, slender legs, a slim waist, skin that was as translucent as jade, twin peaks that were perfectly shaped, exquisite facial features, and a pair of sapphire-like eyes. Princess Chrissy of the Aman Principality was worthy of being the #1 beauty of the Aman Principality. Her appearance and temperament were peerless. For Princess Chrissy, Duke Iser launched an attack and destroyed the Aman Principality. Although it was just an excuse, but it was enough to prove how charming Chrissy was. The 5 beautiful women behind Chrissy were all top-notch beauties. But standing next to Chrissy, they were like green leaves that set off a red flower. All their brilliance was overshadowed, and they were merely green leaves that set off Chrissy's beauty. Yang Feng's heart stirred slightly, and he sank into his thoughts, calculating the gains and losses. Although Chrissy was a rare peerless beauty, and had great potential, but Yang Feng wasn't the kind of man who couldn't move when he saw a beautiful woman. But Yang Feng wasn't the kind of man who couldn't move after seeing a beauty. He also had to go through some calculations before making a decision. Yang Feng was silent for a while and then said slowly, Okay, I can help you restore your state. A complicated look flashed through Chris's beautiful eyes, and she revealed a slightly bitter smile. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile. However, after the restoration of the state, I want to become the Archduke of the Aman Principality. As soon as he said that, the expressions of Crazy and the other 5 women immediately changed, and their beautiful eyes were filled with anger. The youthful swordswoman, Vera, mocked, "If that's the case, then what's the point of asking you to help us restore our country?" The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. "It's meaningful. After I become the Grand Duke of the Aman Principality, I can also allow you to recover the shrine and reunite the people of the Aman Principality to worship the goddess of the Aman Springs, Venia. I think the great goddess will be very satisfied with my proposal." To the gods in the starry sky, faith was the most important thing to them. If Duke Iser had not used various means to force the people of the Aman Principality to convert to the gods of the Zalia pantheon as soon as he annexed the Aman Principality, the goddess of the Aman Springs Venia might not have spent a huge amount of divine power to support Crazy's restoration of the state. Crazy has already promoted to a legend rank powerhouse at a young age. In addition to her extraordinary talent, the goddess of the Aman Springs Venia also spent a lot of divine power to nurture her. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to promote to a legend rank powerhouse in such a short period of time. The beautiful swordswoman Vera still wanted to say something, but Crazy raised her lily-white hand and suppressed her words. Crazy looked at Yang Feng, tempestuous waves set off in her heart. She knew very well that Yang Feng was right. The gods in the starry sky only cared about the spread of faith on the ground, and didn't care who ruled the Aman Principality. Crazy pondered for a while, then her beautiful eyes shimmered with determination, and she said, "I know of a place that, if used well, can quickly promote to a demigod. I can tell you that place in exchange for half of the power of the Aman Principality." Yang Feng was a little surprised, yet he revealed a smile and said, "Okay, deal." After the deal was reached, the relationship between Yang Feng and Crazy's party became much closer. Yang Feng kicked Earl de Monlucia and said, "Chrissy, what do you want this thing for?" Crazy's eyes flickered with anger, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "The darkness races are said to have infiltrated the chaotic mountains and secretly controlled many states. The Hansen family is said to be in cahoots with the goddess of the god of conspiracies and assassination, Liana. I came here in the hope of catching Liana and finding evidence of her collusion with the Hansen family." Yang Feng frowned slightly. The god of conspiracies and assassination. The god of conspiracies and assassination, Lucas, was a weak divine power rank god among the darkness gods. He liked to play with conspiracies and was proficient in assassination technique. Several weak divine power rank gods died under his conspiracies and assassinations. There was even a mid-level divine power rank god who had assassinated and severely injured him. He was only one step away from being killed. Even among the darkness gods, there were few who liked Lucas. However, he was still very active among the darkness gods. He was a very powerful and dangerous god. The goddess of the god of conspiracies and assassination, Liana, Yang Feng, had heard of her name. She was the offspring of the god of conspiracies and assassination's true body and a human woman. She possessed the bloodline of a god and was extremely powerful. More than 10 legend-rank powerhouses have died at her hands. Besides, she was very mysterious. No one had ever seen her true face, so it was impossible to kill her. A thought suddenly welled up in Yang Feng's mind. Was she the one who framed me in the Mexican imperial palace? Crazy's beautiful eyes flickered with the light of wisdom, and she took a deep look at Yang Feng, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, Ian, you were framed in the Mexican imperial palace because of Liana's plot. She wanted to force you to leave, and then have the Abyssal Fiend Legion attack the Mexican city." If Yang Feng really had misgivings about the crime of rape and murder and chose to escape, then not only would he have to bear this infamy for the rest of his life. Moreover, the Mexican city would be captured by the Abyssal Fiend Legion in one fell swoop. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with data, and he said solemnly, "I'll have someone investigate the matter of the Chaotic Mountains. Go and have a good rest." "Yes." Crazy smiled, then turned around and took her 5 companions towards the Mexican city. Yang Feng turned his head and looked in the direction of the Red Earth Wasteland, and his eyes shimmered with dignity. The Red Earth Wasteland, the Miracle City. The Miracle City, established by Yang Feng, had become the center of the Red Earth Wasteland. Expanding every year, it had now become a huge city covered with tall buildings and a large population. The population of the Miracle City alone had reached hundreds of thousands of people. Moreover, with the Miracle City as the core, oases formed in the wake of purification trees. There were also many humans living in those oases. The number of humans in the Red Earth Wasteland had already exceeded 1 million. At this moment, countless people were pouring into Miracle City, causing it to be overcrowded. Many squares and parks were already covered with mats and filled with refugees. The eyes of the refugees were filled with fear. On the city wall of the Miracle City stood 2 people. They were Babu and Clive. After several years of experience, Babu has promoted to a Firmament Knight rank powerhouse, while Clive has become a Star Knight rank powerhouse thanks to Yang Feng's nurturing. Having plundered the resources of the entire Tyrannid subcontinent, it wouldn't be a problem for Yang Feng to cultivate a dozen-plus Star Knight rank experts. If he hadn't wanted to lay a solid foundation, then he would have already promoted to a Great Warlock rank expert. For him, promoting to a Great Warlock wasn't a problem after he obtained the resources of the entire Tyrannid subcontinent. Only promoting to a Starry Sky Warlock was the biggest problem. At this time, the regular army of Miracle City had 50,000 people, and Barb and Clive were the commanders of the 50,000 regular army. Although Babu was a beastman, he was discriminated against on the continent. However, the soldiers under his command were all human slaves who were even lower than the half-beastmen. Those soldiers had been trained by him day and night, and were also full of reverence for him. Clive looked into the distance, his eyes flashed with worry, and he sighed deeply. The democalypse finally broke out in the Red Earth Wasteland. Babu's eyes flashed with apprehension, and he said solemnly, "Abyssal fiends are very strong. The warriors I sent out to scout were all killed by them. The most troublesome thing is that those fiends can fly. We don't have that many archers to deal with those fiends." Many abyssal fiends had wings, and those with wings had the ability to fly. For ordinary cities without a flight restriction array, abyssal fiends were simply an unstoppable nightmare, and the city wall was useless. Clive's eyes flashed with worry, and he gave a long sigh and took a deep look at the temple of the Weave Goddess in the city. Babu's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he sneered, "Clive, there's no need to look. When those cowards heard that abyssal fiends were about to arrive at our city, they all fled." Although the temple of the Weave Goddess had been built in the Miracle City, but the belief in the Weave Goddess had yet to be fully established. Inside the temple, there weren't any bishop rank experts, and they didn't have the ability to release a powerful barrier like the flight restriction array. When the priests of the Temple of the Weave Goddess learned that the abyssal fiends were about to arrive at the Miracle City, they fled overnight. Chapter 357. Clive looked into the distance with a dignified look in his eyes. Now we can only rely on ourselves to protect Sir's foundation. Babu grinned and said, "That's right. However, Clive, you forgot something. This is not only Sir's foundation, but also our home. Everything we care about is right here." Clive and Babu looked at each other and smiled at the same time. As the first group of elders who followed Yang Feng, they watched the miracle city develop into such a bustling scene step by step. Their feelings for the miracle city were several times deeper than Yang Feng's feelings for the city. For Yang Feng, the miracle city was just a city he casually established, a stepping stone on his way to becoming a god. For Clive and Babu, however, this was an irreplaceable home that they struggled to protect. "Lena, why are you here? It's dangerous here." When Clive saw Lena, who looked like a valiant female knight dressed in a set of golden armor, walk over, he frowned slightly and said with some dissatisfaction. Lena brushed aside the long hair falling in front of her forehead and said with a smile, "This city was established by Sir. I also want to fight to the best of my ability and protect the city established by Sir." As the majordomo of the miracle city, Lena also practiced the secret method Yang Feng taught her. Now she also possessed a Sky Knight rank cultivation base. Clive said solemnly, "Lena, your job is to organize personnel and ensure the safety of our logistics. You shouldn't appear in such a dangerous place." Lena smiled sweetly and said, "I know. I just came to take a look. You have to fight to the death. Don't let me, the majordomo, go into battle myself." "Don't worry. Majordomo Lena, there's still us. We men haven't died yet, how could we let you do it?" The officers atop the city wall shouted. Some officers stared at Lena with adoration in their eyes. As the majordomo of Yang Feng's miracle city, Lena was the most beautiful woman in the city. Many high-ranking officials of the miracle city called her the miracle flower. Many officers were Lena's admirers. If it wasn't for the rumors that Lena was Yang Feng's woman, there would have been countless people pursuing her. Even though Lena was rumored to be Yang Feng's woman, but there were still many officers who secretly admired her. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Just as the morale of the officers on the city wall was high, a series of loud and clear alarms suddenly sounded in Miracle City. A black line suddenly appeared in the distance. Above the black line formed by countless abyssal demonic servants were dark clouds formed by abyssal demons. Babu looked at the abyssal demons flying in the sky and clenched the big axe in his hand. His eyes flashed with a dignified look. "This is terrible. Looks like we're in big trouble this time." Clive looked at the dark clouds formed by the abyssal demons in the sky, his eyes full of bitterness. Without the protection of the forbidden sky barrier, the Miracle City's walls, which had been continuously expanded to a height of 20 meters, were useless. Moreover, the walls of the Miracle City were not enchanted with any magic power. They were just ordinary walls. A Tupalaku demon could smash a huge hole in the city wall of Miracle City with a casual collision. Miracle City's 50,000 soldiers would have no problem dealing with some small-scale abyssal demons. But to deal with a legion of abyssal demons was undoubtedly a pipe dream. When the people on top of the Miracle City's city wall saw the dense and ferocious abyssal demons, their eyes shimmered with fear. In particular, the officers stared at the abyssal demons flying in the sky, their complexions turned deathly pale, and their eyes shimmered with despair. Any abyssal demon could contend with a level 1 warlock in terms of terrifying power. Generally speaking, it would take 5 human Sky Knight rank experts to besiege a junior abyssal demon and lose 1 or 2 people to kill it. One-on-one, a human Sky Knight would only be tortured to death against a junior abyssal demon. In the entire Miracle City, there were less than 30 Sky Knight rank experts, while the number of abyssal demons flying in the sky exceeded 3,000. This huge gap in combat power was simply despairing. When Pagos led his wizard squad to look at the more than 3,000 abyssal demons in the sky, his complexion couldn't help but change greatly, and his eyes shimmered with fear. Faced with the more than 3,000 abyssal demons, Pagos and his wizard squad could only cast 3 rounds of spells at most before they were devoured by the dense crowd of abyssal demons. If they encountered an abyssal great fiend and were careless, then once the abyssal demon used blink to get close to them, Pagos and his wizard squad would be wiped out by the other party without any losses. Lena looked at the dense crowd of abyssal demons, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with despair. How could this be? There has never been a democalypse in the Red Earth wasteland. How come there are abyssal fiends here? The entire Miracle City was shrouded in an atmosphere of despair. In the depths of that dense army of abyssal fiends, there was a golden chariot. Below that golden chariot stood 36 beautiful and voluptuous female knights. They were all at least Grand Knight rank. Sitting in the golden chariot was an incomparably handsome horned abyssal great lord of the abyss. His face was covered with demonic runes, and he had a single golden horn on his head. Nestled beside him were more than a dozen seductive human beauties dressed in tulle. Gold-horned was a royal race among horned. Gold-horned was a powerful race among human-type abyssal fiends that could contend against ghost-type abyssal fiend. Of course, gold-horned were too few in number to be compared with Tupilak. A Tupilak abyssal great fiend walked over from the side, opened its bloody mouth, grabbed a human beauty nestled beside the gold-horned, and swallowed her whole. While chewing, it asked, "Your Highness Portales, why did we come to this damned place, the Red Earth wasteland? There are too few humans here. Not enough to eat." The faces of the human beauties nestled beside Portales turned even more fearful, and they served Portales even more attentively. Portales didn't care that the women around it were eaten by the Tupilak abyssal great fiend. It caressed a beautiful human woman and revealed a bloodthirsty and excited glint. "I suspect that the Miracle City in the Red Earth wasteland is a chess piece arranged by a human god. If we destroy the chess piece arranged by the god, I think the expression of the human god will be very interesting. Furthermore, after destroying that city, I believe that Imperial Father will praise us greatly and give us even more benefits. I can also get more power from him." The Tupilak abyssal great fiend grinned and flattered loudly. "Your Highness is wise." "Your Highness is wise." The 16 abyssal great fiends beside Portales also flattered him. Suddenly, Portales's complexion changed, and it launched blink. It was shrouded in spatial fluctuations, and it disappeared in an instant. Beams of light from the railgun descended from the sky and bombarded the golden chariot, blasting it into pieces. 3 abyssal great fiends, who hadn't reacted in time, were hit by the railgun beams and blasted a big hole in their bodies. However, the life force of the abyssal great fiends was far greater than that of ordinary people. Although they had a big hole blasted in their bodies, yet none of them died. Instead, they launched blink and rushed to the side. A sun-like arrow fell from the sky and instantly ran through the heart of an abyssal great fiend that had just appeared 100 meters away, and fearsome sun force burned the abyssal great fiend to ashes. Another dark arrow also fell from the sky and hit the head of another abyssal great fiend, blasting it to pieces. Like meteors, railgun beams fell from the sky and bombarded the ground. In the wake of the railgun beams, the abyssal great fiends were run through, suffering heavy casualties. After Portales used blink to avoid the railgun beams, he looked up and saw Yang Feng, Ezramia, and Glystar sitting on a magic carpet. Lena's eyes were sharp. When she saw Yang Feng sitting on the magic carpet, she said excitedly, "Sir? Sir is here. Sir. Is Sir here? Sir is here to save us. Great. Sir is here." When they heard that Yang Feng had appeared, the warriors atop the city wall were filled with excitement, and their morale rose to the limit. Under Yang Feng's leadership, they had created many miracles. They believed that as long as Yang Feng appeared, they wouldn't fail. Portales pointed at Yang Feng's group of 3 and barked, "Kill them!" In the sky, thousands of abyssal great fiends flapped their wings and flew towards Yang Feng's group of 3. Faced with the thousands of abyssal great fiends, Yang Feng operated the ultimate secret method of Black Dragon Morph. his body blurred, and he transformed into an over 50-meter-long ancient black dragon. Vast dragon might diffused from the ancient black dragon Yang Feng transformed into and spread in all directions. Among the thousands of abyssal great fiends, more than 90% of them trembled under the deterrence of Yang Feng's fearsome dragon might. Unable to flap their wings, they fell to the ground like raindrops. Some junior abyssal great fiends even fell to their deaths after falling from the sky. The remaining less than 10% of advanced abyssal great fiends trembled, and their eyes filled with fear as they watched Yang Feng transform into an ancient black dragon. Chapter 358. Dragon might was a terrifying pressure that only dragons possessed, and it was one of the formidable talents of dragons when confronting enemies. Under the deterrence of dragon might, lesser life forms didn't dare to resist dragons. The deterrent power of the dragon might was only second to the divine might possessed by the gods. Apart from divine might, there were few kinds of pressure that could compare to dragon might in the same rank. Under the frightening pressure of ancient dragon might, the hundreds of thousands of abyssal demonic servants were reduced to waste, not daring to attack Yang Feng. Only the hundreds of advanced abyssal fiends and abyssal great fiends could attack Yang Feng. Portales frowned and barked, "A bunch of useless trash. He's just a trifling dragonborn hybrid from the country of dragons. Follow me and kill this bastard." Blink radiance revolved around the abyssal great fiends. Spatial disruption. Riding on the back of Yang Feng's embodiment of an ancient black dragon, Esramia pointed with her lily-white hand and conjured the level 4 spell Spatial Disruption. A strange whirlpool of chaotic space appeared in front of Yang Feng. Abyssal great fiends strangely appeared at the edge of the chaotic space vortex. Strands of spatial power erupted from their bodies, cutting them to the point that they were dripping with blood. Spatial disruption was a counterspell to Blink, and it was one of the most effective spells to deal with abyssal great fiends proficient in Blink. As the great elven monarch, Esramia cultivated magic and martial dual cultivation, and was naturally proficient in countless spells. Yang Feng opened his bloody maw and belched a frightening black dragon breath, which instantly devoured 3 abyssal great fiends. Burned by the black dragon breath, the 3 abyssal great fiends screamed miserably and turned into ashes. Yang Feng extended a pair of dragon claws and grabbed 2 abyssal great fiends. He squeezed the 2 abyssal great fiends as if they were ants. In the Battle of the Mexican City, Yang Feng was forced to use the secret method Ancient Black Dragon Morph. After consuming a lot of power, he was finally forced to use his trump card, the Fiend Baron transformation. Now that he was at his peak, Yang Feng could unleash the Ancient Black Dragon Morph secret method without the slightest scruple, transform into an Ancient Black Dragon, and slay the abyssal great fiends. Glystar raised her lily-white hand, and a dark elven explosive arrow suddenly shot out. The arrow slammed into the head of an abyssal great fiend and exploded it. Black Dragon. Let's see how capable this dragonborn hybrid's black dragon transformation is. Portales smiled ferociously and took a deep breath. Its whole body shone with golden light, and its body expanded crazily. It turned into a 20-meter-tall golden one-horned giant that shone with golden light and looked as if it was wearing a golden armor. The Golden Horn Devil clan was said to have been born from the copulation of several golden horn giants who had been corrupted by the abyssal devil Chi and the succubi, as well as other human-like devils. The Golden One-Horn Giants were considered an extremely powerful tribe among the giants. Every adult gold horn giant had great warlock rank cultivation base or above. With a bit of cultivation, breaking through to the Starry Sky warlock rank was no problem. Only when breaking through to the Moonlight warlock rank would they encounter a huge bottleneck. When Portales transformed, Yang Feng's embodiment of an ancient black dragon opened its bloody maw and belched a dragon breath that slammed into Portales. Portales issued shrill screams, and dazzling golden light erupted from his body in a flash, resisting the burning of the dragon breath. The remaining 8 abyssal great fiends rushed at Yang Feng from all directions. Yang Feng unleashed Dragon Tail Swing, and a tremendous dragon might slammed into an abyssal great fiend and sent it flying. He extended his claws and crushed 2 abyssal great fiends. The remaining 5 abyssal great fiends pounced on Yang Feng's embodiment of an ancient black dragon. A Tupilak fired sharp bone blades that split the dragon's scales covering Yang Feng's body and cut open a 30-centimeter deep gash on his abdomen. A horn ferociously rammed its horn into the abdomen of Yang Feng's embodiment of an ancient black dragon, and a fearsome toxin gushed out of its horn and entered Yang Feng's body. An Antaro Balrog covered in flames stabbed its claw into Yang Feng's abdomen in a flash, and fearsome flames erupted from its claw and frantically burned Yang Feng's body. Another Tupilak mercilessly slashed at Yang Feng's dragon wings, opening a huge gash on them. A beast-type sheep-headed fiend stabbed its claw into Yang Feng's back and tore open a terrifying bloody hole nearly 1 meter in diameter. The joint attack of the 5 abyssal great fiends seriously injured Yang Feng's embodiment of an ancient black dragon, and various frightening forces reverberated inside him, destroying his body. A large amount of blood sprayed out of Yang Feng's mouth and scattered on the ground, and his eyes flashed with pain. Even though Yang Feng had transformed into an ancient black dragon and possessed quasi-starry sky warlock rank battle prowess, but he still couldn't block the offensive of all the abyssal great fiends. After all, each of the abyssal great fiends possessed frightening strength comparable to that of great warlock rank experts. Yang Feng willed, and tremendous fiend force gushed out of the magical mechanical cloak behind him and entered his body, transforming him into a 4-meter-tall backed fiend baron exuding boundless demonic might. A frightening lord-rank demonic might spread in all directions. Fiend baron! Sir Lord! The 5 abyssal great fiends were awed by the frightening demonic might released by Yang Feng. In that instant, Yang Feng's embodiment of a backed fiend baron slashed at the 5 abyssal great fiends, leaving a mysterious trajectory. The 5 abyssal great fiends were chopped into countless pieces in an instant, and then devoured by the magical mechanical cloak behind him. Portales felt the frightening demonic might coming from Yang Feng's embodiment of a backed fiend baron. Its complexion changed dramatically, and it roared wildly. "Fiend baron! Who the hell are you?" "I am Portales, the son of the 9th floor's master, the golden-horned fiend Earl Montagna." An abyssal fiend Earl is a terrifying existence comparable to a weak divine force rank god. However, since you've run into me, then go to hell. A fierce glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and his javelin-like tail suddenly shot out and stabbed towards Portales' heart. At the moment when Yang Feng's tail stabbed Portales' heart, resplendent gold light gushed out of Portales' body, and frightening demonic might, which far surpassed that of Yang Feng's dragon might, gushed out of Portales' body. Eyes full of indifference, tyranny, bloodthirstiness, callousness, and calmness, Portales erupted with frightening demonic might comparable to that of an abyssal fiend Earl. It stared at Yang Feng and barked, "I am the golden-horned fiend Earl Montagna, the master of the 9th floor's master. Kneel, you lowly thing!" The reverence for superior fiend lords rooted in the abyssal fiend baron bloodline nearly made Yang Feng kneel on the ground. In the endless abyss, abyssal fiend barons were merely lesser lords, while abyssal fiend viscounts and above were greater lords that could contend against gods. Abyssal fiend viscounts could even contend against the demonic might of an abyssal grand duke, while abyssal fiend barons could hardly contend against the demonic might of an abyssal fiend earl. The gap between lesser and greater abyssal fiend lords was like the gap between demigods and gods, a natural chasm. With a thought, Yang Feng's body shook, and he transformed into the ancient black dragon riddled with scars. Even though the abyssal fiend Earl's demonic might was monstrous, but it still couldn't suppress the power of Yang Feng's bloodline. He opened his mouth and belched a frightening dragon breath barreling towards Montaigne. An indifferent, cruel, terrifying, and bloodthirsty voice came from Montaigne's mouth. "Lowly thing! Even if I can only use this little bit of power, it's still enough to kill a lowly thing like you." Montaigne slashed with its hand, and a huge spatial rift suddenly appeared. Yang Feng's dragon breath entered the spatial rift. Montaigne's figure shook. As if it had passed through the endless void, it appeared in front of Yang Feng and mercilessly clawed at Yang Feng's head. Yang Feng twisted his huge dragon head and tilted his body slightly. Montaigne seized the opportunity and stabbed Yang Feng's right eye with its claw. It forcefully dug out Yang Feng's right eye. A copious amount of blood spurted out of Yang Feng's right eye and scattered on the ground. Montaigne smiled malevolently and stabbed at Yang Feng's head with its other claw. "Lowly thing, this is the final blow." A dazzling ray of sunlight suddenly appeared and shot towards Montaigne's head. Sun God Arrow! Montaigne's complexion finally changed slightly. It withdrew its claw aimed at Yang Feng's head and slashed with its hand, and a spatial rift suddenly appeared. The Sun God Arrow shot into the spatial rift, passed through numerous spatial rifts, and suddenly flew towards Montaigne's head. Amazing! This arrow already possesses 30% of the skill of that whore, the elven sun god. Interesting little elf, I've taken a fancy to you. After I descend into this world, I'll catch you and turn you into my toy. TSK, 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 TSK. Montaigne smiled ferociously and spread the fingers of a hand, and the gold demonic chi around him compressed madly and formed a fearsome whirlpool. He placed it in front of him and pulled the sun god's arrow into the whirlpool. The arrow twisted madly and shattered. Chapter 359. When she saw this, Azramia's pretty complexion changed. This was the first time someone had used power of the same rank to break her sun god's arrow. As one of the strongest great elven monarchs in the history of the Elven Empire, Azramia was virtually invincible in the same rank. The sun god's arrow was practically unstoppable against powerhouses of the same rank. This was the first time it had been broken by a powerhouse of the same rank. Azramia's beautiful eyes flashed with deep apprehension. Abyssal fiend earls are indeed terrifying existences that can contend against gods. Their combat awareness is really terrifying. Portales, who was possessed by Montaigne, had been seriously injured by Yang Feng. The power it could use was merely at the level of an ordinary abyssal great fiend, yet it had successively defeated Yang Feng and Azramia. Its terror and strength could be well imagined. The combat awareness of the two sides was not on the same level. Suddenly, a dark arrow suddenly shot towards Montaigne. Dark elven burst arrow. This archery is indeed very strong. Unfortunately, your archery is a defective product that bitch Lolth modified. There are too many loopholes. Montaigne smiled grimly. He flicked his finger and pointed at the dark arrow. The dark arrow twisted, turned into a black ray of light, and pierced through Yang Feng's dragon scales and burst apart. Boom! Yang Feng's chest exploded, and countless dragon scales and blood sprayed out and scattered on the ground, causing his huge body to twist in pain. Gleistar apologized in panic. "Master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I'll kill you first." Montaigne smiled malevolently, looked deeply at Yang Feng, took a step forward, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and stabbed its claw at Yang Feng's head. Yang Feng also showed a crazy smile. "The one who's going to die is you. Fortunately, I was prepared and didn't underestimate you." Beams of black light suddenly shot out from the four corners below and converged in midair, forming an incomparably strange sealed space. Within that sealed space, any spatial spell would be ineffective. Montaigne was an abyssal fiend earl proficient in spatial spells. It used all kinds of incredible spatial spells to dissolve Yang Feng's attack. In the sky, the mechanical black dragon hidden in the clouds opened its eyes, and terrifying fluctuations of power comparable to that of a demigod gushed out of its body. It opened its bloody mouth and madly sprayed a dragon breath cannon from the sky, bombarding Montaigne like a beam of divine punishment. Montaigne's complexion finally changed greatly. It stretched out its claws, and masses of terrifying golden demonic energy frantically circled in its hands, condensing into 9 vortexes in an attempt to resist the terrifying dragon breath cannon. The dragon breath cannon instantly blasted into the 9 golden vortexes, forcibly destroying them one by one, and finally blasted into Montaigne's body. Interesting, lowly human, I'll remember you. You actually dared to kill my son. When I personally come out of the endless abyss, I will definitely kill you. Before that, I will catch all your loved ones, torture them, and let you taste all the pain in the world. Montaigne smiled malevolently, recited an incantation, and pointed with its finger. A speck of black light suddenly flew out, entered Yang Feng's head, and formed a black imprint. In the next moment, the terrifying dragon breath cannon instantly engulfed Montaigne and turned it into ashes. Montaigne was proficient in countless secret methods, it was extremely powerful, and its combat awareness was far above that of Yang Feng's party of 3. However, it only used the body of a seriously injured great fiend. It couldn't display even 1/10,000th of its strength, which was why it was barely defeated by Yang Feng's group of 3. When Portalis died, the abyssal fiend army fell into chaos. The mechanical black dragon with demigod rank strength plunged into the fiend army, opened its bloody maw, and sucked in countless abyssal fiends and abyssal demonic servants. There was a terrifying meat grinder in the maw of the mechanical black dragon. As soon as the abyssal fiends and abyssal demonic servants entered its maw, they were ground to pieces. Strands of souls were directly absorbed by it and turned into its power. The mechanical black dragon was a product Yang Feng created using high-grade soul stones, alchemy of the Tsangji plane, and Shizu technology. It could also devour souls to evolve. As for how far it could evolve, even the optical computers of the Shizu were unable to deduce it at present. The soul was an existence that contained infinite mysteries among intelligent lifeforms. The weapons of war that were created using the soul all possessed extremely terrifying evolutionary potential. Among the powerful beings in the countless planes, the soul stone was the common currency among them. Yang Feng's body shook slightly, and he reverted to his human form and flew onto the back of the mechanical black dragon. At this time, Yang Feng's right eye had been gouged out, and he was riddled with wounds. The wounds created by the 5 abyssal great fiends were so deep that bones could be seen. Part of his head was torn off, exposing his skull. Yang Feng took out vials of extremely precious elixirs and drank them in one go. The wounds on his body quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. As Ramia watched Yang Feng's injuries heal rapidly, and her heart was filled with shock. Amazing. This recovery speed is already comparable to that of a dragon. What a freak. Gleistar watched as Yang Feng's injuries healed quickly, and her beautiful eyes flashed with delight. Without using any healing divine spells, he has such a powerful recovery speed. That's my master for you. For Yang Feng to be able to recover so quickly, his recovery speed had already surpassed that of many human demigods in this world. This was one of the benefits of the ancient black dragon bloodline. Extraordinary life forms such as dragons, giants, and abyssal fiends, who stood at the pinnacle of extraordinary life forms, had recovery speeds far above that of humans. Bloodline warlocks with such a bloodline had a terrifying recovery speed, which was also one of the advantages of bloodline warlock. After recovering a bit, Yang Feng took out a 6-barreled railgun and fired at the remaining advanced abyssal fiends in the sky. Resplendent railgun beams streaked across the sky and slammed into the advanced abyssal fiends, killing them one after another. Without the suppression of the abyssal great fiends, the countless abyssal demonic servants fell into chaos and frantically killed each other. The intermediate and low-level abyssal fiends scattered in disorder, fleeing madly in all directions. Without anyone to command and suppress them, they weren't willing to waste their lives in vain. Yang Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Sitting on the back of the mechanical black dragon, he quietly repaired his body. The mechanical black dragon wantonly hunted the advanced abyssal fiends flying in the sky. With its frightening demigod rank strength, none of the advanced abyssal fiends could withstand a blow from it. The various offensive spells released by the advanced abyssal fiends were easily blocked by the mechanical black dragon's energy shield. After fighting for less than 5 minutes, the advanced abyssal fiends scattered in disorder and fled in all directions. After all the abyssal fiends had fled, countless abyssal demonic servants remained on the ground, frantically killing and devouring each other. The scene was exceptionally savage. The Endless Abyss was a place that ran through the 36 primary material planes and absorbed the evil force of the 36 primary material planes. Countless freaks were born in the Endless Abyss every year. By frantically killing and devouring each other, the final victor could evolve into a junior abyssal fiend. Every junior abyssal fiend had frightening battle prowess comparable to that of a level 1 warlock. In terms of physique alone, a junior abyssal fiend's physique was at least 5 times that of an ordinary level 1 warlock. Only great fiend rank abyssal fiends and above had the power to control abyssal demonic servants. Even advanced abyssal fiends couldn't control the chaotic and irrational abyssal demonic servant. Looking into the distance, Clive watched the scene of countless abyssal demonic servants killing each other, and his heart filled with shock. These are abyssal demonic beings, what a bunch of terrifying freaks! On the Fesua plane, it was recorded in the scriptures of many churches that after death, heretics would fall into the endless abyss and become food for demonic beings. Clive shuddered inside at the thought that he might become food for demonic beings after death. With a light leap, Yang Feng jumped onto the city wall from the back of the mechanical black dragon. Clive saluted Yang Feng. "Greetings, Sir Duke." Atop the city wall, all the warriors knelt on one knee and saluted Yang Feng. "Greetings, Sir Duke." All the warriors who saw Yang Feng quell the abyssal great fiends worshipped and respected him as a god. Yang Feng looked around and said with a faint smile, "You did a good job." All the warriors were filled with excitement. Yang Feng's praise was a supreme honor for them. Yang Feng said, "Don't worry about those freaks, let them kill each other." Clive responded respectfully, "Yes, Sir Duke." Yang Feng said with a smile, "Clive Babu, I'm going back to rest. I'll leave this place to you." Babu grinned and said, "Yes, sir, leave everything to me." Yang Feng nodded and took Azramia and Gleistar towards the Miracle City's City Master's mansion. Lena followed closely behind Yang Feng. "Not bad, Lena. The Miracle City is developing well. You did a good job." Along the way, Yang Feng looked at the tall buildings rising from the ground in the Miracle City and praised from the bottom of his heart. These years, Yang Feng had left the management of the Miracle City to Lena while he entered secluded cultivation. Lena's contributions to the Miracle City being able to develop to this point couldn't go unnoticed. Chapter 360. Lena's pretty face welled up with a captivating blush, and her eyes flickered with a cheerful glint. "Thank you for the compliment, madam. This is what I should do." Gleistar looked at the Miracle City and exclaimed sincerely, "What a beautiful city! Master, for you to be able to establish a city in such a forsaken place like the Red Earth Wasteland, that's really amazing." As Ramia looked around and praised faintly, "That's right, to be able to establish such a city in the Red Earth Wasteland is really amazing." In Asramia's eyes, the miracle city wasn't too beautiful. However, to be able to establish such a city in the Red Earth Wasteland, this was what she admired the most. Lena stole a glance at Asramia and Glystar. Her eyes flashed with envy and inferiority, and she sighed in her heart. What beautiful people! Only such women are worthy of him. Lena was a rare beauty among humans, but compared to the peerlessly beautiful great elven monarch Asramia and the exceedingly charming former pope of the Dark Elven Church, Glystar, Lena was still far from being comparable. Standing next to these two dazzling and moving women, she was as inconspicuous as a green leaf setting off a red flower. "Glystar, what spell is this?" Once he returned to the city master's mansion, Yang Feng took Glystar and the other two women to the secret room where he practiced seclusion. He pointed to the black mark on his forehead and asked. There were countless spells in the abyss, many of which weren't even recorded in the demonic fighting sect. Moreover, even if the demonic fighting sect had records, the level of the spells grasped by the abyssal fiend Earl was far beyond what Yang Feng had the authority to view. Glystar's beautiful eyes flashed with worry. "I'm not too sure. Abyssal fiend Earls aren't existences that we can understand. However, according to the records of the Dark Elves, this is a bit like an abyssal mark. Once you are marked by an abyssal mark, even if you are thousands of kilometers away, your whereabouts will still be easily grasped by the mark's master. This is an abyssal spell at least level 5, and it's very difficult to dispel." Yang Feng was now marked by the Abyssal Fiend Earl. The Abyssal Fiend Earl was an Abyssal Fiend Lord that could contend against the gods of the Feisua Plain. Once he came to the Feisua Plain from the Abyss, even if his strength was suppressed to the demigod rank, it would still be difficult to contend against him. In the Abyss, every Abyssal Fiend Earl was a formidable being that stepped on countless corpses to climb to the top. Among the gods of the Feisua Plain, there were many gods who were born as gods and lived stable and peaceful lives. However, the situation in the Abyssal Plain was completely different. Even if one had a powerful backer, if they were too weak, they would still be devoured by other powerful beings. The Lord of the 9th floor of the Abyss, the golden-horned fiend Earl Montagna, was definitely a terrifying existence comparable to a weak divine power god. Asramia thought for a while, and up, up fiend. Up and up and up with up, and fiend, of a fiend. And Asramia pondered for a while, and then said, "If we can get the Pope of the Radiant Church of the Zalia Divine System to take action, we should be able to purify this abyssal mark." Yang Feng smiled bitterly. "The Pope of the Radiant Church? That's impossible." In the Zalia Divine System, there were 3 strong divine force rank gods, namely the god of light Prados, the god of war Barrios, and the god of fire Thames. These 3 strong divine force rank gods were also known as the 3 primary gods of the Zalia Divine System. Among them, the god of light Prados had a higher status than the other 2 primary gods, and was known as the god monarch. In the Morans Empire, the Radiant Church was the number 1 church among the churches of gods. The Pope of the Radiant Church was recognized as a great pope among the churches of gods, and commanded the popes of the churches of gods. In the Morans Empire, the Pope of the Radiant Church was the most powerful person, and he was the man closest to a god on the Feisua Plain. According to countless legends, there were many freakish geniuses of the Feisua Plain who attempted to challenge the Pope of the Radiant Church. No matter how powerful they were, even demigod-rank powerhouses who were known to have slain gods, after they set foot on the all-gods sacred mountain, there was no more news of them, and they disappeared from the face of the earth. According to legend, a newly promoted god set foot on the all-gods sacred mountain in an attempt to slay the Pope of the Radiant Church, but he never returned. Although the Pope of the Radiant Church rarely took action, but he was already recognized as one of the strongest experts in the secular world. In the Morince Empire, he was 100 times more respected than the Emperor of the Morince Empire. With a word from him, the Emperor of the Morince Empire would step down. Although Yang Feng was a Grand Duke of the Morince Empire, but it was very difficult for him to meet the Pope of the Radiant Church, let alone ask the Pope to take action. Wait a minute, I still have the taboo text. Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred, and he immersed his mind in the taboo text. The taboo text was a supreme secret method created by the warlock Emperor Taboo Lord. It was all-encompassing and omnipotent, although Yang Feng only obtained 6 volumes, but the 6 volumes already contained endless mysteries. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of joy. Got it! In the chapter on breaking the curse imprint, it records how to break the abyssal mark. Overjoyed, Yang Feng immediately chose to enter seclusion and refine the abyssal mark. The longer the abyssal mark was on the body, the deeper the erosion of the soul would be. Once the abyssal mark was marked for decades, the abyssal mark would merge with the soul of the marked person. If you wanted to get rid of the abyssal mark, it would take at least decades or even 100 years to get rid of the abyssal mark without harming your soul. The 9th floor of the endless abyss. Purple clouds covered the sky, the earth was filled with abyssal demonic chi, demonic plants were everywhere, and all kinds of freaks were hiding in dark corners, waiting for prey. Freaks fighting each other could be seen everywhere, and the bones of freaks were scattered everywhere. Wisps of evil power diffused from the bones of freak. In the center of the 9th floor of the abyss, there was a huge castle covering an area of tens of thousands of hectares. In a certain manner in the castle, there was a powerful barrier set up, blocking the omnipresent abyssal demonic chi. For abyssal demonic beings, abyssal demonic chi was a great tonic. But for other intelligent life forms, it was a highly toxic substance. Even God-rank powerhouses didn't dare to breathe the abyssal demonic chi of the abyss. Otherwise, even gods would be slowly eroded, eventually degenerate, and be transformed into an abyssal lord, bound by the abyss. Inside the manor, in a garden, there was a 3-meter-tall, golden-horned humanoid covered in strange golden runes, with a golden horn on his head. He was surrounded by a group of succubi, human beauties, elven beauties, and vampire beauties. He was enjoying himself without the slightest scruple. There was a powerful barrier set up in the manor, so that the human beauties, elven beauties, kindred beauties, and other women who weren't from the abyss could survive. The beauties of various races were scrambling to be the first to court the golden-horned humanoid, looking forward to his favor. What? The abyssal mark I set up was actually broken? The golden-horned fiend Earl Montagne's face suddenly sank, and an incomparably terrifying demonic might instantly gushed out of his body in all directions. The complexions of the beauties of various races surrounding the golden-horned fiend Earl Montagne changed dramatically, and they collapsed to the ground like quails, shivering. Several timid human beauties were even scared to the point of urinating, and drops of yellow liquid dripped from their lower bodies to the ground. Useless trash! The eyes of the golden-horned fiend Earl Montagne shimmered fiercely, and he extended his hand, and the human beauties flew into his hand one by one, shrank in midair, and turned into dumpling-sized existences. The golden-horned fiend Earl Montagne opened his bloody maw, revealed his sharp teeth, and threw the human beauties into his maw one by one, and then slowly bit them. A burst of shrill screams came from the mouth of the golden-horned demon Earl Montagne, making him reveal an intoxicated expression. Under the horrified gazes of the human beauties, one after another, the human beauties were swallowed by the golden-horned fiend Earl Montagne. The screams filled the hearts of the beauties of various races with fear. Abyssal fiends were strange, cunning, cruel, and tyrannical. They were the embodiment of evil power devoid of humanity. Therefore, once the Tsangji Plains human warlock dynasties dominated the abyss, they would carry out a thorough purge of the abyss, kill all abyssal fiend lords they found, and refine all kinds of powerful secret treasures. However, the abyss was extremely vast. Whenever an invincible warlock emperor was born in the Tsangji Plain, the abyssal fiend lords could always find a place to hide and avoid the purge of the human warlocks. Even the invincible warlock emperors weren't willing to stay in the forsaken abyss for long. The eyes of the golden-horned fiend Earl Montagna flickered with a ferocious glint, and he roared loudly, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Unfortunately, the planar tide hasn't arrived yet. The Feisua Plains suppression towards us abyssal fiends is too great. Otherwise, I'll go out and eat that damn human ant. Chapter 361. The abyss was filled with abyssal demonic chi, which was poisonous to all intelligent life forms except abyssal demonic creatures. If gods were eroded by abyssal demonic chi for a long time, they would degenerate and become abyssal lords. Other planes also had tremendous suppressive force on visitors from the abyss. On the Feisua plane, once abyssal fiend baron rank and above arrived with their true bodies, they would be suppressed to the abyssal great fiend rank. As the lord of the 9th floor of the abyss, the golden-horned abyssal fiend Earl Montagna's abyssal force was extremely powerful. Once he entered the Feisua plane with his true body, he would even be suppressed to the advanced abyssal fiend rank. The more powerful the abyssal fiend lord, the more powerful the suppression of other planes. Therefore, unless abyssal great fiend lords had protective secret treasures or the help of Tsangji Plains human warlocks through secret methods, they could only stay in the abyss for the rest of their lives, unable to go to other planes with their true bodies. After the planar tide of the Feisua plane, the plane origin force would shrink to the extreme, and the planar suppression of abyssal fiend lords like the golden-horned abyssal fiend Earl Montagna would be reduced to a minimum. When the time came, he would go to the Feisua plane and possess demigod rank strength. The eyes of the golden-horned abyssal fiend Earl Montagna flickered fiercely, and he extended his hand towards the void. Suddenly, a huge hole appeared in the void, and a backed abyssal fiend baron was grabbed out of the hole and thrown on the ground. The eyes of the backed abyssal fiend flickered with a ruthless glint, and he surged with power and overflowed with killing intent. But when he saw the golden-horned abyssal fiend Earl Montagna, his eyes flashed with fear, and he knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Greetings, my lord." The golden-horned abyssal fiend Earl Montagna looked indifferently at the backed abyssal fiend baron and said frigidly, "Abamen, go to the Feisua plain and destroy a city in the Red Earth wasteland." Abamen's complexion changed slightly, and he replied respectfully, "Yes, I'll send you there." The golden-horned fiend Earl Montagna stretched out his hand and opened a huge hole in the void. He then grabbed Abamen and threw him into the hole. On the 9th floor of the abyss, in front of a spatial rift leading to the Feisua plane, there was a bloody altar covering an area of hundreds of square kilometers. Countless abyssal demons were brutally killed and thrown onto the bloody altar. Countless demonic lights and bloody lights soared into the sky from the bloody altar and submerged into the huge spatial rift in midair. A backed abyssal demon viscount casually grabbed abyssal demons and stuffed them into his mouth while activating terrifying abyssal power to maintain the huge spatial rift. The abyssal plane pierced through the 36 primary material planes. Abyssal demon earls and above could tear open spatial rifts and transport abyssal demons to planes that had been penetrated and eroded by the abyssal plane. But in order to maintain the existence of the spatial rift, an abyssal demon viscount or higher had to constantly send abyssal power into it. That was the only way to maintain the spatial rift. A huge cave suddenly appeared in the void. Abman flew out of the huge cave and fell into the huge spatial rift like a meteor. The backed abyssal fiend Viscount was furious at first, but then he sensed the unfathomably terrifying aura of the golden-horned abyssal fiend Earl Montagna coming from the huge cave. He shivered and did not dare to say anything. The abyssal plane was extremely cruel, much stricter than the divine world. In the world of gods, if a weak divine power rank god borrowed the power of a divine artifact or divine kingdom, it was possible to defeat a weak divine power rank god. In the abyssal plane, an abyssal demon Viscount simply could not defeat an abyssal demon count. The golden-horned abyssal Earl Montagna was the lord of the 9th layer of the abyss. Even among the abyssal earls, it was a peak powerhouse. As long as the golden-horned abyssal Earl Montagna did not leave the 9th layer of the abyssal lord of each layer would have the power of a layer of the abyss. Even if an abyssal demon marquis came to the 9th level of the abyss, they might not be his match. Only a terrifying existence of the abyssal Grand Duke rank could suppress the golden-horned abyssal Earl Montagna, who was the master of the 9th floor of the abyss. Of course, if the golden-horned abyssal Earl Montagna went to other abyssal planes, then he would definitely not be a match for those abyssal fiend marquises. The backed abyssal fiend Viscount was in the 9th layer of the abyss. In front of the golden-horned abyssal fiend Earl Montagna, he would definitely be killed within 3 moves. He feared the golden-horned demon Earl Montagna from the bottom of his heart. The Fesua Plains underground world, in front of a huge spatial rift, there was also a huge bloody altar. The corpses of various magical beasts, humans, gnomes, and other creatures were scattered all over the blood-colored altar. Streams of blood-colored aura rose from the blood-colored altar and entered the huge crack in the sky, maintaining the existence of the huge spatial crack. All of a sudden, the huge spatial rift surged and warped. Seeing this scene, the abyssal fiends staying around the bloody altar revealed looks of fear, and their figures flickered and they fled in different directions. Boom! A frightening spatial distortion force suddenly spread, engulfed everything in the surroundings, and then exploded. All the abyssal fiends within a radius of several kilometers were engulfed and blown to pieces. A black figure was ejected from the terrifying explosion and fell to the ground. His body was badly mutilated and he didn't look human at all. The backlash force of the Fesua plane is really frightening. The planar tide has already begun, yet the backlash force is still so tyrannical. How frightening! No wonder those old fellows are hiding in the back, not daring to come over. Terrifying demonic aura gushed out of that badly mangled body. It squirmed continuously and forcefully condensed into Abman's body. At the same time, a sinister and excited smile appeared on its face. In just a dozen breaths of time, Abman's body had completely recovered. With a flash of black demonic light, it transformed into a burly human man with blonde hair and blue eyes. Abman transformed, and with a shake of his body, he disappeared. The Red Earth Wasteland, the Miracle City's city master's mansion, in a secret room. Yang Feng opened his eyes, which flickered with joy. The taboo text is indeed one of the 7 great texts. It's really mysterious and extraordinary. Yang Feng looked at the taboo text in his hand with excitement in his eyes. This taboo text contains endless mysteries, it's broad and profound. I have to study it more. The taboo text was one of the 7 great texts of the Tsangji Plains human warlock. Even on the Tsangji Plain, it was the highest level and most precious secret method. After the collapse of the Second Warlock Dynasty, the taboo text was torn apart by countless experts and fell into the hands of different forces. After one warlock dynasty after another, there was now no force that possessed the complete version of the taboo text. The demonic fighting sect also had 2 incomplete taboo text secret manuals, which couldn't compare to the taboo text in Yang Feng's hands. Just the taboo text alone made Yang Feng's trip to the Feisua Plain worthwhile. If Yang Feng could cultivate all the secret methods recorded in the taboo text, then he could become a bigwig even on the Zhangji Plain. Funes Province, the Anlu City. At this time, the Anlu City was already crowded with refugees from all over, and there were still countless refugees pouring in from all directions in an attempt to squeeze into the city. Please enter the city in an orderly manner. A group of young men and women dressed in magic college uniforms was maintaining order. The person in the lead was a 21 or 22-year-old beauty with long blonde wavy hair and a sexy figure. Yang Feng had been running a magic college in the St. Toulon city for more than a year. Many geniuses of the Morince Empire had entered the magic college he established to study. The 21 or 22-year-old sexy beauty with long blonde hair, Irene, was one of the geniuses among ordinary people in the magic college. In just a year, she had gone from nothing to becoming an official level 1 mage, and was sent to the Funes province to train her classmates. There were many talented people in the world, but Bolu was rare. There were many hidden geniuses among the ordinary people of the Morince Empire. The magic college Yang Feng ran recruited geniuses who couldn't come into contact with magic knowledge. Irene was one of the most dazzling geniuses, which was why she was able to promote to an official wizard in just a year. A petite girl, about 15 or 16 years old, with a round face and a few freckles on her face, stared at the several disabled refugees howling in pain. Her eyes flashed with fear, her body trembled, and she pulled on Irene's clothes and said, "Big sister Irene, what do I do? I'm so scared. There are abyssal fiends here, it's too scary. I'm so scared." A tall, ordinary-looking boy full of confidence kept glancing at Irene and said proudly and confidently, "Lisa, don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, I'll definitely protect you. What are abyssal fiends? With me, a future great wizard, I can kill them with a spell. They're here." Irene was about to say something when suddenly her complexion changed dramatically, her eyes flashed with graveness, and she turned to look behind her. Chapter 362. In the distance, a dark cloud suddenly drifted over, and a black line appeared on the ground. More than 1,000 abyssal fiends were flying in the dark cloud in the sky. On the ground, there were many humans frantically fleeing in the direction of the Anlu city. The abyssal demons descended from the sky, constantly grabbing humans like an eagle grabbing chick. Then, they casually bit down and swallowed the humans alive. Miserable screams came from afar, sounding like the screams of hell. When she saw this, Lisa's face turned pale, and she vomited to the side. Trembling, the students of the magic college looked at the ferocious abyssal fiends in the sky, their hearts filled with fear. Many of the students from the Chaos School turned pale with fright, and they began to vomit in large mouthfuls. Although the ordinary students of the magic college were cultivation geniuses among the commoners, but they still lacked experience. Moreover, the things that the magic college opened by Yang Feng had to learn weren't as much as those of warlock colleges. In this way, their cultivation speed could advance by leaps and bounds, but their foundation was still far from that of the Zhangji Plains warlocks. Practically 98% of the Feisua Plains human wizards had to cast spells through the weave of the goddess of the weave. As long as one had enough spirit force, it was easy to promote to an official wizard. The weave goddess paid attention to all wizards. As such, Yang Feng couldn't teach the warlock way to the ordinary student. If the weave goddess was alarmed, then the strong divine power rank weave goddess could easily kill the current Yang Feng with a look or a voice. A strong divine power rank existence could kill a great warlock rank existence with a look or a voice, and could even trace the bloodline origin of a great warlock and wipe them out. The refugees, who were a little orderly before, panicked, and desperately squeezed towards the gate of the Anlu city. Countless refugees trampled each other, resulting in countless casualties. Don't push. Everyone, enter the city in an orderly manner. If you push, it will only be slower. Don't push. The students of the Magic Academy shouted loudly and tried their best, but no one listened to them. Irene gritted her teeth and raised her lily-white hand. A magic parchment suddenly flew out and expanded into a huge paper carpet. She shouted, "Get on!" The students of the Magic Academies all jumped onto the flying paper carpets. Irene silently chanted an incantation and pointed with her finger. The paper carpet immediately stirred up a gust of wind and suddenly flew up towards the city wall. "Save me! Let me up! I beg you, let my son go up! You bunch of selfish bastards, I curse you! I curse you! I curse you to be eaten by demons!" From among the refugees, there were waves of sorrowful wailing, pleading, cursing, and cursing. The students of the Academy of Magic were all shaken to the core, and they all wore incomparably complicated expressions. At this moment, the gates of the castle began to close. "No! Let me in! Let me in, I beg you! It's my turn! Let me in!" Seeing the gates of the castle close, the eyes of the countless refugees flashed with despair, and they screamed miserably. The tall boy from the Academy of Magic, his eyes shot with blood, found the city guard officer and shouted, "Why did you close the gates? If you close them a bit later, you can save a few more people." The eyes of the students of the Academy of Magic focused on the city guard officer. The city guard officer waved his hand to stop his subordinates, who had already drawn their blades, and roared loudly with bloodshot eyes, "Idiot, if we don't close the gates, then once those fiends rush into the city, the tens of thousands of people in the city will become food for those fiends." Irene gave a long sigh and said solemnly, "Bobby, let go. Apologize to Sir Werther." Bobby's complexion changed, and he regained his composure. He bowed his head and apologized respectfully. "I'm sorry, Sir Werther." Werther patted Bobby on the shoulder and said solemnly, "You are Sir Lord's student. Later, please cast a few more spells and kill a few more fiends. I will guard the city wall until I die in battle." Bobby looked at Werther, blood welled up in his chest, and he said loudly, "Yes, I will do my best." Werther nodded slightly, then turned around and walked to the top of the city wall. Looking at the densely packed abyssal fiends that were getting clearer and clearer, the abyss of his eyes flashed with despair. Although a small city like Anlu City also had a temple, but the power of the temple was not enough to support the release of a terrifyingly powerful barrier such as the no-fly barrier. Without the protection of the no-fly barrier, the more than 1,000 abyssal fiends could easily fly into the city and slaughter everyone in Anlu City. "Are we going to die here?" Irene, holding the magic staff, looked at the abyssal fiends in the distance, clenched her silver teeth, and her beautiful eyes flashed with despair. As one of the geniuses of the Academy of Magic, she naturally knew the terror of abyssal fiends. With her current strength, she would definitely die in a one-on-one fight against a low-level abyssal fiend. The dense army of abyssal fiends rapidly approached. Amidst the abyssal demonic servants and abyssal fiends was a Tupala devil with bone spurs all over its body. Each bone spur had a dozen or so humans pierced through it. It exuded an incomparably evil aura. Above the city wall, the eyes of the soldiers guarding the city were unconsciously attracted by magic power and focused on the Tupalak, and their eyes filled with fear. "You will all become my food." The Tupalak turned its eyes and revealed a ferocious smile towards the direction of Anlu City. Above the city wall, the soldiers who had not reached the knight rank felt a tightness in their chest, and they spat out a mouthful of blood. Werther felt his head shake, and all kinds of wicked thoughts welled up in his mind. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he erupted with great knight rank chi, suppressing the wicked thoughts in his mind. Irene felt a sharp pain in her head, and a bright red nosebleed flowed out of her straight nose. Above the city wall, the more than 20 students of the Academy of Magic knelt on the ground with their heads in their hands, bleeding from their facial orifices. Irene's body was ice-cold, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with despair. Is this an abyssal great fiend? It's too terrifying. No one in Onlu City can stop it. With just a glance, the abyssal great fiend injured the students of the Academy of Magic above the city wall. This kind of power was terrifying to the extreme. No one in Onlu City could stop it. Despair shrouded the sky above Onlu City. In the sky, a magic carpet flew over from afar. At the forefront of the magic carpet stood 3 people, with Yang Feng in the lead. Beside him stood the peerlessly beautiful great elven monarch Ezramia and the exceedingly charming Gleistar. When Werther saw Yang Feng atop the magic carpet, his eyes surged with excitement and he shouted, "Sir Lord! Sir Lord is here!" Werther was one of the veterans who once followed Yang Feng, so he recognized him at a glance. Irene's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with a peculiar splendor, and she stared at Yang Feng in the sky. "Sir Dean." A glint of worry streaked past Irene's beautiful eyes. Sir Dean is a formidable existence that can rival legend wizards. But even so, he may not be able to defeat so many abyssal fiends. Irene had personally experienced the terror of the abyssal great fiend. She didn't dare to imagine that anyone could resist such a terrifying existence. The Tupilak in the middle of the countless freaks looked up and saw Yang Feng flying over on the magic carpet, and its eyes blossomed with a savage glint. "Human powerhouse, very good. Your flesh and souls must be delicious." Unleashing Blink, a fearsome spatial force shrouded the Tupilak, and it disappeared from where it stood in a flash, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and sent a claw at his head. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he instantly unleashed the level 4 spell dragon force. Boundless power welled up inside him, and he slashed at the Tupilak with the sword forged from divine blood steel in his hand like a meteor. "Idiot! Your human swords are like scrap metal, they can't harm me at all." The Tupilak great fiend smiled ferociously, and a sharp bone blade ejected from its left shoulder and shot towards the secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel. With a flash of resplendent light, the smile of the Tupilak great fiend froze on its face, and then it exploded midair. Yang Feng extended his right hand, and endless demonic chi enveloped his right hand. As if the claws of countless abyssal fiends roared, he extended his hand and absorbed the blood essence and soul of the Tupilak great fiend. Taboo demonic claw. This was a powerful offensive secret method that Yang Feng found in the taboo text. This secret method required the absorption of the flesh, soul, and power of countless abyssal fiends to be refined. Once the refinement was successful, it would become a fearsome offensive secret method with infinite power. It could control abyssal force and transform abyssal force into various other forces. In addition to the taboo demonic claw, there were also the taboo dragon claw, the taboo giant claw, the taboo blood claw, the taboo stone claw, and many other taboo claws. Countless claw methods converged to form the strongest taboo demonic claw. Yang Feng possessed the ancient black dragon bloodline, so he could cultivate the taboo dragon claw. By absorbing the power of abyssal fiends, he could cultivate the taboo demonic claw. As long as he could kill powerful abyssal fiends, he could possess the more tyrannical taboo demonic claw. Chapter 363. As Ramia looked at the taboo demonic claw, and her beautiful eyes flickered with astonishment. "Amazing, what kind of spell is this? Is this the secret spell that allows him to transform into an abyssal fiend baron and manipulate abyssal force?" As Ramia was the great elven monarch, and her sun-god arrow was unparalleled in the world. Few people of the same rank could withstand a sun-god arrow from her. Relying on her instincts, she could vaguely sense the terrifying power contained in the taboo demonic claw. Irene's jaw dropped. She could not believe her eyes. He's dead. The abyssal great fiend was killed by Sir Dean just like that? Werther's eyes flashed with excitement and he said excitedly, "That's amazing! That's Sir Lord for you." Gleistar's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold glint. With a flick of her lily-white hand, a secret treasure longbow appeared in her hand. With a flick of the bowstring, black arrows shot towards the abyssal fiends flying midair like shooting stars. Boom! 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 Shot by the dark elven exploding arrows, the abyssal fiends exploded into countless pieces of flesh and blood that entered Yang Feng's right claw. With just one strike, 30 abyssal fiends died tragically to Gleistar's arrows. Even without using large-scale offensive spells, the ordinary abyssal fiends were still no match for Gleistar, who had pinnacle legend-ranked cultivation base. As Ramia silently recited an incantation and pointed with her finger, an endless fire elemental particles condensed into a fire dragon, which bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards the abyssal fiends. Yang Feng cast the level 4 spell fire dragon and pointed at the abyssal fiends. 2 terrifying fire dragons intertwined in the sky and devoured the flying abyssal fiends. Enveloped by magic flames, the flying abyssal fiends fell from the sky like raindrops, roaring miserably as they were burned to ashes. Without the suppression of the abyssal great fiends, the dense crowd of abyssal demonic servants fell into chaos, frantically devouring and killing each other. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, the abyssal fiends quickly dispersed and fled in different directions. Riding the magic carpet, Yang Feng, together with Ramia and Gleistar, chased after the flying abyssal fiends. In the Funès province, except for the capital, Bunga City, which had a flight band formation, the other cities had shrines stationed, but there was no flight band formation at all. Only by killing all the abyssal demons that could fly in the sky would the remaining cities have some resistance. Not long after, Clive appeared in the distance with 1,000 cavalrymen under his command. A huge magic eye floated above the cavalrymen. In this direction, in 1,000-man cavalry led by Clive, a great wizard pointed in the direction of some low-ranking abyssal demons and said in a deep voice. Clive raised his sword and shouted, "Come with me, let's go destroy those damn demons. The great Duke Ian is watching us from the sky, we will be invincible." The eyes of the cavalrymen covered in secret treasure armor forged from divine blood steel flickered with excitement. They raised the silver lances in their hands and roared loudly, "We will be invincible!" The more than 30 low-ranking abyssal fiends who were fleeing into the distance quickly gathered and turned to look at the 1,000 cavalrymen with fierce glints in their eyes. A ghost-type abyssal fiend turned to look at the human cavalrymen with a fierce glint in its eyes and roared wildly, "A bunch of ant-like humans dare to chase us, they're courting death! Kill them all!" The more than 30 low-ranking abyssal fiends showed malevolent smiles and looked at the charging human cavalrymen as if they were looking at a delicious meal. A low-ranking abyssal fiend was comparable to a level 1 warlock, and its physique was even more tyrannical than that of a level 1 warlock. "30 low-ranking abyssal demons could completely annihilate a 1,000-man squad of human cavalry. Dark rays dominate humans." The eyes of the more than 30 abyssal fiends surged with red light, abyssal force surged, and they cast demonic spells barreling towards the 1,000 human cavalrymen. White rays of light blossomed on the cavalrymen's armor, and the defensive spells enchanted on the armor suddenly burst out and blocked the demonic spells. The complexions of the abyssal fiends flickered, and their eyes shimmered with fanaticism and ferocity. Many armies with priests had guardian divine spells that could resist demonic spells. Naturally, the abyssal fiends didn't think that their demonic spells could easily kill the other party. However, their strongest point was their fleshly body. Even with the power of their fleshly body alone, they could kill 1,000 human cavalrymen. Tear them to shreds. Following a ferocious roar, the more than 30 abyssal fiends suddenly rushed towards the human cavalrymen at a terrifying speed that surpassed the galloping horses. The earth shook as the 1,000 horses galloped. The torrent formed by the 1,000 human cavalrymen fiercely collided with the more than 30 abyssal fiends. An abyssal fiend smiled ferociously and slammed a fist into the head of a wildebeest. A frightening power erupted in a flash and shattered the wildebeest into countless pieces. The human cavalrymen riding the wildebeest were also sent flying by the frightening power. In the next moment, a human cavalryman in the rear stabbed the abyssal fiend with a silver lance carrying the fearsome momentum of a horse. "It's no use," the abyssal fiend smiled ferociously. Unless a fiend was equipped with a demonized weapon, ordinary blades and swords could hardly harm it. But its smile only lasted for a moment before it was enveloped by endless panic, and it issued a shrill scream. "No!" The silver lance easily pierced through the abyssal fiend and erupted with a strange, attractive force. In a flash, the abyssal fiend was sucked dry and collapsed on the ground. The abyssal fiends didn't expect the lances in the hands of the human cavalrymen to be so fearsome. Caught off guard, they were run through by the silver lances, drained of their blood essence and power, and turned into dried corpses. The abyssal fiends weren't weak. Many of them stabbed their claws into the silver armor of the human cavalrymen, but were forcibly blocked by the silver armor forged from divine blood steel. Then, the human cavalrymen assassinated them one by one. In just one round of charge, the more than 30 abyssal fiends died tragically at the hands of the 1,000 strong human cavalrymen. On the human side, only more than 20 people were injured by the abyssal fiends. After killing the more than 30 abyssal fiends, the great wizard accompanying the army silently recited an incantation and conjured the spell healing water to heal the injured human cavalrymen. When Irene saw the more than 30 abyssal fiends die tragically at the hands of the 1,000 strong human cavalrymen, she was filled with shock. Amazing! A low-level abyssal fiend was a terrifying existence comparable to a level 1 warlock. The strength of a low-level abyssal fiend was much stronger than that of an official wizard like Irene. The more than 30 low-level abyssal fiends should have been able to slaughter the 1,000 strong human cavalrymen, yet they all died at the hands of the 1,000 strong human cavalrymen. The strength of the army was beyond Irene's imagination. After the treatment, Clive commanded the 1,000 strong cavalrymen to continue to pursue the fleeing abyssal fiends under the guidance of the wizards accompanying the army. Any low-level abyssal fiend was a powerful existence comparable to a level 1 warlock. If they weren't killed, then once they were allowed to rush into a crowd, they would cause great casualties to ordinary people. The Funès province was vast and sparsely populated. There was only one abyssal fiend legion attacking the Funès province. After the abyssal great fiends and advanced abyssal fiends of the abyssal fiend legion were wiped out by Yang Feng and his men, the abyssal fiend legion collapsed, and many low-level abyssal fiends were scattered in the Funès province. Yang Feng mobilized 50,000 elite troops from the Miracle City. At the same time, he gave them secret treasure armors and secret treasure swords forged from divine blood steel, as well as wizards accompanying the army, and had them sweep the low-level abyssal fiends in the Funès province. At the same time, Yang Feng quietly released reconnaissance mechanical insects to cover the entire Funès province. Under the surveillance of the reconnaissance mechanical insects, the abyssal fiends in the Funès province were besieged and suppressed by the superior forces assembled by Yang Feng's subordinate. Under the continuous encirclement and suppression, the number of abyssal fiends decreased, and the democalypse in the Funès province slowly calmed down. As for the desolate red earth wasteland, the Abyssal Fiend Legion quickly left after being defeated by Yang Feng. Unless Abyssal Fiends practiced cultivation until they reached the Fiend Lord rank, they still had to eat. Even if they drank sewage, ate grass roots, and tree bark, they could still survive. But in the Red Earth Wasteland, there wasn't even sewage, grass roots, or tree bark. If they didn't leave, only death would await them. After the Finesse Province and the Red Earth Wasteland were stabilized, Yang Feng handed everything over to the two legend-rank powerhouses Azramia and Glystar, while he entered secluded cultivation and studied the taboo text in his hands. Azramia and Glystar were also extraordinary. Under their command, as long as the Abyssal Fiends showed themselves, they would be killed. Under the suppression of Azramia and Glystar, the Abyssal Fiends of the other provinces didn't dare to move in the direction of the Finesse Province and the Red Earth Wasteland. The people who hid in the cities slowly left the cities and returned to their villages and towns, and the institutions slowly returned to normal. Chapter 364. Time passed, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. In a secret room, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, and wisps of frightening aura diffused from him. After studying the taboo text for 3 months, he became even more powerful. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and his eyes revealed great confidence. It's time. I can proceed to the next step. 3 days later, in the rear garden of a luxurious manor in the Mexican Principality. With a novel in hand, Chrissy reclined on a reclining chair and narrowed her eyes, enjoying the sunbathing and admiring the beautiful flowers in the garden. Suddenly, Chrissy looked up and saw a magic carpet flying over from afar. The magic carpet stopped in the air above the garden. Yang Feng waved his hand and put away the magic carpet, then treaded on air and walked towards the garden. Chrissy took a deep look at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint. This guy has become stronger. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Your Highness, I'm ready. Call me Chrissy, Your Majesty the Archduke." Chrissy glanced behind Yang Feng and raised her eyebrows, saying, "Archduke Ian, what about your 2 concubines? Aren't you going to take them? Our enemies are very powerful." When Chrissy first saw Azramia and Glystar, she vaguely felt how powerful the 2 women were. Even though Azramia could only display junior legend rank strength due to being cursed, but with the Sun God's arrow, she was still terrifying and could kill powerhouses of the same rank. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Don't worry, I've made other preparations." Azramia and Glystar were now helping Yang Feng suppress the Abyssal Fiends at the border. At the same time, they were also responsible for receiving refugees pouring in from all over the Morin's Empire. Chrissy didn't ask any questions and said very efficiently, "Give me a day to prepare." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "All right." The Andura port was a port located between the Morin's Empire and the Titan Empire. It was the capital of the Ankesai Principality, the Andura city. The Andura port connected the Morin's Empire and the Titan Empire, and extended towards the open sea. The sea trade was extremely prosperous. The Ankesai Duchy had also become the wealthiest duchy apart from the 2 great empires, thanks to the excellent port of Andura port. The Ankesai Principality believed in the intermediate divine force rank goddess of the sea Aronia, a neutral god. With the exception of the 2 empires, the goddess of the sea Aronia was a god of the sea Aronia. However, in addition to the sea goddess Aronia, the Zalia pantheon also had a weak divine power rank god of the sea, Kagadilla, and the Titan pantheon also had a weak divine power rank god of the sea, Fabian. The merfolk believed in the strong divine force rank god Hrihoriuf, the Aronia of the merfolk. On the Fesua plain, the merfolk were the royal race, and there were merfolk, whalemen, octopus, crab, and many other intelligent races born in the sea. They formed a united race. The various merfolk also had their own gods, but all the gods that the merfolk worshipped all worshipped the sea god Hrihuri as their main god, forming a powerful merfolk divine system. A huge warship was anchored in Andura harbor. On that huge warship, a large number of sailors were bustling about. While admiring the various sailboats around him, Yang Feng walked towards the huge warship. Beside Yang Feng followed Chrissy and her 5 beautiful followers. Your Majesty the Archduke. Dressed in a captain's uniform, a muscular, tanned middle-aged man brimming with the heroic aura of a man at sea greeted Yang Feng and saluted respectfully. The middle-aged man was called Mark, and he was a captain sent to the Ankesai Principality by the Mexican Principality. Ocean trade had huge profits, so the Mexican Principality naturally wouldn't let go of this fat piece of meat. After Yang Feng became the new Archduke of the Mexican Principality, due to the support of the gods, he easily took over most of the forces of the Mexican Principality. This fleet of the Mexican Principality was one of them. Yang Feng glanced at the warship, nodded with satisfaction, patted Mark on the shoulder, and uttered, "Mark, you did a good job." Mark's eyes flashed with excitement, and he uttered respectfully, "Thank you for the praise, Your Majesty." Yang Feng said, "In the future, just call me Ian in front of others, don't call me Your Majesty." Mark replied cleverly, "Yes, Sir Ian." After Yang Feng boarded the huge warship with Chrissy and the other women, he ordered Mark, "Set sail." Mark said solemnly, "Please wait a moment, we still have to pray to the great goddess of the sea. This is the rule before going out to sea. There are pirates, sea storms, tornadoes, giant sea monsters, sea demonic beasts, and other disasters in the sea. Only by praying to the goddess of the sea and obtaining her protection can we survive." Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "As long as we pray to the goddess of the sea, we won't encounter any disasters and will be able to return safely?" Mark smiled and shook his head, saying, "How could it be that simple? There are countless dangers in the sea. Even ships of the Church of the Sea may encounter disasters in the sea. Of course, ships of the Church of the Sea are much less likely to encounter disasters in the sea than ships of other people. We only pray to the goddess of the sea for peace of mind." With that, Mark took out a very beautiful statue of the goddess of the sea shrouded in a layer of azure water and placed it on a small altar in the center of the warship. "Mighty Lady Aronia, you are a supreme divine being, the embodiment of the sea. Mighty Lady Aronia, you are the ruler of the sea, the patron saint of the sea. We offer our most pious faith to you. Please protect us from all disasters in the sea and return safely loaded with great wealth." The sailors of the warship came before the altar and recited prayers. Yang Feng's eyes flashed, and he saw streams of faith power pour out of the sailors, enter the statue, and then be absorbed into the void and disappear. Evidently, the goddess of the sea Aronia just absorbed the faith power of the sailors, and didn't intend to truly bless the warship. After the prayers were completed, the huge warship slowly moved and sailed towards the deep sea. 10 days passed in a flash. During these 10 days, the journey was calm and tranquil, without encountering any dangers. Suddenly, the galloping warship slowed to a stop. "Mark, why did you stop the ship?" Sitting on the deck, Yang Feng, who was fishing, suddenly frowned and asked in a loud voice. His voice reverberated on the warship, and everyone heard it clearly. Mark came out of the captain's cabin, came to in front of Yang Feng, and said, "Sir Ian, beyond this area is the domain of the merfolk. We have to pay a toll to pass. Otherwise, the merfolk will attack our ship." Yang Feng nodded and no longer said anything. Instead, he carefully watched the actions of Mark and them. He saw the crew of the huge warship drag a big fat pig to the forefront of the deck. A crew member with a knight-rank cultivation base stabbed the big fat pig in the abdomen with a sword, cut open the belly of the big fat pig, and threw it into the sea. The blood dyed the surrounding seawater red. About 10 minutes later, the surface of the sea churned, and a 4-meter-tall sharkman warrior with a shark's head, a burly body, 6 layers similar to a human's body, covered in fish scales, and holding a huge ancient trident emerged. He stared coldly at Mark and the others and said in a deep voice, "I'm Sel. Toll fee 2 pigs, 3 cows, a box of porcelain plates, and a box of steel knives." Mark smiled and waved at the sailors. "Yes, Sir Sel." Immediately after, the sailors lifted a pig, 3 cows, a crate of porcelain plates, and a crate of steel blades and threw them into the sea. As soon as those things fell into the sea churned. Clearly, the merfolk took over and carried away the toll. Sel nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand and threw a blue flag to Mark. "Here's the flag, insert it into the ship." After saying that, Sel plunged into the sea and disappeared. Mark grabbed the blue flag and inserted it into a magic array in the center of the ship. By relying on his great warlock rank extraordinary perception, Yang Feng vaguely felt that the blue flag released minute fluctuations that were almost imperceptible to humans and enveloped the whole ship. Yang Feng secretly praised in his heart, "What a brilliant method! It seems that there are powerful people among the merfolk." Set off. At Mark's order, the big ship continued to sail towards the deep sea. Once he entered the sea, by relying on his extraordinary perception, Yang Feng sensed from time to time that some life forms swam up from below. When those life forms came into contact with the big ship, they would leave and swim towards the deep sea. A dozen days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, on the surface of the sea, a pitch-black giant warship with a long sword pierced into the skull was speeding towards them. Mark's warship paled in comparison to the oncoming giant warship. The two sides weren't on the same level at all. When Mark saw the war flag on the giant warship, his complexion suddenly changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Shit! That's the warship of the Sword and Skeleton Pirate King. We're in big trouble." When she heard that, Chrissy's pretty face changed, her beautiful eyes shimmered with graveness, and she said solemnly, "The Sword and Skeleton Pirate King! It turned out to be those scum. This is going to be tricky." Yang Feng asked curiously, "Are they very powerful?" Yang Feng's territory was on land. These years, in addition to practicing warlock secret methods, he paid attention to the intelligence of the 4 empires. He didn't know much about the forces in the sea. Chapter 365. On the Faisua Plain there are 4 seas, east, west, south, and north. We are now in the East Sea. The Sword and Skeleton Pirate King, the Black Skeleton Pirate King, and the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King are the 3 pirate kings of this sea. These 3 pirate kings dominate the East Sea. Not only do they plunder sea merchants everywhere, but they have even attacked coastal principalities. Wherever they go, they are practically invincible. Even the naval fleets of the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire have been defeated by them. Of the 3 pirate kings, the fleet of the Sword and Skeleton Pirate King is the most ferocious. Not only do they plunder, but they also kill. Sea merchants targeted by them basically die without a burial ground. Chrissy's beautiful eyes flashed with apprehension, and she said solemnly. When he heard that, Yang Feng frowned slightly. Looking at the warship of the Sword and Skeleton Pirate King, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Mark asked with an expectant look on his face, "Sir, the warship of the Sword and Skeleton Pirate King sent a signal to stop and surrender. What should we do now?" Yang Feng inherited the position of Archduke Magina after obtaining the approval of the gods. Mark was full of expectations for Yang Feng. Yang Feng said lightly, "Then stop." "Yes, sir." Mark responded and quickly ordered the warship to stop. The warship of the Sword and Skeleton Pirate King quickly approached the warship of Mark and his party. Hooks flew out from the Sword and Skeleton Pirate King's warship and hooked onto the warship. Yang Feng and company were aboard. A group of pirates exuding a fierce, unruly, and ferocious aura climbed out of the Sword and Skeleton Pirate King's warship. Mark walked out of the crowd and said loudly to the pirates, "I am the captain of this ship, Mark. I have something to say to your leader." The group of valiant pirates glanced at Mark, their eyes flickering with ridicule, contempt, and callousness. A man with a flowery headscarf, a black eye patch covering his left eye, scars all over his body, a pipe in his mouth, and a fierce and cold light flashing in his remaining right eye came out of the crowd of pirates. He glanced at Mark contemptuously, and sneered like a cat playing with a mouse. "I am Baggard the Black Butcher under the command of the Sword and Skeleton Pirate King." Mark's face turned pale, and his body trembled slightly. Black Butcher Baggard was one of the right-hand men of the Sword and Skeleton Pirate King, and was a legendary powerhouse. Furthermore, he was cruel and vicious. Every time he plundered a ship, only one survivor would be left alive. He left a living person alive so that the living person could see how his companions were tortured to death, so that the living person could spread his terror. Black Butcher Baggard was definitely the pirate that all the sea merchants in the East Sea were most unwilling to encounter. Mark implored, "Sir Baggard, I am willing to offer you all the goods on the ship. Please let us go and give us a way out." Black Butcher Baggard laughed sinisterly and said with a cruel and tyrannical smile, "Ha ha ha! You must understand the rules of my Uncle Baggard. Everyone on your ship, immediately drop your weapons and surrender. This way at least one person can live. Otherwise, all of you will die." Behind Black Butcher Baggard, the pirates exuding a valiant aura revealed sinister smiles, drew their weapons, and looked at Mark and his party with ridicule. As long as the pirates boarded the ship would basically fall into the pirates' control. Ordinary crew members were no match for the pirates at all. These pirates had even defeated the naval fleets of the two human empires. "You scum, it's not too late to kneel down and surrender. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your wretched lives." Mark got up and retreated to the side. The crowd parted, and Yang Feng slowly walked out from behind the crowd. With a smile on his face and an indifferent look in his eyes, he looked at the pirates as if they were a bunch of corpses. "What a big tone! Let Grandpa cut off your legs and turn you into a cripple, then let Mike and them have some fun!" Black Butcher Baggard's eyes flashed with a cruel and tyrannical glint. He erupted with legend rank chi and unleashed the Black Butcher blade art that he has cultivated for more than 20 years. As if the embodiment of a black sea wave, he slashed at Yang Feng with monstrous momentum. Water elemental particles surged wildly from the surrounding sea and converged on the blade, making the blade even more powerful. Even ordinary human sacred swordsmen would find it difficult to resist Baggard's fearsome blade art that drew support from the power of heaven and earth. In the East Sea for more than 20 years, the Black Butcher Baggard has killed 2 or 3 human sacred swordsmen by relying on this fearsome blade art that drew support from the power of heaven and earth. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he operated a secret method and unleashed the taboo demonic claw. Surrounded by demonic chi, as if countless abyssal fiends roared ferociously in his right hand, he grabbed the Black Butcher Baggard's blade. Ding! There was a crisp sound, and the magic blade of the Black Butcher Baggard shattered. Under Baggard's horrified gaze, the fearsome taboo demonic claw stabbed into his heart, dug out his heart, and crushed it. My heart was crushed! The Black Butcher Baggard's eyes flashed with disbelief, and he let out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing to the ground. His eyes were wide open, and he died with everlasting regret. Dead! The captain is dead! How is this possible? The captain is dead." The eyes of the pirates widened, and their eyes shimmered with incredulity. The Black Butcher Baggard was one of the right-hand men of the Sword and Skeleton Pirate King, a legend-rank powerhouse. He has swept the East Sea for decades, and even several human sacred swordsmen have died to his blade. The pirates couldn't believe that such a legend-rank powerhouse died so silently at Yang Feng's hands. Chrissy, who originally planned to sneak attack the Black Butcher Baggard, was also stunned. So strong! Is that a spell or a martial art? With the favor of the goddess of the Amon Springs, Chrissy has promoted to a legend-rank powerhouse in a short time. Furthermore, she was a top legend-rank powerhouse. But even though she could defeat a powerhouse like Baggard, but it would take at least 100 moves. For the Black Butcher Baggard to be insta-killed by Yang Feng was simply heaven-defying. After Yang Feng insta-killed the Black Butcher Baggard, he flicked his wrist, and a sword forged from divine blood steel appeared in his hand. His figure fluttered, and he plunged into the midst of the pirates like a bolt of lightning. The sword light flickered, and the valiant pirates were minced into pieces by the sword light. No matter how the pirates resisted, wherever Yang Feng's sword rays passed, the pirates were cut in half together with their weapons. Chrissy came back to her senses. Her figure fluttered, and she rushed into the Black Butcher Baggard's ship along the ropes. The 5 beautiful followers erupted with level 3 warlock rank battle prowess and followed Chrissy, killing the pirates on the Black Butcher Baggard's ship one by one. Go to hell! On the Black Butcher Baggard's ship, a pirate erupted with Star Knight rank chi, shot out from a dark corner, and slashed at Chrissy. Crazy smiled sweetly. She pointed with the long sword in her hand, and a whirlpool of spring water enveloped the tip of her sword. With a slight sway, the long sword was shaken off course, and like a bolt of lightning, it pierced into the pirate's forehead. Legend rank! A look of despair flashed through the eyes of the pirate expert, and he let out a miserable shriek. Without the legend rank expert Baggard keeping watch, the 2 legend rank experts were enough to slaughter everyone on the ship. The eyes of a valiant pirate shimmered fiercely, and he barked, "Go into the sea and sink the ship! Let's go all out!" Chrissy was startled when she heard that, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with anxiety. Shit! Once the 2 ships were sunk, then even though Chrissy was a legend rank expert, but she wasn't a match for a pirate proficient in the water. At this moment, a boundless dragon's might descended from the sky and enveloped all the pirates on Baggard's ship. Yang Feng trod on air and arrived above the large ship. His eyes turned into dragon eyes, and vast dragon might gushed out of him, looking like an ancient black dragon overlooking the puny humans below. Under the crushing pressure of the terrifying dragon's might, the pirates on Baggard's ship shivered and couldn't move. The ancient black dragon's draconic might was extremely terrifying, and even mid-level abyssal demons were unable to resist it. Among humans, even among Star Knight rank powerhouses, only the most outstanding geniuses could resist the draconic might's pressure. Although the pirates on Baggard's ship were all incomparably valiant and had astonishing battle prowess, they were still unable to move in front of the ancient dragon's might. They were unable to resist the fear that came from their bloodline. On the Feisua plain, there were many evil dragons that could destroy a principality by relying on their frightening dragon might. In the face of dragon might, no matter how many ordinary troops there were, they were useless. Only true experts could contend against dragon might and fight against dragons. Yang Feng looked at the pirates with an indifferent look in his eyes. As if a god judging evil, he said coldly, "Drop your weapons and submit to me, and you'll live. Otherwise, you'll die." Chapter 366. Although the pirates were unruly, but under the terrifying dragon might, they trembled both physically and mentally. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and flicked his finger, and a ray of black light entered a pirate. The pirate's body swelled up, and then burst apart and turned into a vampiric rattan. Although the bewitching extraordinary plant vampiric rattan was only a level 2 extraordinary life form, but it had the terrifying property of rapid self-proliferation. Therefore, Yang Feng liked to use this extraordinary plant very much. The vampiric rattan continued to spread, rolled up one pirate after another, and sucked dry. Then, under the effect of magic power, it split and proliferated. "I surrender! Spare me!" Unable to resist the fear in his heart, a pirate threw away the scimitar in his hand and cried out loudly. After the pirate surrendered, as if it triggered a chain reaction, the rest of the pirates knelt down and surrendered under the oppression of dragon might. The pirates who were unwilling to surrender were devoured by the vampiric rattan and turned into nutrients for the vampiric rattan. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, syringes filled with poison fell from the sky and injected the surrendered pirates. Yang Feng glanced at the pirates and said indifferently, "These are poisons, and only I have the antidote. Every 6 months, if you don't have the antidote, your bodies will fester and you'll die. However, as long as you serve me honestly, I'll naturally give you the antidote in the future to completely remove the poison in your bodies." There was a flash of fear in the eyes of the pirates, and they responded respectfully, "Yes, sir." After subduing the pirates, the Black Butcher's flagship finally had enough manpower to operate and became Yang Feng's spoils of war. Following behind Mark's ship, it moved towards the deep sea. The Ghost Ship Island was located on a very secretive island in the East Sea. There were dozens of mysterious ocean currents, weird reefs, and terrifying sea monsters around the Ghost Ship Island. Without an experienced navigator, virtually no one could enter the mysterious Ghost Ship Island. The Ghost Ship Island was also the base of the Sword Pirate King and the Skeleton Pirate King's fleet in the East Sea. At this time, there were numerous warships and merchant ships anchored around the Ghost Ship Island. On the island, there were bars, casinos, and brothels everywhere, where countless pirates indulged in drunken stupor. In the center of the Ghost Ship Island, there was a huge and luxurious temple, which enshrined the feeble divine power rank god of pirates Gethron. At the time, Gethron was a pirate emperor who dominated the 4 seas. During his era, the navies of all forces on the Faisua plain were defeated by him and suppressed in ports, unable to go out to sea. The human seas were all under his control. In the seas, his words were the imperial edict, as if he was the emperor of the sea. After he became a pinnacle legend rank expert, Gethron. And finally Gethron, he obtained the secret method. After and he and God, he Feng and God and said, and God and King and he and God. This huge castle was the residence of the Sword and Skeleton Pirate King Accent. In the back garden of the castle sat a man with a head of blue hair and a handsome appearance. A long knife scar extended diagonally from his forehead to the right, almost touching his right eye, completely destroying his handsome face. His entire body exuded a ruthless aura. This man exuding a ruthless aura was the Sword and Skeleton Pirate King Accent of the East Sea, whose name struck terror in people's hearts. In the back garden, dozens of beautiful women in all kinds of gorgeous clothes were dancing to please Accent. Kacha! Suddenly, a pitch-black ring on the index finger of Accent's right hand shattered, and his face suddenly became gloomy. His eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he said in a low voice, "Baggard was killed." Accent gnashed his teeth, his eyes almost spurting thick flames, and his killing intent surged. "Someone actually dared to kill my people. Very good. It seems that I've been too soft-hearted in recent years." Legend rank powerhouses were extremely rare. Including Accent, there were only 3 legend rank powerhouses in the Sword and Skeleton pirate fleet. Accent glanced at the beautiful women dancing and barked, Men! Your Majesty! More than 30 pirates rushed in, glanced greedily at the beautiful women dancing, and then said respectfully to Accent. Accent's eyes shimmered with a tyrannical gleam, and he said with a ferocious smile, "Take these women away and reward them to our brothers. Once you've had enough fun, kill them all." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The eyes of the more than 30 pirates shimmered with excitement, and they pounced on the beautiful women like wolves and dragged them away. "No. Let me go. Your Majesty! Your Majesty, I beg you, let me go!" The beauties cried, screamed, and begged. All of them were so scared that they fell to the ground and kept struggling. They knew that once they were dragged away, only death would await them. They would be worse than prostitutes on the island. Accent watched this scene with a ferocious smile. The gloominess in his heart was swept away, and he felt indescribably carefree and comfortable. He wanted to become the second pirate emperor to dominate the 4 seas. His every move was modeled after the pirate emperor Gethron of the past. At the time, the god of pirates Gethron dominated the huge pirate fleet with cruelty and terror. After he became a god, he was spurned by the other gods and fell into the camp of the darkness gods. In fact, if it weren't for the protection of the darkness gods and the fact that Gethron himself was a peerless genius, he would have been killed by the goddess of the sea and other gods with a domain of the sea after he became a god. After being pursued by a god with a domain of the sea, Gethron restrained his nature and didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, with his cruel nature, who knows how many creatures would have died at his hands. Accent's eyes shimmered coldly, and he mused. To be able to kill Baggard, they shouldn't be weak. I'll have the Black Skeleton Pirate King and the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King probe those beasts. Accent's figure flickered, and he left the castellan's mansion. When he arrived at the seaside, he opened a jade box, took out a small silver-white fish, and released it into the sea. Ghost Skull Island was a skull-like circular mountain with 2 huge caves in the center. From a distance, it looked like a huge skull island. Ghost Skull Island was the lair of the Black Skeleton Pirate King's fleet. On the Ghost Skeleton Island, there was also an exquisite and luxurious divine hall. In the luxurious divine hall, there was an 8-armed Naga statue whose upper body was similar to a human beauty, with 8 arms, each holding a saber, and the lower body of a snake. This 8-armed Naga was the god worshipped by the Nagas, the goddess of Nagas with intermediate divine power rank, Daphne. Opposite the temple was a luxurious castle, which was the castle where the Black Skeleton Pirate King lived. A burly bear-like man with a full beard and a fiendish expression was holding a small silver fish in his hand. "Call him, I'm Accent. A big fish has arrived in our waters. I fought with that big fish and killed 2 of their sacred swordsmen. Baggard also died at their hands. Please avenge me. If you can help me take revenge, I'll give you the treasure you want. After you hear the news, let the silver fish go. I still have to contact Lionel." The bearded man was the Black Skeleton Pirate King, Colum, while the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King's name was Lionel. Colum's eyes flashed with a sinister light. After thinking for a while, he casually threw the silver fish into a pond. "Baggard is dead. That big fish is really troublesome. No wonder Accent asked me for help. There must be something good in that big fish. I must annihilate them and snatch all the good stuff." As soon as the silver fish entered the pond, it shook its tail, set off ripples, and then disappeared from the pond. Dragonbones Island was an island that looked like the skeleton of a dragon. There was no temple on Dragonbones Island. It was as if the people on the island had no faith. There was only a huge palace built on the dragon's head. It was extravagant and luxurious, just like the royal palaces of the grand duchies on the surface. In fact, the 3 pirate kings ruled the East Sea. Each of them was as rich as a country. With great wealth, building a huge palace was nothing for them. In the back garden of the palace, an extremely handsome, slender, fair-skinned young man with long crimson hair reclined on a reclining chair. His eyes flickered with an evil light as he held the silver demonic fish in his hand. The red-haired man was the dragon skeleton pirate king, Lionel. Lionel casually threw away the silver fish, and then asked a burly man with a great sword on his back, exuding a valiant aura, "Roik, what do you think?" Roik's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he said coldly, "The apple of wisdom will mature in a little more than a year. It's too suspicious for a legend to travel this route at this time. I think we should get rid of them and eliminate all future troubles." Lionel said with a smile, "Yeah, I think so too. Accent wants to kill us with a borrowed knife. However, we also want to get rid of those outsiders. We can cooperate with them." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.